Hey, everybody, we are the Sci-Fi Sisters, and we are so excited to be here at Trek Talks 2, baby. Woo!
Yay!
Yay! Benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
So
ready.
Ready.
Ready. We got a ton of great stuff coming up today. And first of all, the first thing we want to get out of the way is what we're going to do today, sisters. We're going to
Donate.
That's right. Yvette,
Yeah.
how are we donating?
So you can donate at givebutter.com, or you can scan the QR code that you'll see, or you can text Trek to 53555. And what are we going to do, sisters? Donate!
That's right. That's the way. It's time to open up those huge Trekkie wallets and those huge Trekkie purses and those
Apple Pay.
big, generous Trek bank accounts and give to the Hollywood Food Coalition. And oh my God. So last year we did this, right? We had so much fun doing this. We were so stoked because it was this huge thing. And this year it's back and even better.
Even better.
Even better.
That means we need more money. More money. That means we need more money because it's even bigger. So we have to break last year's record. Come on.
Exactly.
That's right. Last year's. Say what, Fran?
I said a tiny little thing called inflation. You know, so we need more. More is
right.
needed.
More is needed.
I'll put it that way. Yeah.
Always more.
Yeah.
Last year we raised over $80,000, right? For the Hollywood Food Coalition. So we know that I know, right? Mind blown. Who knew that we was gonna, that's the power of our Trek family. That's the power of the people in this fandom, that we can come together and make a huge difference in people's lives. And so we are so excited to do that again tonight. We know that we can get more than $80,000. We should be shooting for 100,000.
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. If
200,000,
if not more.
300,000. Let it roll, let it roll, let it roll.
Okay. Making it rain.
Wow.
Get them
Wow.
singles out. Get them singles out.
Let's go. But
Making it
that
rain.
being
Look
said,
in this pocket. I'm looking in that pocket.
that's right. Because that being said, just because we're talking big money doesn't mean that little money doesn't count.
That's
Last
right.
year, I didn't have very much money to donate, but I donated my little bit of $5 or whatever I had.
Mhm.
And guess what? It helps.
Yes.
Everything helps. So even if you don't have a lot, we'll take a little. We can
Mhm.
use it. Trust and believe that the Hollywood Food Coalition will put that little dollar or whatever you have to spare to good work, to
Yeah.
good use, right?
Yeah. They
All
do
right,
the
so-
good work. They do the good work. That's right.
They do the good
Yes.
work.
Mhm.
And this, speaking of good work, which led me to thinking about good trouble,
Mhm.
As Congressman John Lewis would say, we get into some good trouble,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
It's Martin Luther King Jr. weekend,
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
and we are celebrating the brother Martin, doing some fine service here today. So I
Mhm.
think everybody keep that in the back of your mind when you're thinking about whether or not to donate. We have a legacy to uphold here, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I'm glad we make sure people understand that with this great weekend coming up. Always want to give back to your fellow neighbors, and our neighbors need help. So let's donate. Remember, givebutter.com / I didn't say that last time, / Trek Talks. Scan the QR code and text Trek to 53555. Donate.
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 Yes.
Okay, so this is
yeah.
going to be awesome. We have so many incredible people coming in store today. Sabrina, go. Who are you looking for?
I am looking forward to Scott Bakula. Yes, Captain
Yes!
Jonathan Archer. He's here. I
It's
cannot
been
believe
a
it.
long
Oh,
road.
Hey,
Yeah. No.
listen, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I've got Scott and I am
10
totally
minutes.
happy.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, people. 10 minutes to
10 minutes,
Trek
10
Talks too.
All right, who else are we excited about? Fran, go.
Anson. I'm excited about Anson.
You're always
Anson.
excited about Anson.
Yes, and Anson is excited about me.
All right.
Hey, we're excited
Heard
about
that.
each other. That's right. The kissy, you know? And I'm also, that's right. And I'm also excited about Nana and Terry Farrell.
yeah.
I
Our
love
girls.
them. I love
Yes.
them too, ladies. They're together. I love them. I'm loving that they're here.
Here we
Me
Me
are.
too.
30 years
DS9,
of
30th.
DS9.
Yes.
Yes, 30 years
That's
of
it.
DS9.
Let me tell you,
And our
those two
boy
women.
Ciroc too.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
telling you.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm. I'm just saying that's some serious woman power right there.
Yeah.
isn't it?
Nana Visitor and Terry Farrell together. I mean, they were amazing on the screen, but they're even more amazing in real life. I mean, these
Mhm.
women are just so phenomenal. And yeah, I'm super
Yeah.
excited to hear that too.
We're really excited about that
Yeah.
one.
Yes.
Can't wait to see them.
What about you, Yvette? Who
Oh.
are you excited for?
Will Wheaton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will Wheaton.
Wheaton,
Yes.
woo!
I can listen.
Wheaton.
Like I think Sabrina said, I can listen to Will Wheaton all day,
Day
long.
That's the truth.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. That's gonna be
I
great.
know.
I love him and his energy. I love it.
Mhm.
And his transparency. Oh my gosh.
Oh, definitely.
It's
I think-
wonderful.
Will Wheaton is the mega fan, right? Like,
Mhm.
I'm like, and
Yeah.
I get to live out all of my fan fantasies, like through
Mhm.
Will, like vicariously through Will's
Yes.
life, you know?
Mhm,
Definitely.
mhm.
And
Definitely.
yeah, and
You
I
don't
mean,
feel-
especially when it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, I would say you don't feel so geeky when he's on screen because you're like,
I
oh,
know.
I do the same thing, so it's
Right.
not that bad. I'm
Right.
not that awkward. Okay, maybe I am, but yeah.
Maybe I am, but I don't care, and I'm in
I
good
don't
company.
care
So.
now.
But anyway.
He's validating our
Right?
geekiness.
Yes, he
Definitely
does.
validates that. Definitely.
Will does it all the time. Come on.
Right.
I'm so stoked.
Well,
Well, you know,
Will
you-
Wheaton says,
Mhm.
okay, and Will Wheaton says,
Yeah, well, Will Wheaton says so. It must be true, and therefore it is good. And Will Wheaton has spoken, and
Right.
so
Right,
mote
right.
it be.
But we've got a lot more, and there's more.
And there's more.
There's more.
Because we, as you can see, we can talk about Will Wheaton all day long.
Stuck on Will. I am excited about, oh God, everybody. We've got Brent, we've got Anthony Montgomery, my heart
yes.
throb. Oh my God, he's coming here. He's going to tell us about his book. Oh my God, Anthony, babe, ooh, hi.
don't sing. Sabrina, don't
Anthony,
sing.
run away.
Don't sing.
Run away.
Wow.
Run away,
Right.
Anthony. Run away now.
Run
No.
away, Anthony. I'm telling you, this sister has a problem. Okay. I've been protecting you as long as I can, brother, but I'm
I
telling you.
tried to keep it together. You know, and I told JB, I told John Billingsley that I had a crush on him and he was going to tell him, but now I told him too, but so
Oh.
it's all out there. So
It's out there
whatever.
now. It's out there
It's-
now.
he knows.
I cannot help you, Anthony.
I'm
just
excited
saying.
about that. I'm excited about that.
You know what I love about this is real Trek because you got all these celebrities, but also I love that there's going to be like the science is going to be there.
Yeah.
You know, the producers are going to be there, the background people. I love that part of it. I love that. You know, we're going to see Dr. Aaron's going to be there. Dr.
Yes.
Noor. And I just
Heavy
love.
hitters.
I love it.
hitters.
The heavy hitters are here. The heavy hitters. And
I mean, that's
Aaron-
going to be a great panel, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
science fact versus science fiction.
yeah.
I mean, that's got Dr. Aaron McDonald, Dr. Muhammad McNor. I said McNor. Dr. Muhammad Noor. Yes, he actually is a friend of ours. I do know
he's a
your name.
He's a sci-fi brother.
And
Definite
Naren
sci-fi
Shakar.
brother.
Naren Shakar.
Mm. Ooh,
I
and-
can't wait for that.
wow.
I can't wait for that. And Andre Bormanis, so that's going to be
5
a
minutes.
great
5 minutes.
panel.
Oh my God. Oh my
Woohoo!
God.
5 minutes to do what, y'all? It's
Donate.
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 Donate 5 minutes to Trek Talks 2, the official opening of this amazing thing. Okay, so we got 5 minutes. We got a lot more people to
Yes,
cover
yes,
on
yes,
here
yes,
that are
yes,
going to
yes.
be a part of this. Okay, you know who I got to get in? Who I'm
Who?
super stoked who's going to be here?
Who?
One
Who?
of my
Who?
all-time favorites now,
Who?
Mike McMahon, baby.
Yeah.
Lower decks. Lower decks. Lower decks. Lower decks.
Lower decks. Lower decks. Yes, forever. And
Yes.
it's huge. We have Brandon Braga is going to be here.
That's amazing.
yeah.
Come on.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah,
We
yeah.
have legends. We have legends in
Yep.
the house, y'all.
Yep. The Hagerman
We-
brothers.
Yes,
Yay!
Dan and Kevin. Yay.
Because I love animation.
Now you do.
Oh my God.
Oh,
And
if
Dan and
anybody
Kevin are
has-
laughing at that.
yeah, that's a real inside
But
joke,
I
guys.
do.
Yeah.
I do.
I really do.
I really do.
Oh my
Y'all.
goodness.
Y'all, for real. Rod Roddenberry's in the house.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's gonna be dope. Yay. Thank you, Rod. We love you
Yeah.
for last year too.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. We've got
We
great
have-
music coming up.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
cool.
yes.
That's different from last year.
Yeah, I
right?
like
We
that.
have
I like
actual
that.
music. Yes.
Yep.
We have the Roddenberries,
Yes.
Yay.
which is
Yes,
super
yes.
cool, right? And
Yep.
then we have our brothers 5-year mission.
5-year mission.
Yay!
Trek
Trek
Geeks
brothers.
Trek Geek brothers.
Trek Geeks
all right.
family in the house.
Yes. The fam. And Bonnie Gordon's gonna be she has a few I guess some of her, I think she's singing too. She's also our host
Oh,
with
she's dope.
John Billingsley, and then she's gonna do some musical interludes also. So that should be fun. That should be fun.
That's going to be dope.
That is going to be
And
dope.
And
we
let's
have
not
more
forget
legends. More legends. This is a
Mr.
chock full of
Frakes.
legends.
Mr. Frakes.
Mr. Frakes.
Here.
Mr. Frakes.
Mr.
Number
Frakes.
one himself.
Yes. Second after Will Wheaton. When it comes
Again.
to somebody we can talk about forever.
Oh my God.
I think we all talk about Frakes like, oh yeah, it's okay. He can do whatever he wants. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's okay.
Love him. Love him.
You're one of us,
Oh,
Sir Frakes.
And
Yes,
you
you
were
are.
talking about
Right.
Trektivism. He's on that
Oh, yeah.
panel.
mm-hmm. I love the Trectivism. I love that comes on. So Armin and Kitty are going to be on that. Frank's Matthew, our friend Matthew Simone from Esther's
Yay,
Echo.
hi, Matthew.
Yay!
Heidi Roddenberry is going to be there also. So talking about the Roddenberry Foundation. So that's going to be awesome.
Y'all know what?
Awesome.
There's the organization Black Women Lead.
Yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
really excited to see y'all stick around for them. Okay. Those those sisters are gonna drop something on y'all. Okay. just wait. Just
Dropping
wait for it.
knowledge.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And you know what's even cool? Talking about Black women dropping something on you, your sci-fi sisters are gonna drop a little something on you a little later too. So hey, we're excited about that.
Can't wait.
Oh my gosh, y'all! How many minutes?
Well, we've got almost 1 minute left.
Don't forget
1 minute.
the
1 minute left to Trek Talks 2.
Donate. Remember, you can donate at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks. You can scan the QR code that you will see on your screen, or you can text Trek at 53555.
Yeah, we are so excited. This is going to be so awesome. And what a perfect way to celebrate Dr. King and his legacy than to do some service for the Hollywood Food Coalition today. We can't wait for you guys to get into this today. It's going to go down. And you know what?
Yeah.
We almost forgot the Okudas. I forgot to tell you, we had and Doug Drexler.
Yes.
Oh my God. And it's going to be a great, the visual effects. It's going
Dave
to be great.
Glass.
I'm
Dave
telling you.
Glass.
Yeah, Dan Curry.
Dan Curry, everybody's here. Everybody's
right?
here.
Yes.
Our boy Ciroc Lofton.
Hey,
Oh my
guess
gosh.
what?
So,
Get
and
ready
John
for the
Delancey.
show. Get ready for the show. Get ready
Come
for the
on,
show.
Q, snap us
Bye,
in,
everybody.
baby.
Get ready for that
Have
show.
fun.
Donate.
Donate.
Is it us?
I think so.
Are we live?
I hope so.
Are we live? Oh my God! Da, 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 da.
That's the best
Hello,
fanfare we
everybody.
could afford. Hi, everybody.
So, welcome to Trek Talks 2. Last year's Trek Talks 1 was so successful. We raised $80,000 for the Hollywood Food Coalition. We decided to do it
To
again.
make a sequel. Oh, right.
make a
To
sequel.
do it again. Yeah.
So today, you're going to have all sorts of fun guests to meet, but I want to tell you a little bit about the Hollywood Food Coalition to get us started. And today you'll be seeing some interstitial short films in between live segments that will tell the Hollywood Food Coalition story. Very briefly, we started about 36 years ago providing street services to people in need in Los Angeles based on the importance of a hot, nourishing, multi-course meal every single night of the week. We have not missed a night of service in all those years, and we have, over recent years, added to our program. We now rescue about 2 million pounds of great food, and we share it with about 130 other social service organizations to buttress and augment their meal programs. So, please give generously today to the Hollywood Food Coalition, but also, of course, you have tuned in to meet some amazing Star Trek guests. Who do we have on the show today, Bonnie?
We have some incredible guests today, John. We have Scott Bakula. We have Will Wheaton. We have Jonathan Frakes. We have Anson Mount. We have Brent Spiner, John Delancey. Q's a personal favorite of mine. We have Nana Visitor. We have Ciroc Lofton, Terry Farrell, Brennan Braga. I mean, you name it, we got it. We have you, John Billingsley. We have me, Bonnie Gordon, and more. We have more.
And more.
Absolutely.
And tons of other amazing folks. Behind the scenes stars, including visual effects supervisor Dan Curry, who signed memorabilia we will be offering up today to some of our lucky donors. And we'll also be featuring musical performances from the frighteningly talented Bonnie Gordon.
It's me.
5-Year Mission and the Roddenberries.
It's going to be fantastic.
What else do you have to tell us, Bonnie?
We are also celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. this weekend. And so on our show today, a man who spent his entire life in service to the need of others. And we want to ensure that our Trektivism movement recognizes Dr. King's work, to which we are all indebted. And we're thrilled that one of our events today is the Sci-Fi Sisters tribute to Nichelle Nichols and the significance of her life and career. Obviously, we already got to see them a little bit this morning, and I can't wait to hear more from them.
Great. And it's also going to be a tremendously fun day. This is like going to a convention without having to pay for airfare or hotel rooms or $22 hamburgers or $10 coffee. You get to be in your pajamas all day.
Well, I'm technically having $10 coffee. It's being delivered as we speak, but that's besides the point.
I myself am not wearing pants, actually, just so you know. That's how fun and casual we are. So make yourself comfortable. Support us with whatever size donation you're comfortable making. Hopefully, you're prepared to be stupidly extravagant today. Bonnie, how might people give?
There's so many ways to give. I'm going to name them all. You can go straight to givebutter.com/Trek Talks. You can also text Trek, that's TREK, to 53555. That's 53555. And you can also scan the QR code that's on the screen throughout the day. That's probably the fastest, easiest way to do it. But again, givebutter.com/Trek Talks. Text Trek to 53555 and also scan the QR code on the screen.
And here's the thing, folks. If it's a $5 donation, a $10 donation, that is fine.
It's huge. Please, that's a huge help.
Huge. And we're going to talk a little bit later about what your money is purchasing for us. But also, one of the huge ways you could help us is text your friends, call your friends, email your friends,
and
Twitter
your enemies,
Facebook your friends and your enemies. Yes. TikTok, Reddit, Mastodon, open your window, shout out, are you watching Trek Talks too? Because the more eyeballs we get today, the more people who tune in, the more you metastasize our audience for us, grow it, the more likely we are to make our goal. We're going to talk about that goal in a little bit when we introduce our first guest. I'd like to talk about some of the amazing prize packages we were offering today, Bonnie.
Oh, I want to talk about those too. So we have a way of saying thanks to some of our larger donors. Between now and the next appearance at 11, all donors who contribute at the $250 level will be entered into a raffle, and 2 winners will receive, John.
Okay, this is pretty cool. This is from Dan Curry. Dan Curry, 7-time Emmy winner Dan Curry. I call him 7-time Dan. Dan is donating. This is a storyboard from Q Who. You may have heard of that. Next Generation, 6-page storyboard revealing the Borg cube for the first time. It's signed by Dan Curry. And additionally, this is a creature concept visualization of the cave creature from Star Trek Voyager, also autographed. In addition to this, we will be throwing in autographed photos, Bonnie and myself, and Bonnie will either write you a personalized jingle. Can you give me an example of what a jingle might be, Bonnie?
Sure. We're all here for Trek Talks too. Pick up the QR code, you know what to do. Donate some money and your time today. I should have wrote this before and made this ahead of time, but you get the idea. It'll be like a jingle like that where I can
or I will write you a piece of doggerel a la Ogden Nash. And if you don't know who Ogden Nash
Let's
is,
give an example of that, John, since you put
no,
me
no,
on
no,
this
no,
one.
no, 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 no. Nice try, nice try, nice try. There once was a man named Max Muchnick. So if Max Muchnick wins this, that's how it would start. So we are looking to see if you are prepared to donate. Oh, one last thing, and a Hollywood Food Coalition hat.
Wow.
Now, when you're wearing this nifty Hollywood Food Coalition hat, doubtless somebody's going to come up to you and say, hey, what's that? And you're going to say, well, buy me a beer and I'll tell you. And they're going to buy you a beer. So technically, this package includes a beer.
Absolutely.
So there you go. We're looking for
very stylish
$250 donations. Everybody who donates at the $250 level between now and 11 o'clock will be entered into a raffle. We're going to announce the winners of all of the various giveaways, because we're going to do one every couple hours or every hour. We have 6 or so in all at the very end of the show. So, Eddie, stick around.
Yeah, you have to stay tuned to the very end. But of course, if you can't stay tuned, we're going to also reach out to you personally and let you know that you've won. So if you can't stay with us all day, that's okay. But you want to stay with us all day because you don't want to miss anything.
You don't. I myself am not going to leave this chair. I have a chamber pot at my seat.
Okay.
Am I oversharing?
Little TMI, a little bit.
A little TMI, but that's what I'm known for, Bonnie.
I know, John. That's why we love you so much.
Now,
Speaking of people that we love.
Yes. We have a wonderful first guest coming up. And in a way, I hate to say the whole show is going to be anticlimactic, but our next guest is Rod Roddenberry.
Yeah.
We're going to have 20 minutes with Rod. I'm over the moon. We're going to talk a bit about Rod's work and his, of course, amazing legacy. And we're also going to talk about his generous support of the Hollywood Food Coalition. Rod has been a supporter of ours for a number of years. And it means the world to us and the world to me personally that he's agreed to come in at the beginning. We've got a big announcement to make. And just thrilled to have him. Bonnie, any closing thoughts before we bring in Rod Roddenberry?
I'm just so excited to be here today and so honored to be a part of this. And I hope all of you enjoy what we have in store for you. I think you're all going to be pleasantly surprised by all the exciting guests and specials we have.
And again, it's givebutter.com/Trek
Talks. And text Trek to 53555. Also, the QR code right on your screen. You can easily scan that with your phone or Borg devices. And it'll take you straight to all the websites to donate.
Okay. We'll be right back with you very, very soon with our first guest, Rod.
Fantastic.
Roddenberry. Thanks so much. Everyone, we are back and we are absolutely thrilled to have with us today the extraordinary Rod Roddenberry.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It goes a bit too far, but thank you. It's great to be here.
I've only started with the encomiums, actually. You'll have to bear up under this.
Encomiums?
Encomiums, yes.
Okay. John has a very extensive vocabulary. I just nod and smile.
No, he certainly does. I'm going to have to point out each word I don't know, which means we're going to stop a lot. But encomiums.
I'm going to lavish you with praise.
I'm sure everyone in the audience knows it.
I'm going to lavish you with praise. That's what I'm saying.
Lavish me with praise. Okay. I encomium everyone. I'm sure I used that incorrectly.
I was asked.
But it sounds like something from Dune.
Encomium?
Right? Yeah. Like the encomiums are coming, so we need to get out of here or something.
Yes, grab the spice and run is what I'm getting.
Exactly. Yes.
You know, the writer Vladimir Nabokov famously said, you know, once you learn a word, try and use it 5 times a day for like the first week, and then you'll know that word forever.
That's why my vocabulary is at a 5th grade level.
I was asked,
but your heart is
beyond
at
graduate school level. We're a PhD.
Thank you for the encomiums. Great encomiums. Thank you, guys.
I was asked last year. I was asked recently to say what my highlight was from last year's show. And how could my highlight not have been the moment during the Tractivism panel when Rod so generously donated $30,000 to the Hollywood Food Coalition? He donated $30,000 and said, "Hey guys, let's match it. I'll match up to $30,000." So I'm taking the surprise away today a little bit. But Rod, would you tell us what you are very generously prepared to do for us this year?
Well, I believe this year, since last year seemed to be a bit of a success, I enjoyed the challenge. There's enough people on here, and there's enough generous people on here. I see that we're at the 6,200 mark. I would like to do something similar, but I think we've raised the stakes this year just a bit to a slightly higher number, since people seem to do it fairly easily last year. Let's do 50,000 this year. If you guys can bring in 50, we will match that 50. Or let me just say up to 50. You guys should bring in more than that because it's an incredible cause. And I just want to say something on that. Those of you probably know John here. There's a difference between what John does, obviously, what I do, and maybe what other celebrities do as well. There are those out there who are willing to lend their name, perhaps make a donation, but they sort of, and I'm including myself in this, sit on the sidelines a little bit in terms of involvement. John and Bonnie, they're there constantly working at Hollywood Food Coalition. They're there getting their hands dirty. They're there making decisions. They're not like celebrities saying, yeah, I'm a celebrity, you can use my name. They're really doing it. So this is why I'm involved. This is why I think this is an incredible organization, because I know your passion, John and Bonnie. I know how dedicated you guys are to this. And you're not just sort of doing it passively, like, okay, we're just going to help some people. You're trying to figure out new ways and better ways to solve or help the situation. And you're working with other organizations out there. You're not saying we're the best, do it our way. You're looking at the other organizations and saying, okay, they're doing this section of it. Can we help them? Do we have something that complements, et cetera, et cetera? Maybe it's redundant and maybe we can talk about that. You guys are really seriously committed to the issue and trying to really make change instead of just passively saying, yeah, here's some money or I'll lend you a couple hours. So, I mean, this is why I support you guys. It's incredible.
Yeah, thank you. I have to say that Rod very generously came and visited our campus. We showed the food rescue and collection side of our campus. We showed the wellness side of our campus. We showed the dinner side of our campus. We spent a lovely time with Rod having dinner cooked by our chef. We are so thrilled that we were able to bring Will on, our new chef, who has come from high-end restaurants and told us this wonderful story.
It was delicious.
You want to tell this story, Rod? I just found it very touching. What the journey was, if you remember.
His story exactly. I mean, he did come over to our table and he did share it, so I'll recall it the best I can. But something along the lines of him being, forgive me if he was a Michelin chef, but he's a top chef of some sort. And he basically said he was sort of sick of the hustle and bustle and being yelled at in the kitchen. We've all seen the TV shows where, you know, the head chef is yelling at everyone else. And really, I think, has a passion for cooking, has a passion for food, but really wanted to do something, I think, that contributed to others. I mean, he wanted to be fulfilled and not just make money by being yelled at all day. And so when he found you guys, however he found you guys or you found him, it seemed to be a perfect fit. And he now gets to do what he wants to. He gets to prepare meals and be creative, not be yelled at, and actually contribute to making the world a better place. So that was what I got from his brief introduction.
And he's making some amazing food. It's really one of the things that we really aim to do is make sure that we're providing our guests with top flight food and always giving them a choice.
Yes.
And really,
vegan or carnivorian options. He's just doing an amazing job. And
jumping off of that, you know, it's not always just about giving back, you know, and he's he's feeding people, but it's more about feeding spirits and feeding souls, and making sure everyone feels like they know that they're cared for and that someone actually cares. And yes, John, the Hollywood Food Coalition, what an amazing cause to make sure that, you know, the basic things for people that they need is shelter and food. And the fact that you all go so far out of your way to make sure people are fed that need it is just really special. So I'm just jumping off of that, and I don't mean to take over Rod's time a little bit, but I did. It is very special.
And I would love, Rod, I mean, Bonnie, please jump in.
Of course.
An extraordinary time for Star Trek.
Oh my gosh. Like 5 new shows of 50 plus years of Star Trek. People are now able to like catch up on online and streaming and everywhere.
And we've got the second half of season 1 of Prodigy that a certain someone's involved in here. Which is freaking phenomenal.
Oh, Prodigy. I mean, I wasn't going to ask, but what's your favorite Star Trek show and why is it Prodigy? But but no,
I've said that, and it's not necessarily a lie.
I know it's
my favorite right now.
Wonderful show. But I mean, and I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but what is? It's a lot to process, and just taking over, the Roddenberry legacy. How do you sleep at night? What swirls through your head on a daily basis? Like, there's so much happening right now in Star Trek, and there's so much Star Trek, new Trek coming out. Like, how do you feel moving forward? Like, what's to come? If you can talk about.
I am not the lead creator in any of these things. I am one of many executive producers, as you know. How do I sleep at night? I mean, I'm certainly not bragging. I'm not going to lie either. I sleep quite well because I do not have the weight of all 5 of these shows on my shoulder. My stress points are these shows in line with Star Trek? Are they in line with what I think Star Trek should be? Are they in line with fans think Star Trek should be? And are they in line with the Gene Roddenberry Star Trek? And the answer is they don't need to be necessarily on any of those. Well, let me say from my point of view, I want them to be online with what I'm thinking Star Trek should be. And I think the current 5 shows are, and they're very diverse, which is different. Sure, I think there's some that go a bit darker. Some are comedic, obviously the animated. Some really hit you where it counts, couple episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Some episodes are huge winners and some are kind of losers. And it's really interesting, in my last, I'm 40, I'm almost 49. And in the last, I feel like 35 years of exploring Star Trek, I've learned that there are so many different fans who love so many different versions of Star Trek for so many different reasons. My only major criteria is if Star Trek is just entertainment, I will say it's not my Star Trek. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to blow your mind necessarily. Listen, the best episode is when you sit there and you get hit with a totally different point of view that you never considered, and you see it, you empathize with it, and you go, holy crap, I never thought of it that way. That is when any show, not even Star Trek, that is when television is at its best. And I want Star Trek to always try to live up to that. I'm not saying it shouldn't have comedy. I'm not saying it shouldn't have action. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but in a mixture of all that, it should get you at the last part of the episode to go, you know what? I never thought of it that way, or that's something to think about, or, just something to get you thinking. Anyhow, sorry. My rambling.
Do you have this is great, and I know it's what folks really want us to talk about. Do you have other things that you would kind of consider to be sort of red lines or core values that you want to see represented? And what is the process like for you in terms of raising your hand to say, wait, have you had to? Do you? Is that easy to do or hard to do given the nature of the constructs of all the shows?
It's easy and it's hard. It's easy in the sense that we have a seat at the table. We've got an open dialogue. We have regular calls with not all, but most of the creatives and executives with each show. So if something comes along that we feel is somehow a question, not Star Trek, or at least want to understand what their intention is. Because when you read a script, like you read anything, something could happen and a character could act completely out of character. You need to read the rest of the script because you might realize there's some whatever sci-fi thing going on that caused that character to be different. So
Yeah.
I find it very
Alien
important
possession. Typical
right.
Tuesday.
So as I write notes, I tend to write notes and I'm like, oh, that's very uncharacter-like for this guy. And of course, later on, I'll find out there's a reason for it, so I have to scratch out that note. But we've got a seat at the table. We have regular calls. It's easy to share our concerns. I would say it's hard for everyone because this is a democracy in terms of its creative process here, and there are a lot of voices and a lot of ideas. Luckily, I can give Alex and Michelle Paradise, and I'm forgetting every single other showrunner and creator. They do get Star Trek. To give anyone credit, Alex has put an incredible team together, and people who really care about Star Trek know about Star Trek and are thinking about the things that I just said. They're thinking about, is this Star Trek? Is this just entertainment, or is this something that I can get people to consider different points of view? And luckily, that makes my life a lot easier, and I can sleep better because, again, not every episode's a winner, but in general, even if you don't like a particular series that's on right now, it still has elements of Star Trek, and there's another series or a couple for you to enjoy.
Do you have, I won't say veto rights, but I'm sure over the years, so many people have doubtless pitched different iterations of Star Trek. What if it's this? What if it's that? What if it's this? What if it's that? How does that process work so far as you're concerned? And what are some of, if you can talk about it, what are some of the more outlandish notions that you decided, I don't think so?
Outlandish.
Oh, I'm
not sure I can. Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer the second part.
I've got one old fat flux, and I'll pitch that to you later on. But
okay, that might be one that I can sink my teeth into. There have been some Star Trek concepts that have been out and are floating around that I cock my head at, and I'm like, I'm not a big fan of Section 31. Or section, what is it? 50? What is section, whatever it is?
Section 31. You were right.
Okay. Section 31. Yeah. Anyhow, I love the idealized version of the future. I love Star Trek: The Next Generation because it shows who we could be if we work together one day. I love that there is a captain, arguably, I don't want to say arguably, but a leader, but he has put people in their position because he understands and respects their knowledge and respects who they are. And what this leader does is gets information from each one of his crew members and then makes an informed decision based on information. That makes perfect sense. I feel like that's the only way we as a society can move forward, is for us to put our egos down, even if we're leaders. You don't necessarily need to lead with an iron fist. Mm-hmm. You get this input. Hopefully you're intelligent enough because you're captain or the leader, and you make an informed decision that's in the general best interest of the situation. And I just think, for me, that is like my idealized version of our future. And I truly believe in Star Trek in giving us sort of that roadmap.
In terms of your personal journey as you grew into an appreciation of your dad's work and Majel's work, I'm curious, did you always find yourself sort of foursquare behind both the shows and the concepts of the shows, or was that a journey of discovery for you? We all have our rebellious teen years and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, no. I'm not sure this fully answers the question, but of course, as a young kid, I was the rebellious kid and didn't want anything to do with my father or Star Trek. But
are you the ones like, I'm going to watch Star Wars and slam the door?
Funny enough, when I was 3 years old or whatever, when it came out in the theaters, I loved it in the theaters. And of course, when the motion picture came out, I thought it was terrible because I was, whatever it was, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And it just was way over my head, not my kind of sci-fi at the time. But I've told the story so many times. After my father passed away, I became very proud of Star Trek because I started to hear and listen. I started to listen and then hear stories about how Star Trek had inspired people, and was kind of blown away because my understanding of television up to that point was Adam 12 and Knight Rider and Starsky and Hutch, and there was very little depth. There wasn't anything that made you think. And when I heard that people would write into my father expressing how their lives were changed, whether it was, and I don't mean to minimize anything, but whether it was just not having hope for the future and gaining hope for the future, to being in some sort of horrific abusive relationship and getting out of that, and then from that being able to grow with this optimism and positive look towards humanity. Those are incredible stories, and I am so proud to be a part of that now. My biggest problem is I do get a little myopic and too narrow-minded when I think of what Star Trek should be. So that I'm trying to call it Roddenberry Star Trek, because there is a wide berth of Star Trek, and I have this personal notion of what this idealized Star Trek is for me, and that is my North Star, and luckily I've got all this range to play in if I need to.
I think Star Trek means so much to so many people in different ways, like you were saying earlier. Mm-hmm. So I feel like it's not just about how each individual interprets it, but the ultimate core values of Star Trek is what makes it so special. And everyone can interpret that in their own way. But again, it's why it's so amazing to see all the work that, the Roddenberry Foundation does, and people like John with the Hollywood Food Coalition. It all is trying to help make a better future and working together. Yeah. And that's all what really Star Trek is all about, and what we can be.
For those of you who are listening, I just want to make sure you all know Heidi Roddenberry is going to be appearing later on the Trek-Division panel, and Rod asked us to talk about the foundation with Heidi, which is the reason we're not bringing it up here. Mm-hmm. But I nonetheless want to make sure that, Rod, that we, those of us who have been in the franchise for years, are very well aware of how much you do. And I have had a number of conversations with you where you you in a weird way make light of the amazing work you guys do to make this world a better place, and the focus you have on big picture problem solving and the nature of what the major challenges that we face as a civilization is so much in the ballpark of what your dad would have. I mean, he must be. I'm not a believing man, but if there's a heaven, your dad's looking down on you with.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not either. But whether he is or he isn't, I think you could say if he were here today, I don't think he would be upset with what I'm doing. He envisioned that beautiful future. And granted, listen, I'm not saying he's the only one. There have been many people who have thought about an incredible future. I'm just saying, in terms of Star Trek, he envisioned that future, and I instead of trying to take it on and create my own Star Trek, I really wanted to figure out if there's more of a modern, current way to get my hands involved and get in there and see if we could find the individuals who are making that future a reality. And that's Heidi will talk about that more later this afternoon. She is the president of our foundation, and I've got to give her and of course Lior Ip, Jessica Beebe, and Meg Bousset incredible credit for the programs that they've been developing and running for us. We couldn't do it without them.
My horrible job is to say smooch and thank you, and we are out of time.
Oh, really?
And this is going to be the painful part of this entire day. It's going to fly by.
Just rip it off like a Band-Aid, John.
Thank you again for your generosity.
Thank you, Rod.
Sure. Reminder to everyone. So you need to match 50. You need to get up to at least 50,000. I mean, I guess no one needs to, but I mean, that is the goal. And my hope is you'll do that. That way I can match that.
And look, it's happening. $7,000 coming in. Remember, givebutter.com, Trek Talks 53555. Text or scan the QR on the screen. And we're going to go now to the first Hollywood Food Coalition video. You'll meet Anali Ray, our new executive director, and some hack actor who stumbled into my backyard one day.
Thank you, Rod, so much.
Bonnie, John, thank you guys. Live long and prosper, everyone. Take care.
Always.
Natural for you.
It is natural.
So unnatural for me.
And now we're recording. I love that intro. That's perfect. That's exactly how we should begin. Phil Phlox, you know me. I am here to introduce somebody that we have in a very short time come to absolutely adore. Our new executive director, Anali Ray. She was gracious enough to appear today to say mwah to the Star Trek community, and I'd like to turn it over to her to tell us a bit about her background and what brings her here.
Thank you, John. I am thrilled to be here today. Thank you so much to the Star Trek community. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Again, my name is Anali Ray. I'm the executive director here. I've been just with Hollywood Food Coalition a little bit over 3 months. And I'm so proud to be representing this amazing organization.
Can you tell us a bit about the work you did at the Saban Clinic? You were there for how many years?
14 years, right out of the womb.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What did you do there?
So I was the chief of strategy and programs officer over there. I ran a number of different programs, led a lot of our advocacy policy work, a lot of our cross-cutting initiatives, and I spearheaded our work for unhoused individuals. So excited to really bring some of that work into what we're doing here at Hollywood Food Coalition as we start growing.
I can say that one of the reasons we were so thrilled that Anali joined us because she is so steeped in community service and is so knowledgeable about so many different ways that the community can be helped through the instrumentality of food in our case, but she knows the macro world, which is so exciting for us. Folks, we are, again, over the moon that you're here to join us. Star Trek community, fans, friends, celebrities. The one thing that has always defined the Star Trek ethos is we believe in the possibility of a world in which we all come together, put aside our doctrinaire differences, and make a difference for the betterment of humanity. That's what unites us and you. No. Us. And you. Thank you. Thank God you're here. So, without any further ado, the Hollywood Food Coalition! No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'll do it for both of us.
Okay, thank you. This is Denobulan for yay.
Welcome to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Our longest standing program is our community dinner program, which is located right here in Hollywood, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The team prepares a 5-course restaurant-style meal from rescued food through our community exchange. At the dinner, we strive to create a welcoming and dignified experience that allows us to build trusting relationships with all of our guests.
To be able to plan a menu as a chef, to be able to provide nutritional meals as a chef for our guests, the idea of hospitality really does excite me.
On average, we serve about 200 to 250 free nutritious meals each night to our unhoused and low-income Angelinos, with absolutely no barriers. Leveraging this trust, our community wellness program identifies barriers to meeting their additional health and housing needs. We collaborate with other local nonprofits to more effectively provide services such as housing navigation, physical, mental health care, and other essential services.
We partner with UCLA so that people who are not comfortable going to the hospital can come in and get regular medical care. We have the UCLA Vision Clinic, we have showers, we have haircuts. We try and do all the things that people might need to have access to and make it easy for them to have access in one location.
Our Community Exchange is one of our newest programs. It was launched in May of 2020 in response to circumstances brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. There were businesses who wanted to help by contributing their excess food that would otherwise go to waste. And there were also a growing number of nonprofits who struggled to access nutritious foods for their communities. Leveraging technology, we developed a concierge service that allows nonprofits to customize the quantity and type of food they want to receive.
We are able to bring in larger donors like farms, distributors, and grocery stores to greatly improve the quantity and quality of food that we are able to rescue and provide to our dinner program and provide to our neighboring community organizations that are feeding those in need.
To date, we have served over 130 small and medium-sized nonprofits who would have otherwise been unable to collect from traditional food banks.
Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have like a little hot plate, so they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salads. They absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff.
There's so many stories about why people fall out of housing or fall out of employment. But at the end of the day, everybody is a human being. At the end of the day, if no one has spoken to you nicely, if no one is treated like a human being, you get to come here, and everybody who comes here respects you as a human being, talks to you, engages with you, gets to know your name, and helps you connect again with being a person of value.
I have the honor of hosting this science panel. Let me welcome Dr. Erin McDonald, Dr. Mohammed Noor, Andre Bormanis, Naren Shankar, and do we call you Dr. Bob Picardo? Actor Bob Picardo? We got Bob Picardo with us, crashing the party. Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Let me start with this, because we've only got 20 minutes and a lot of ground to cover. So this is for Erin, Mohammed, Andre, and Naren. Go back in time for me, each of you. What was your Star Trek entry point? And did the show turn you onto science, or did it stoke a flame that was already lit?
You want to go first, Erin?
Ladies first.
Sure. All right. Yeah, for me, I didn't really discover Star Trek myself as a fan until I was in college and already studying astrophysics. And that's because in the Venn diagram of Star Trek fans and physics majors, there's a big overlap. And so we would watch Star Trek during our parties and homework sessions. And that's really where the love grew. And then, we graduated. I went off to graduate school. I didn't know anyone, and I just kind of dove headfirst into Star Trek. So I was already into the science, but Star Trek kind of kept that flame alive for sure.
Mohammed?
So for me, I found Star Trek as a kid. I wasn't alive when the first series aired, but I found it as a kid. I saw an episode at a friend's house, and I was just immediately drawn in. I already did like science. I don't think I would say either one preceded the other. I feel like they both kind of came together, but what I really loved is they reinforced each other. And through my time in college, I would often in science classes talk about things from Star Trek with friends from Star Trek who were associated with Star Trek, talk about science concepts. So I felt like they just reinforced.
Andre?
I got interested in astronomy when I was probably 6 or 7 years old. And when I was 7, the original series premiered. So dating myself, obviously, for those of you who can do the math. And my older brother watched Star Trek. I didn't understand it. I remember watching in fact, I think I saw the original airing of The Naked Time, the first season episode. And I didn't understand it, but I was mesmerized. But I didn't really start to watch Star Trek, the original series, until it was running in syndication in the 70s when I was in high school. And I was already, on the path to becoming an astronomer and, very interested in science. So it was a natural fit for me. And of course, had a lot of friends who were Trekkies and read the book, The Making of Star Trek, which was out at the time. And that was like, oh my God, this sounds so fun, making TV shows. So it's weirdly, I never expected to be involved in working on a Star Trek series because I never figured there'd be another one back then. And strangely, I've ended up becoming very involved in the Star Trek universe.
Right. Naren?
Well, I saw the original series when I was a kid, and maybe weirdly, like Scotty was my favorite character. And so I think that kind of, geared me, put me on the path to being an engineer. And, that was maybe my natural inclination. I devoured science fiction when I was a kid. And, I started as an art student in college, and then I transferred into engineering, and I stayed there through graduate school. And when I was in graduate school, I started moving back into history and literature and things that I initially loved. And so when I came out, I just thought I didn't want to be an engineer anymore. And I wound up, I went to school with Ron Moore, and he said, come out to LA and be a screenwriter. And so I wound up on Star Trek as an intern and then became a science consultant for Star Trek. And so I had this bizarrely circular path, and that was my in.
Huh? Now, Bob, was science on your radar before Voyager, or did being on the show get you interested in it?
Oh, no, I was, science way predated my interest in Star Trek. I love biology, took advanced biology in high school, went to Yale as a biology major, and had acted for fun, sort of as a hobby. And then I was in a production of the Bernstein Mass at Yale that made me decide to try being an actor. So I love science, but what Star Trek did for me, and I was not a Star Trek fan until I was cast on Voyager. I made this confession to the fan base. They know all of this. In fact, when I got out of Yale, I roomed with 2 philosophy majors from Yale who watched Star Trek and reruns every afternoon, and I made pitiless fun of them for doing it. So I was not only not a Star Trek fan, I made fun of Star Trek fans, but I have lived to eat those words. When I got cast on Voyager, they gave me a bunch of next-gen medical-heavy episodes. I watched them. I loved the storytelling. And I became a Star Trek fan working on it. And Star Trek brought me back to science because of all the incredible people I've met through Star Trek who are doing the real work in science. All of the principal investigators at JPL, all of the astronauts I've met, that it brought me back. And my work with the Planetary Society has made me love science again. So I keep thinking that because life science was my initial interest, then Star Trek came. Star Trek brought me back to life science. Before I leave this planet, I am going to discover, along with all of humanity, life off this planet. So that's the goal. We've got to find even microbial life evidence on Mars before I'm on the wrong side of the grass.
There you go. All right, for each of you, and this is going to open a can of worms, what on the science front has Star Trek gotten right? And what is, to this point, so far light years removed from the slightest possibility of ever being real?
I'll jump in on this one because I personally, my PhD was in general relativity and gravitational astrophysics. So for me, warp drive being mathematically possible is awesome. and the fact that we are now directly detecting gravitational waves, which is the actual motion of space-time itself, the next step for humanity is to then learn how to manipulate it. And we're still a ways off from that because we're going to require a ton of energy to be able to do that. But just the fact that warp drive is mathematically possible gets me pretty excited.
Yeah. Somebody else want to jump in on that?
I'll say for the genetic side, Star Trek, generally speaking, especially when you're thinking about simple genetics terms like dominance, recessivity, use of DNA for figuring out ancestry, it tends to do pretty well. It tends to be pretty accurate, and it seems to track the knowledge of the time. So as you get to modern series like Star Trek Discovery, they talk about epigenetics. There's mitochondrial DNA, horizontal gene transfer, and they use all the terms correctly. On the other side, I'd probably have to say threshold and evolving into a salamander.
I know. Is that anti-science or anti?
No, that's
everything else.
We had a lot
to see. You're right.
We had a lot of arguments about that on Next Generation. By the way, we had a lot of arguments about that, but I was not on board.
That was a Brandon Braga fever dream, which
it was indeed
an entertaining episode in its own strange way. But yeah, Warp 10 and evolution.
Yikes.
But
okay.
I think we kind of made up for it with symbiogenesis in Voyager, which Bob Picardo was an important part of that episode. That was a lot of fun. Tuvix. Interesting idea, fairly advanced idea that I don't think has ever been explored in any other 1-hour television drama before or since. So, but yeah, I will go out on a limb and say transporters never happen. Never going to have transporters.
Yeah, I would agree with all of those things. I think the show got a ton of technology right. From cellular phones like the original Motorola StarTAC, non-invasive imaging. I mean, all of from the original series on. I mean, we used to make fun of the backlit graphics on Next Generation because we were like, oh, this is never going to work. Who's never going to? There are no buttons. This is ridiculous. And now we're all using iPads, and it's like, so it's so I think the show was very pressing in many ways.
And then I'm going to keep my can of worms open and ask about the Enterprise and Voyager actually being able to fly. Forget about warp drive for a second. The shape of the ships. Could they fly, or would they be doing this?
You mean an atmosphere, or?
It's a question I've seen fans debate online for as long as the internet has existed, to be honest with you. And I remember people debating it when I saw Gene Roddenberry at a convention when I was a teenager in the 80s. They were asking about it.
The saucer. They would drop like stones.
Yeah, but the saucer section of the Enterprise could conceivably glide through the atmosphere. I mean, it would have to have thrust. I mean, you couldn't just throw it like a frisbee. That would be crazy. Similarly with Voyager, if it's ability to kind of neutralize gravity, we're offline, would it aerodynamically be able to fly through an atmosphere with its thrusters? Doubtful, but they're not designed to do that.
No.
So for you guys as scientists and writers, where do you draw the line and say, okay, look, somewhere this is a story, we're telling science fiction. We got to show the ship flying. It doesn't matter if it can't fly. What's that like as a scientist? Where do you draw the line and say, all right, I'm going to shut up now. I've made my point. This is a show. Take me through that for each of you.
For me, it happens pretty often.
I very, very rarely encountered.
No, I was just going to say like that, that happens pretty often where most of the times my role is to say, let's not explain something, that you're going to be digging yourself a bigger hole if you're going to start trying to explain what you're doing. If there is scientific backbone that we can include in it, then that's great. And then, of course, there are times where the science doesn't work. So one, you don't explain it. Don't even try to explain it. And two, story every time, 100% of the time takes precedence over the science. And so it's about the characters. It's about the story. The science can drive it, but if they're in conflict with each other and you have a good story, then the story has to win out.
Yeah, the type of show you're working on also determines a lot of that. Like, Star Trek has a different bar than For All Mankind did, or than The Expanse did for me. Like, those shows were very, very different in how they treated science and how they were required to treat science just because of the way stories were told in those worlds. Star Trek probably leans a little bit more on, as Aaron was describing it, like it's sort of, what we need to have happen is like, okay, and let's maybe not talk about the things that might happen. For real.
But it does more than a lot of shows. I mean, the example is the other extreme would be like The Flash, or like, okay.
You have to remember that, Star Trek is 400 or some odd years in the future, and there are going to be a lot of discoveries between now and then that make that Star Trek universe possible. There would have to be, obviously, if you have warp drive and so on. But I always, I found that I very rarely had to, find a way to put the kibosh on something. And when I did, it was always, I will give them an alternative and I will explain kind of my reasoning. And it was pretty rare. And they usually understood that, oh yeah, having Picard, take a kayak through a lava tube down to the core of a Class M planet is probably ridiculous, and that's, it's Jules Verne. And for a lot of reasons, that's not a good B story. But I always, looked at analogies. So we had an episode of Next Gen where they had to reheat the core of a Class M planet because it was cooling too rapidly and causing all of these earthquakes and so on. And I'm like, well, that's crazy. Come on. Core of a planet, several thousand miles in diameter, iron and nickel. How are you going to heat that up in any reasonable, period of time? And I thought, well, 100 years ago, somebody would have said, if somebody had said, I can throw a handful of invisible particles into this big pile of metal, and it'll raise the temperature of that pile of metal by hundreds of degrees in a matter of hours, they'd say you're crazy. Well, that's how a nuclear pile works, nuclear fission. So we have these fictional particles in our phaser banks called nadions, which I think was a Mike Okuda, Rick Sternbach sort of a term. So I said, okay, for the purposes of this episode, the nadions have the property that if you blast them into the core of a Class M planet, there are elements within the core of that planet that will fission, and a la a nuclear chain reaction, it will propagate, and voila, in a day or two, you'll warm up the core of the planet sufficiently to stop the earthquakes.
All right. And Bob, you have loads and loads of medical speak and technobabble. Did you have to understand any of it to deliver your lines, or did that not matter?
I asked a lot of questions. Early on, my first big question was, how does a hologram handle real instruments? How is this projection of light, handling real objects in sickbay? And of course, they gave me some gobbledygook about how it's transporter theory, the magnetic containment field that creates the illusion of everything had the word reconfigure or modulated in it. So I got the first.
My two favorite words.
The baloney. That was the baloney explanation of how I could handle real objects. Later on, when I found out that the doctor had a child on a planet in one episode, I did ask Brandon Braga why you would make an emergency medical hologram anatomically correct. What kind of emergency medical procedures are you envisioning? That seemed odd to me but I guess that was, because the doctor, being a full-fledged individual, he had hobbies as well. He didn't have to sing opera. Apparently, he was anatomically correct if the right opportunity presented itself. So there were all sorts of questions I asked that were not really good answers. But the great thing about those long speeches of technobabble I had is that they followed the laws of the language of scientific reasoning. So even the parts that were made up, it still said, here, here's the hypothesis that I'm testing. Here's how I'm going to test it, all of that. And I remembered enough from my biology studies that sense of how to speak, to use that kind of scientific language, that they really did follow that, even though there were giant gaps in between the various stages of what I was saying. There were huge leaps. At least the nature of the language seemed very scientific and correct in structure.
Great. We've got 4 minutes left, and I've got 2 questions that I want to make sure we get to, one of which is very important. We're all here for the Hollywood Food Coalition to support that. And I'm wondering, in what ways do you think science can help solve or mitigate the world's food crisis?
Oh, in so many ways. So things like, for example, genetic studies to try to make more drought-resistant rice, so that much more of it can be grown in areas of the planet where it couldn't be grown. It's just one example. But yeah, definitely science is vital for this sort of thing. Finding other ways of transporting food and keeping it fresh. Good pesticides so that again they're not, the crops are not being hurt. Yeah, so many ways.
Everybody else want to jump in on there?
Oh, plant-based foods, engineered meats. I mean, these are the things that are, these are the things that are going to be sustainable, because the current state of agriculture in this planet is not sustainable in any sense.
Yeah, I grew up in Arizona, and it's long past time to rethink whether it's a good idea to grow alfalfa in Arizona to feed cattle in Saudi Arabia. It's not so much a science question as it is a policy question, and that's got to be a part of the solution as well.
Absolutely.
Anybody else want to jump in on that? Or I'll ask the last question. Okay. So if other scientists want to get involved as consultants for science fiction shows or movies, how can they make that happen? How can they follow in your footsteps?
The most straightforward way is the National Academy of Sciences hosts a program called the Science and Entertainment Exchange. Yep. So if you just Google that, Science and Entertainment Exchange, National Academy of Sciences, you can go up there as a scientist. You can sign up for their newsletter. You can have an interview. And what their purpose is to connect creatives in the entertainment industry with practicing scientists so that questions come out. It's not all just about movies and TV shows. It's also authors and things like that as well. That's probably the most direct way.
Yeah, there's another way as well that I found was great at building my experience back when I got started. And there's a website called Coverfly that hosts screenplays for people to submit to competitions and things like that. But they have a program called Coverfly X where you can give notes on each other's screenplays, and it kind of works as an exchange service. But as a scientist, people are wanting their scripts read. And so you can go and search for sci-fi scripts and give notes from a science perspective. And that's a great way to learn how to read scripts, get used to storytelling, and really just get a lot of experience so you're confident when those opportunities do come up.
And people do this voluntarily.
It's a lot. I mean, but I think for me, one of the things that I learned when I got started was it was so much about learning the story writing process and understanding how to yes and, how to give alternates, how to give dialogue changes that weren't going to bump the original intent and to not overstep your capability. It requires a lot. And I hope you like reading, because I read about 300 pages of scripts a week at least. So yeah, it's a lot.
Good deal. Well, everybody, that's our time. We are done. Thank you.
Don't forget to recommend that if you're a Star Trek fan or you're a space fan, please consider joining the Planetary Society.
Bob, we got 15 seconds. I'm leaving it to you. Sell the Planetary Society.
The Planetary Society, www.planetary.org. Bill Nye is our leader. It was co-founded by Carl Sagan, and I'm on the executive board and have worked with him for a quarter of a century, thanks to Star Trek.
There you go. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Great to see you all.
See you guys. Yeah, great to see you all.
Take care.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Hey, everybody, we're 5-Year Mission. This song is called And the Children Shall Lead. And you can be our friend. On you this all depends. And if the tongue will treat you as our enemy, so join us so you can be our foe. Maybe we should should know that if you don't surrender, you will meet your end. Hail, hail, fire and snow, far away we'll go. Together we'll dispel you to hell with the hail. My creepy angel, we will stay up all night, and we'll be impolite. School's out permanently, so pass the ice cream. No one will tell us where to sleep, how to act or when to speak, what to eat or not to scream, because we want more ice cream. And if resistance we should meet, we will call upon the beast. It's consuming all of you and fear of everything. Hail, hail, fire and snow, far away we'll go. Together we'll dispel you to hell with a hail. My creepy angel, we will stay up all night, and we'll be impolite. School's out permanently, so pass the ice cream. Hey! Ashes everything, and we hope you feel the sting of your rapid aging and right now hallucinating. We'll strike you down and follow through, ring around the rosy too, and as we believe, so shall we do, yeah. Hail, hail, fire and snow, far away we'll go. Together we'll dispel you to hell with a hail.
Hey everybody, Fark here from 5-Year Mission. You may know me better as Fark from 5-Year Mission. Anyway, you may have noticed in that little clip that you just saw of us performing, we were performing to an completely empty club. Why would we do such a thing? For a good cause. The Hollywood Food Coalition, they have been serving meals to the unhoused of the Los Angeles area for many years. They have not actually missed a meal serving since 1987. That is all the time. So please give today, and I'm sure you're going to please a lot of people. Go give. Now, that's why you're watching this whole thing to begin with.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. Oh my goodness, I can't believe we've only been at this for a little over an hour, and we are already so close to $8,000. A number of people have donated at the $200 50 level. So we held our drawing to pick 2 winners. We're going to be announcing who won the last segment prize packages at the end of the show. So make sure to stay tuned. If you can't stay tuned, we will be contacting you personally. So don't worry about that. And here we go again. Between now and noon Pacific time, I know everyone's watching from all over. Between now and noon, basically this next hour, we're doing another giveaway at the $250 level. And so John, if you want to give us a little bit about that, what's going to be in that package?
I will indeed. And remember, you can donate at givebutter.com.
Oh, that's true.
Talks. Text track 53555 or scan the QR code on the screen.
I just got so excited about prizes. I forgot to tell people how.
The script. And also, please remember, especially as people donate throughout the day, one of the things that's really going to help us is if you haven't done this yet, call your friends. Twitter
and your enemies,
text and your enemies. I'm sure no one of these lovely people have actual enemies.
Your acquaintances.
Your acquaintances, yes.
Your boss.
The more eyeballs we get today, the more donations we get, the faster we'll get to matching Rod Roddenberry's incredibly munificent gift of $50,000. Our goal today is $100,000 and beyond.
Tell them what they're going to win, John.
Okay.
Tell them the package prize.
Okay. I want to one more thing.
Oh,
actually, 2 more things. We have two cooks. Will is on the weekends at Colin Lever. And Colin, if you're listening to this, I so apologize. He was the gentleman I was referring to earlier, who is our extraordinarily talented chef who came to us from the corporate cooking world and has just done wonders in our kitchen. So Colin, my apologies. You're amazing, and we're so lucky to have you. And I also want to say, shout out to the Shuttle Pod One boys. That's yes. Connor Crenier, Dominic Keating, Mark Cartier, and Erica LaRose. They have donated $250, a recurring donation for a full year, which is the equivalent of $3,000. That came in through another medium, so it isn't showing up on the screen. But you can add $3K in your mind to this $8,000, so we're actually at $11,247.
Unbelievable.
Shout out. A wonderful podcast. If you haven't seen it or heard it, I'm a guest. Bonnie, you got me next. Okay, now
I would love to.
So this next auction, excuse me, again, Dan Curry, seven-time Emmy Award winner Dan Curry, special effects supervisor for Star Trek for years and years and years and years and years, has donated several items. We have the storyboard for the Star Trek Enterprise episode, The Council. I'm showing that to you now. We have a transition concept for Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the character, The Founder. These are, of course, suitable for framing, signed by Dan Curry. 2 autographed pictures from Bonnie and John, a jingle or a poem. Bonnie's going to talk about a jingle, and I'm going to talk about a poem in just a minute. And this gorgeous Hofoco sweatshirt. And remember, people are going to say, what's that? And you're going to say, buy me a beer, and I'll tell you all about the Hollywood Food Coalition. So effectively, this includes a beer. Or a Manhattan, you might get lucky. The second package is going to be the Star Trek Deep Space Nine revised title sequences and Star Trek Voyager Caretaker Creature concept.
Amazing.
And again, our 8x10s, and again, the poem and or jingle, and again, this fabulous sweatshirt that comes with a putative beer if you get lucky in the bar that night.
Now, speaking of the jingle, this is kind of how it would be. Like, John Billingsley is the guy if you want a grinning doctor on the Enterprise. He does charity with donations and grants. He's also not wearing any pants. So it'll be something like that. In fact, I have access to the YouTube chat. Throughout the chat, if you guys want to put your name and 3 things about yourself that you'd like included in a jingle, throughout the day, I'm going to be picking random people in the chat and writing little jingles through them live through the segments. This is to give you guys examples of what the jingles are like. If you win the package, then you get an actual recorded jingle as an MP3.
And 1 minute to go, so I'm going to jump in.
Sorry,
$250 donations, and you have until noon. So whoever donates at the $250 level, we had 4 in the last hour, so 2 of those 4 will be picked. We'll do the same thing again. Again, we'll announce everybody at the end. Let's see. I just want to very quickly say, if you are donating $20, it means the world to us. Basically, what that is purchasing is 6 amazing meals. 6 amazing meals. Because we do a lot of donated food, almost $3 million of donated food a year, it allows us to make a meal for a lot less money than you would obviously pay in a restaurant. You've just bought, for instance, if you donate $100, a month of meals for somebody. 30 meals. Imagine dropping a $100 bill and getting a month's worth of dinner. It's the other Bonnie making a special appearance.
Oh, hi, Bonnie.
Coming up, Anthony Montgomery, Brandon Braga, Mike McMahon, and the Roddenberries rocking and rolling the Enterprise Cup. Bonnie, meet Bonnie. Bonnie, meet Bonnie.
Hi, Bonnie.
How are you?
Good. You're live. All right, everybody, we're gonna head out to the next segment, but keep those donations coming in. Mwah.
Hi, everyone. This is Sabrina Wood from the Sci-Fi Sisters, and I have got a slam bang interview coming up for you right now. 2 of my favorite people in Star Trek and in the world are here today. I have John Billingsley and Anthony Montgomery of my favorite Star Trek, Enterprise. Yeah, baby. How are you guys?
Great. Thank you.
Great. I am so excited to have this little interview because there's so much stuff I want to talk about. You two, why I say you're two of my favorite people is that you do so much outside of Trek, and we love you in Trek, but both of you have, so many talents and such God-given grace that it is wonderful to talk to you about other things.
Now, Anthony, I'm going to jump in only because I know we only have 20 minutes, and I really want to make sure that you have an opportunity to tell us a bit about the book you were working on. And you've told me a lot over the years about your life story, and I'd love to hear, as much as you feel comfortable talking to us now, because I know the book's not going to come out for a bit, your process, what drove you and motivated you to want to tell your story, and anything that you might want to tell us about as kind of a teaser, because I know we're all going to want to read it. So,
I love you.
Stage is yours.
I've lived a life, as they say. I've lived a life. And during the pandemic, I had to figure out how to pivot from just being an actor. Like most everybody else, I had to figure out where life was going to take me. And I had started the process of writing my memoir, even though I've gotten so much flack from people. You're too young to have a memoir. What can you possibly talk about? And I love you, Sabrina. You know Travis. You don't know Anthony.
Right.
That's the point. I've been through so much to get me to this point that I felt like me chronicling these in a way is going to help somebody. And I don't know who, I don't know how, but giving you this is a little difficult because I wrote the entire book and then I had to submit it to my editors and then they have to get it back to me. They go through, they're doing their editing process and then they get it back to me.
Well, let me back up, Anthony, because I think the process of the book coming out is interesting, but I think what you said before about having a story that you think will resonate with people.
Yes.
What I'd love to kind of talk about a bit with the limited amount of time we have. What was it about your story that you felt really needed to be heard by other people? And is there anything you can share with us that kind of is maybe more of the motivating force behind your desire to tell your story based on your life and your experiences?
Yes, because I grew up in an abusive household and there are so many people out there that are going through similar, have gone through similar, will go through similar. And I wanted to show them that despite the pain you may be in the middle of, there is a brighter light on the end of that journey. I didn't know what my light was going to look like. I just knew you're not going to be beaten forever. I'm a religious person. I keep God first in my life. So I knew that God would get me through it. But there are a lot of people that are out there right now that may not believe that. And if they can see me and see somebody that they admire for the things that I've been able to do in Hollywood, I've been in Hollywood, a part of this industry for 26 years now. I didn't know when I was in the middle of all of those things that this is where my life would go. I want to be a catalyst for hope for people out there. And one of the things that happened to me, like, it wasn't just the abuse from my mom. John, you know this, but Sabrina, you don't. My fans out there, our Trek fans, they won't know these because I don't talk about this stuff all the time. I've talked about it sporadically, but now that I actually have it in black and white in front of me, I know one of the things that is in the book, my former stepfather used to abuse my mother as well. And he abused me also, but one particular day, they're in the middle of their chaos, and I was 9 years old and I was just done. I had always My whole life, I felt like a coward because I couldn't protect my mother from the stuff that she had gone through. Forgive me, I've gone through this and I've already dealt with all of this in counseling. So this isn't something that I'm still living, but it still hurts.
Different to talk about than to write about too, I'm sure, and different experience.
Beyond being scared my whole life, essentially, because I was bullied growing up, and you guys will see that in the book. I was bullied mercilessly. Not being able to protect my mother from his abuse, it just, even as a child, it made me feel less than.
Mm-hmm.
So one day I ran away, and I'd run away before, and I don't remember this as much. My mother told me I used to run away all the time. I don't remember all of that, but this particular time that I'm thinking of, I ran away and I spent the night away from home. And my mother had to report me as a runaway. When I left, now, where I was going was to my aunt's house, my mother's youngest sister. I was going to her place, and she lived in a car about 15 minutes from where we lived. I didn't even know her address. I just knew the main road that I had to take. And I knew if I go far enough on this street, it's called 38th Street, and then I turn left by Crown Hill Cemetery, which you may or may not know is one of the largest cemeteries in the country. And like I put in the book, to a 9-year-old, also the scariest, because it scared me during the day. And that was in a car. I had never been by that cemetery by myself. I knew that I could get to my aunt if I just followed this one path. And so I took my bike and I called myself running away while my mother and stepfather were in their room with the door closed. I didn't know what was coming. So I left, and I didn't even get 5 blocks from home, and I got hit by a car on my bike. It was a woman that hit me. It didn't hurt me, but it scared me. And I jumped up and I started running, and I was running away from her, running away from it. And she's, no, it's okay, little boy, come back. And she's trying to bring me back. And because I was so disoriented, I ended up going back. And she put me and my bike in her car to take me back home. And because my bike at this point is completely unrideable. Now I'm terrified because you're taking me back to the abuse that I'm trying to get away from. We go back, and I was expecting the onslaught to start, and it didn't. I don't remember who it was, either my mother or my stepfather. One of them answered the door, probably my mom. The lady explained what happened. I went in. My mom sent me to my room, and I thought, all right, so it's about to start. And they were in their room again with the door closed. And because I am, as you know, John, very stubborn, very strong-willed, I decided, again, I'm not staying here because I know I'm going to get beat. When I was running away, it was just because of them arguing, and I didn't know what it was going to turn into. I know I'm going to get beat on this one. So I'd said, I'm leaving again. And while they were in their room with the door closed, this time I didn't have my bike because it's mangled. I knew that I needed clothes. And so I threw my clothes in 2 trash bags, those Glad trash bags. Yep. Mm-hmm. And as I'm walking with them, because again, I'm only 9, the bags are too heavy for me to carry. So I ended up leaving my clothes behind a bush we lived in an apartment community. I left my clothes behind a bush that was 4 or 5 doors down from where we lived. And then I started walking the entire distance. Now, again, 15 minutes in a car, we're talking miles now.
Wow.
I kept, but again, I said, if I can get to my Aunt Tony, I'll be safe. Now, I don't know what made me think that my aunt was going to let me stay with her. She and I had never talked about it. This was completely a 9-year-old trying to figure out a different situation. I start walking and it started getting dark. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to make it past the cemetery. Well, before that, I got hungry and I went to a gas station, and I hope I don't get in trouble for it, but it was a Speedway gas station.
Oh no, Speedway is one of our sponsors, Anthony. We can't possibly
So I went to a gas station, I got hungry, and I started washing people's windows to get change so that I could get me something to eat. The guy who worked there asked me what I was doing, and I told him I was hungry. And for whatever reason, he didn't say, hey, where are your parents? You can't do that. He just allowed me to do it. I made, maybe $4 or $5, whatever it was, bought some chips, candy, whatever, because that's kind of what I survived on when we didn't have food, junk food. Bought that. And then I kept walking. Well, I am walking down this long road and it started getting dark, and I got scared because I was getting close to the cemetery. And I had no idea what I was going to do because I know I wouldn't have been able to find my aunt's place in the dark. But more than that, I was just scared about going by the cemetery. So the only thing I could think to do was to go to the church that we were a part of, Puritan Baptist Church. Now, I didn't know, because it literally never even occurred to me, that when it's not Sunday, nobody's going to be at the church. So I had no idea. I went to where I knew to go, and I knew that God would protect me somehow. I get there, the doors are locked, nobody's there. And I just sat on the steps of the church and cried and said, God, please protect me.
I'm gonna this is awful, because this is the thing I've feared the most, is we're not gonna have enough time with these interviews to get to all the things that I want to talk about.
Oh my God.
That's gonna be the read the book to find out what happened next moment.
Absolutely, because and I'll just leave with this. I was fine that night because a kid came across the street to talk to me, because he saw me sitting there. He happened to be somebody that I went to church with, and he allowed me to stay with him. I told him the whole story because he was about my age. He was about 10 years old. I said, I ran away. I can't go back home. He let me stay with him. I get up the next day, and in the book, there's more details, but I get up the next day. I made it to my aunt's, and my mother came to get me, and you guys will still have to read for this, but I couldn't go home because she had to report me as a runaway. They took me from my mother, and they put me in the guardian's home. They took me to juvenile.
That is definitely
that's
you're
where
gonna
we
have to read the
will
book
stop.
to find
Yes.
out. And I can't thank you enough for coming and giving us a taste of what it is we get to experience when we read.
Thank
the
you.
book. And I'm sure that one thing that we'll also get to experience is the nature of the way you have turned much that was painful about your childhood into the triumph of your adult life. And those
Absolutely.
know
This
you
will
have
help
loved
a
you.
lot of
people. This
will really appreciate how much you
And I would love to do this again when the book is actually out. So you will have read it. Sabrina, you will have read it. And then we can have a conversation from that area.
Trek Talks 3.
Yes. Putting it out there into the universe right
Putting it
now.
out there.
Trek Talks 3.
Thank you,
will
Anthony.
be there. I love you, brother.
We love
I will
you.
talk to you soon. You guys have a great day. Take care.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Mission Log the Orville and our introduction and discussion with Brannon Braga. Mission Log the Orville, in case you don't know, takes that same Mission Log format that we used for so long on the Roddenberry Podcast Network and applies it to the Orville, where we break down every episode for meanings, morals, and messages. But we're not going to do that this week. Jessica Lynn Verdi and I are going to talk to Brannon Braga, longtime Star Trek alum, producer, director, currently wearing the hat To the End Is Nigh, which is available, I believe, on Peacock. And we're going to talk to him a little bit about what and how things evolved from his career with Star Trek to the Orville and what he's working on now. So, Jessica, why don't you jump in?
Oh, me? Oh, hi, Brandon.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, we're happy to have you. And I think that what is awesome is that I think what we loved so much about doing the Orville is the Star Trek and or like the Star Trek crossover. It was so smart how much you guys brought in, and and you guys became your own thing at the end of the day. And so what we wanted to know to begin with is what did you bring from your Star Trek experience into the Orville that you feel like that was uniquely Brannon?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, in terms of Star Trek in general, I brought everything I could and everything I could remember because I hadn't done Star Trek in a number of years when Orville came about. So I wasn't even sure I could tell those kind of stories anymore, you know. But it came back very easily, and I realized how much I missed telling those kinds of stories, and that kind of this 1 hour science fictional format is really unique and unique to Star Trek, and there are certain kinds of stories you could only really tell in that on a spaceship of exploration. And so what did I bring? So I brought a lot of the ethos of Star Trek. I brought a lot of the kind of structural storytelling and fundamentals, but I always had to keep in mind what was it with the Orville that we were trying to do differently, what was new about the Orville.
When you had a challenge with that, I would say, because the Orville started off as, well, it's a Seth MacFarlane show, so everyone thinks it's got to be funny, it's got to be a parody. But it really wasn't from the onset. It just seemed to have a couple of jokes sporadically involved.
There are a lot more dick jokes in the first season.
That's true.
But it was a little bit of a battle with the network because they wanted to promote it as Family Guy in Space or Galaxy Quest. And that's not at all what Seth wanted to do. So one of the things we did in the first season was there was an episode that we had shot for late in the season about a little girl, an all-male society, and who has a daughter, and it's a very controversial episode. And a very dramatic episode. And so we decided to pull that up in the season to episode 3. We wanted to air it as soon as possible because it was more what the show was going after, was a heavier drama than comedy. Comedy was kind of like the frosting, but it was also a risk because there were people who wanted Family Guy in Space and understandably did expect that. So we weren't sure. We needed to know very quickly whether the audience was going to accept what the show was.
That's so smart. I was really young when Eminem started, like too young, like my parents shouldn't have let me listen to Eminem, but I understood from a young age, and this really does connect, I promise, where the first song that comes out of Eminem is My Name Is, and it's really funny, and then he'd have a serious release very shortly thereafter. So you'd grab both sides of the audiences very quickly. And I remember, so I hadn't watched the show until we started this podcast. I had been meaning to. I'm so glad that I got this opportunity to. And when About a Girl jumps in, you get throttled into what the show is, and it does hook you. What a smart aspect to bring it in early.
And what's brilliant about it is that it can mean different things to different people. There are people who are members of the LGBTQ plus community who saw it through a certain eye. There are people that viewed it as a subjugation of women's rights. In other words, that all male society subjugated the voices and quieted the voices of women surgically, much in the same way that other cultures do it culturally. So like good, heady, high concept science fiction, it depends on your perspective. And when you have a spaceship, you can look at things from a global perspective, which is really cool. That's why we like this kind of storytelling. Was there anything particularly that you felt the show had to have, that you just had to make sure was part of the show as part of the creative process?
Well, yes. I mean, a return to the one standalone storytelling, which was somewhat of an anomaly when we first premiered. The Star Trek Discovery was more continuous storyline. And there wasn't really this kind of format. So that was an imperative. But also what you mentioned earlier, the aspirational aspects of the show. I mean, we wanted to make that was also not present anywhere on TV. And it was something we felt was missing. Even from Star Trek at that time, was just a future you'd want to live in. And I do agree with your Rod Roddenberry's comments earlier that one of the reasons Star Trek and shows like it are still popular. I think that's one of the main reasons.
It's so true. I think there's a challenge. I can understand why TV shows and movies today want to walk away from the challenge of what kind of morals do I want to tell? What kind of society do I want to reflect back at, prime time, really? And that was what Star Trek was doing. It actually really gets my goose when people are like, Star Trek isn't supposed to be political. I mean, it's always been political, whether it's in representation or storytelling. But you guys have a very complicated and fractured world to reflect back. So how do you guys make sure, or and one of the things that Mike pointed out really swiftly is that you and someone else wrote stuff with you. I can't think of it. Andre. I was going to say Anton because my brain is just doing really good things right now.
That's a much cooler name.
Anton. Well, his wife's name is Mish, and every time I re-meet her, it's like Michelle. No, Mish. They are very cool people too. You guys tend to write like the gut wrenchers or like the deep, like the existential. You guys get big, but like, how do you hone in on? Okay, well, the network's probably going to say we shouldn't write about this, but we want to write about this. How do you like have post-its where you guys throw darts at, like, we want to talk about this today, or?
Oh, if only it was so organized. The stories come about however it happens. It's the good thing is we're not constrained by the network, or we're not told the kinds of things we can't do. A lot of that has to do with Seth's clout, and
sure,
though he did, I think there were some people initially who wanted it to be Mad About You in Space. It's the Ed and Kelly show, and every episode,
sure, Ed
and Kelly's are featured, and Seth was like, no, this is not about me, it's not about the captain, this is more like Next Generation was really the inspiration if I had to pick one show. And that it was a true ensemble, and it had to be to explore different things. It couldn't be a captain-centric show.
And we love Next Gen, and we love that very point, is that when we look at the way that ensemble cast is used, it's not the Ed Mercer show. It is everybody. There are episodes where Ed's barely in it.
But that's true of Picard. The way I always viewed Picard, I can't speak for all the writers, is that, if Picard was in a scene, it better be a real reason, because you just don't throw the captain in a scene dismissively. It may be because I was terrified to write for Captain Picard because he was an intimidating character, but I always saw it that way, you know.
I think he leads that way too. And there is something really refreshing about watching leadership trusting their crew, trusting people to make the right decision, ultimately having the final say, but knowing that your life is going to be in good hands. Otherwise, I was actually in an improvised Next Generation show, and we could never really question the captain all that much, because otherwise, why are they the captain? But the reverse was true too. The captain can't question the crew too much, otherwise they shouldn't be on that bridge. But then we get a diverse range of storytelling by making that choice. I think it's wonderful. Mike, you have one more question before we lose the great opportunity of talking to Brandon, but hopefully we get to talk to you again on our podcast sooner than later. We'd love to do that.
Just in a nutshell, we'd love to have you on our show so we can talk for an hour. Overall, what we just say the meanings, morals, and messages are that you just try to weave through the entire series of the Orville.
The best thing I can do is give you an example from the 3rd season of the Orville in an episode called Domino, where there's the biggest space battle I've certainly been involved with in any science fiction show, where the Orville and the Union are doing battle with the Kaylon at their side against enemy forces. But what's at stake isn't Earth, what's at stake is an idea. And the idea is that genocide is wrong. And we're protecting our enemy against genocide. And that to me says everything you need to know about the storytelling. It's not traditional kind of what's at stake. What's at stake is a moral that they're going to stand up for. They're going to put the entire fleet at risk. They're going to put Earth at risk to protect their enemy against genocide. Because it's the right thing to do.
I mean, that was done so well too, right? You guys we had that enemy from the onset pretty much. We learned about that enemy and still have to learn how to feel empathy for them. It's a big curve that you're asking us to follow.
It's a lot to ask and a lot to pull off, but it pays dividends. Because
I think so.
By the end, your enemy has rethought who you are in relation to them. And that to me is what Star Trek is. It's what Orville is. It's approaching the stories that way instead of the traditional humans. Our Earth is going to be blown up. I mean, it's got to have something else to say.
And to your point too, really quickly, I know we're losing. Sorry, Mike. You guys did make a beautiful transition from standalone stories to all episodic and serialized in season 3. So more than anything, I just want to congratulate you on being able to blend that together.
Yeah, and that just comes from things working, figuring out what's working, what's not working, what we should continue, and all that kind of stuff. And that happens over the life of a series. But we got lucky there.
Yeah, you nailed it. Go ahead, Mike.
Brandon, it reminds me of a quote from the season 2 episode, All the World is Birthday Cake. We believe that we all do better when we all do better. And I think that summarizes the hopefulness of the show and why I personally look forward to seeing it and breaking it down and finding so many more things than we get to talk about in any given week on the show. We usually have been starting to hit our bullet points of things we didn't get to talk about when we run out of time. We've got just under a minute left. Anything you're working on now that you'd like to share with the viewers?
Something on your head is really weighing you down.
If you like Bill Nye and you like disaster movies, check out The End Is Nigh on Peacock. It's streaming now. It's kind of like an hour-long show where the first half is about some terrible end of the world scenario, and then how science can save us in the second half. So that show too is aspirational in that regard, and it's a lot of fun. We're working on some other stuff. Season 4 of Orville is still something that could happen. Seth and I would like to encourage fans to, if you want a season 4, make sure you're vocal about it, because it does make a difference.
I think that's
All right.
right. And you're seeing all of them online. The Orville, Renew the Orville is happening all the time. Mike, we're here for such a great reason. Brandon, we had you, and thank you for your time to do this. What's going on next, Mike?
Just want to donate, remind everybody to donate, and then donate some more. You've got the QR code on your screen. You can text direct to 53555. And Rod has generously offered to, through the Roddenberry Foundation, donate up to $50,000 if we reach the $50,000 target. So we are just coming up on $10,000 now. Please, please, please keep that going.
It's incredible.
Such an important cause.
Thank you.
The Community Exchange is a free concierge model for small to medium-sized nonprofits to get the food they need when they want it. When the pandemic first happened in 2020, we had an influx of food donations coming to our kitchen. At the same time, we had organizations in the neighborhood asking for help. And so we responded by offering them extra food that we could not use at our kitchen because we didn't want it to go to waste. We wanted to share the surplus with our neighbors because recovering surplus food's expensive, sometimes it's hard to find, and sometimes impossible for these smaller groups. We are able to bring in larger donors like farms, distributors, and grocery stores to greatly improve the quantity and quality of food that we are able to rescue and provide to our dinner program and provide to our neighboring community organizations that are feeding those in need.
Just because someone is food insecure, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have option or variety or choices in the terms of what they get to have to eat.
In the fall of 2020, we began looking at new spaces to greatly increase the impact of the program. We wanted a walk-in fridge and freezer. We wanted larger space for dry storage. And we knew that with a larger space, we could serve more organizations around LA County and beyond. So to do that, we created an integrated inventory and recipient database so we can match available food that we have with recipient needs. We have a very specific onboarding process with all of our community organizations that we bring into the program, so we really understand the populations they serve, their cultural interests, the food they want, their capacity constraints. Some of our recipients can only take prepared meals and have a microwave, and others have commercial-grade kitchens, and we can provide different types of ingredients.
We have people come and pick up here, and then we also do deliveries to people that don't have the ability to take as much as they would like to here, and we're able to drive directly to them. By doing that, we're able to give organizations up to 2 tons of food in a single drop, which is great for everyone involved.
So no matter what comes into the exchange, and we get all types of donations from large pallets of produce to individual prepared meals, we're able to portion that out to the different recipients, and everything that comes in throughout the week is going out in a very efficient way, in a way that we feel that is going to be used by people in need.
Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have a little hot plate, so they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salad. When you're on a fixed budget, you're getting this processed food, so they absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff, eating healthy and well too. It makes them feel good.
We work with food donors of all sizes, from farms to wholesalers, all the way to the mom and pop bakeries around the corner. With every donor, we take a custom approach. We get to know their team, their operations, and make saving surplus food and diverting it from landfill really easy.
Without our donors, we wouldn't be able to provide the variety that we kind of pride ourselves on being able to provide. So that is something that is tremendously valuable and important for us.
We track every piece of food that comes into our warehouse until it goes out our doors. Our staff uses our detailed inventory to custom build orders every single day for the recipients that come to our doors. We allow recipients to make requests and to reject food. We don't force any food on anyone, and we make sure that we're really serving their needs. We constantly receive updates, and our database is built to be dynamic so that we're always fielding new information to make sure that every order we build is the best it could possibly be for that recipient.
We get a lot of great stories about the impact that just getting that kind of support has for them. For instance, we had a mother who told us that whenever she receives the meals that we deliver on Sundays, she's so excited because she knows that at least that night, she's not gonna have to cook for her family. She's getting a meal for her kids, and she's able to relax and take more space and time for herself so she can get ready for the week and get her family ready for the week to do all of the things that they need to do to take care of themselves and to raise a happy, healthy family.
All the food that we don't use is composted, so it's still disposed of in a sustainable, environmentally conscious way.
Our goal is to build more exchange locations to build this smart network so that we can not only take in more food, but also serve more community organizations and reduce the barrier of entry for community groups that want to serve the people in need in their neighborhoods. Adding more locations allows us to further our impact in reducing carbon emissions generated by food waste, because we can take in more food and spread it around the city and not let it go to waste.
Our crewman died of salt depletion. Sudden total loss of it. Medically impossible by any standards.
Salt. Direct contact for salt.
Both Nancy and Crater went out of their way to mention one item they needed. Salt coverage.
We're on an away team to Planet M113. Only ruins found. No sign of the professor for his checkup and supplies. It's then that they see her. She looks just like McCall's ex, but she's a monster in disguise.
Looks exactly as I knew her 12 years ago.
So many will die, you'll see. Big red spots, sodium free. She's the last of her kind, and her powerful cravings are really not her fault. You can take her to dinner. Oh, she's sitting with you, but her eyes are on the salt.
He's dead, John.
Whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll drain you dry. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a salt sucker.
Lost Picard.
Oh, here she comes. Now she's gonna demineralize you. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a salt sucker.
Sodium chloride. Not a trace of it.
She's never who you think. She'll lure you in for a deadly drink. But she's fatal, man. Now your act is over like a one-scene red shirt. Just like the buffalo, baby. And your only hope is to kill her before she gets hurt. Whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll tap you out. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a salt sucker. Oh, here she comes. Ooh, she'll de-iodize you. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a salt sucker. Nancy! You! Salt! I've got salt! Smell it! Smell it, Nancy!
Lost Picard. The intruder can assume any shape. Creature who's trying to survive, it has that right. Last one. The buffalo. There is no difference.
Your creature is killing my people.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll mind you dry. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a salt sucker.
Lost Picard.
Oh, here she comes. Now you're NaCl free, baby. Oh, here she comes, 'cause she's a
love as much as it needs salt.
Kurt kapıyor.
Yay! I love the Runbers.
I auditioned for that and I did not get cast. This is the story of my career. Roddenberries.
I'm sorry, John. I'll put you in my next music video. How's that?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Let's do a tote board check.
Oh my goodness, we are at $9,742. However, that's not counting the 3,000 donation from Shuttlepod.
And $1,000 that has just been sent to us. It's a check. They are sending a check, they said, from my pal Terry Anonymous. So that's an additional $4. That takes us up to $13,742-ish dollars. But let's keep those donations coming.
Absolutely.
Text 53555 or Bonnie.
Or scan the QR code located on your screen right below.
Or
go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks.
There we
I
go.
was like, where is it? Where is it?
Like a well-oiled machine we are.
Exactly.
And again, text your friends, open the window. Why aren't you watching Trek Talks? We're trying to match $50,000. Now we're going to go to Mike McMahon. Woo-woo.
Hello, everybody out there watching Trek Talks 2, being Trekkie and donating lots of good money to the Hollywood Food Bank. I am joined by the genius and someone I'd like to consider a friend behind Star Trek Lower Decks and a billion other things. But Mike McMahon is here. Ooh, he's on this side on this screen. How's it going, Mike?
We're here. We're in the little windows together.
We're not as cool as Badgie. We have poor spatial relations, but it's all going good. How are you doing on this rainy day here in Los Angeles?
I'm doing well. My kids woke me up really early. We've watched the same movie twice in a row already today, and it's going great. How are you?
I am doing so good, even better now that I am here with you. So let me start asking you a really broad question about everything Lower Decks. Season 3, did we ever think we were getting to season 3? How is it?
Season 3 was so fun. I mean, you guys have gotten to see season 3 and we're making season 4 right now. You know what I mean? So like, for me, it was, I never thought I was going to get any Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like, this is wild to me. And that we're working on episodes, 40 through 50 is crazy. But yeah, it's just been a blast. It's been a blast, like, seeing everybody get to watch the show and like having these things that I planned the whole time and then getting to them and being like, wait, what if we did this better thing? And finding the Star Trek as much as we were planning it, finding the things that were more surprising as we were going. And so, while you guys are getting to see new Star Trek, it's kind of like I'm experiencing the same thing, just like a little offset, like a little bit earlier before you guys get to see it. But it's a good time. It's a good time to be a Trekkie,
I've got to ask a controversial question. Are we seeing more Peanut Hamper in season 4?
In season 4, you will see more Peanut.
Our divisive baby.
I don't think she will ever get another full standalone Peanut Hamper style episode, but you get a really fun, good Peanut Hamper story
in season 4.
So when you and I first started talking about Lower Decks and your journey and the incredible weight of responsibility, the Pilgrim's Progress that you take as you create this show each and every year, you told us some really fun stories about how you were recording on Zoom and Tawny was in her closet. And then there was that whole tweet saga about the Roadrunner, the rooster that came into her house.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any more fun behind the scenes recording that you can tell us from like the last year or maybe upcoming for season 4?
It's fewer crazy record stories. Like my favorite from season 2 was Jack Quaid was filming Scream at the time and then recording for us in his hotel, closet, and he'd be screaming in his closet, like Mugatu! It's like at the top of his lungs and like and then wondering what his neighbors, in the hotel were thinking. If I was in that hotel, I would have been like, "Oh, dope! There's Mugatos here." This is
yeah, totally.
Now that now that COVID's under control a little bit more, we've been able to have people come back into the record studio. So there's fewer hijinks, but better audio and much smoother record process because we don't have to wait for garbage trucks to move past or barking dogs. To stop getting upset by the garbage trucks anymore.
How do you handle the types of Easter eggs that you want to include? Because I really enjoy the episode where it's like boom, 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 where stuff falls out of the ceiling and then I have to pause it and spend 20 minutes trying to make notes for a Roddenberry show. But sometimes it does feel like, okay, is everybody saying their favorite thing? Is there a dartboard with every reference possible on the wall somewhere and that Mike is throwing a dart at? So how do you... How do you parse including all the faves?
It's funny you say, all right, well, I'll give you the real answer and then I'll tell you a funny story that I don't think we've talked about before is, when we first were putting in the Easter eggs, it was really for me, like it was for the writers and for the artists to be like, wow, we get to do a Star Trek. We're not doing a thing called like Star Black. Like
yes.
And so we're like, let's just fill every frame with Star Trek stuff all the time because we love it. And then when the show started airing, it was like, oh, there's this whole like mini economy of websites that are like, who can dig through and find all the Easter eggs first, which we actually didn't anticipate, but makes a lot of sense in hindsight. We were just hoping people would see the show. Now, when we write an episode like that, I'll be like, okay, do we want to ruin somebody's day with how many Easter eggs are going to be in this episode? And sometimes it makes sense, like if you go to a collector's ship, the guy's got to have collected a bunch of stuff, My favorite thing now is when we put something new in and then it shows up again in a later episode, like aliens that we've met and they start showing up in the background. And then it's like Easter eggs on Easter eggs. Wait, what was the funny story I was just going to tell you? Oh, no.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
It'll come back to me someday. I answered the real answer about the Easter eggs. And then
we're psychically bonded now, so it's fine. It's all fine.
What was the original question? Maybe that'll trigger it.
I was asking you how you sort of parse out which Easter eggs you're going to include where. Is there a dartboard? I made the very boring joke.
That was it. Okay, so first season when we started story breaking, like before we knew, this was all the way back when I was like, I kind of want to do like a Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe style. Mariner takes on the ship as a villain holodeck episode. Like even when that was like all that stuff was originally kind of burbling up, we had this room full of writers and it was hard to figure out like when you're pitching, how much do you utilize the ship? Because nobody had ever worked on a Star Trek show. And it was important to me to be like, the ship is our home, is our city. Like, if in the show Friends, they're in Manhattan, like in this show, they're in the Cerritos. And so we using kind of like the Enterprise kind of blueprints and the different guides to the different locations and other ships, we filled a whiteboard with locations and on the other side of the whiteboard, sci-fi things. Like we all pitched on like various sci-fi things. Then we put a paper bag over our head with a dartboard on the other end of the room, and you would shoot off 2 darts, and then everybody would run over and be like, okay, cetacean ops, a Q in cetacean ops. And then whoever had shot the dart would have 20 minutes to go off and write a 1-page scene about Q in cetacean ops. And we kept doing that. We kept shooting, just to randomize where in the ship and what thing, just to kind of like loosen it up a little bit. And I can't remember if that actually ended up in an episode, but it was truly like when you get to mix Nerf and Star Trek locations. Like that was a really fun day.
Also, you get the added visual gag of like the incredible Bagman from that FF run that introduced
Listen,
Spider-Man.
there were a lot of phones out taking photos of people with the bags over their heads. I'll text you. I'll look up a photo back from that. I took a bunch of photos back then.
I was gonna say, I can't wait till the inevitable memoir where they're all published in a gallery in the back of the book. Also, congratulations to everyone. We just crossed 15,000. That's so amazing in donations, which has gone up quite a bit since we started. Okay, Mike, our time is winding down, but I just want to know first, I'm going to leave you with my last question that I always ask you. But before that, the amazing leads of this show, who everybody loves or fell in love with. Me, I was a long conversion to Boimler, but he can stay. We like him now. Did you ever think that you would get this type of character development going in doing the animated comedy show, which we all know everybody had certain expectations about when you launched?
Yeah, I think I always wanted there to be character development. Some of the characters I thought were going to go in different directions. And as I learned more about them, other kind of more surprising stuff would crop up. You know, like I had a whole plan for Rutherford, and then I kind of found a more exciting plan for Rutherford as I
Big
was going.
season for him recently.
Big season for him. And a lot of it is working with these actors and how they embody the characters inspires you in ways that like the original sitting on your laptop and writing ideas down just doesn't quite give you. And like being open to finding that stuff is really where the best stuff comes from. But the original plan was, let's make this look like, you know, a primetime animated sort of comedy where nothing ever changes. And do reset, do that a lot comedically and kind of like episodically, but let's take the characters somewhere. Like, let's see them go and change and learn about themselves, because the main thing about Lower Decks is self-discovery, right? And if you're not discovering things about yourself, then, you know, what's the game? Like, what are we doing? What are the stories telling? But I've just really like, the more you learn about these characters with them, the just more charming and the more lovable they are. And it's just, you know, it's just, I love it. Like I've been having a blast doing it. So it was part of the plan, but I learned as we were going at the same time.
Not you saying game, showing your UCB graduate education right there.
Sorry. I work with a lot of improvisers. And wait, before they kick me off, please support. Like I'm going to be supporting this and donating as well. It's for a really important cause. And we are working hard on season 4. I think it's our best season yet. It's our funniest. It's our most dramatic. It's our most T'Lyn filled. I'm just loving it. There's an amazing episode where we go to Orion, which I've been dying to do for so long. So please look forward to it and watch Lower Decks as much as you can. I think the Paramount people are keeping an eye on that.
Will there be more kissing? That's my always question.
More kissing?
Will there be more kissing?
Is there kissing in this season? I'm not sure I'm allowed to give away. I'm looking. If you could look past my computer, there's a whole list of what happens this season. Ooh, there's a very romantic episode. It's almost like a Valentine's Day episode, but I'm not going to reveal if kissing happens in it because it'll give
almost
away.
like
It'll
a Valentine's. Okay, and then please merchandise the scented candles.
Season. There's a wedding in season 4.
A wedding?
Yeah, nobody else knows that. That's the first time I've said that out loud.
So exclusive.
Brace yourself. Get on your Worf wedding attire, you know, and look forward to that. The wedding of the season is coming.
And remember, if you're doing the Klingon wedding stuff, you have to make it yourself. You can't make it from the replicator. That's cheating.
Yeah, replicator. Sorry.
Mike,
something else.
Mike McMahon, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for always coming and chit-chatting with me. It's such a blast. You're an icon, and I adore your work so very, very much.
Well, Ashley, I always adore chatting with you ever since I was pushing my little baby in a stroller and seeing you at my local comic book shop out here in Los Angeles. And
he's not a baby anymore.
He's not a baby anymore, but I love talking Trek with you. So thank you for having me.
Alrighty, everybody watching, please be sure and stick around. We are going to be checking back in with John and Bonnie, 2 Star Trek legends in and of themselves. Keep donating, keep building the beautiful future that we want here. That's the reason that we do this. That's the reason that we did it successfully, and we are here doing it again. So stick around. Lots of great programming coming the rest of the day too. And as Mike says, LLAP.
LLAP.
No sarcastic Vulcan salute.
Fantastic.
Braga!
We really have to always, every time we come in, we both just jump in and we're like, wow, jazz hands. So guys, we're a little over 2 hours into this amazing charity telethon, and so many great guests and panels are still yet to come. But here's how we've raised, what we've raised so far. We are over $15,000. In fact, if you add four to that,
and again,
we're almost to $20,000 already.
Thank you, Brandon, for your wonderful $5,000 donation. That's so generous and
amazing.
We so appreciate it. So we're coming in on 20. Now we have got a wonderful item we want to talk about, and we've only got about 3 minutes. So,
all right, let's do this quickly.
Take it away.
Okay, everyone. For anyone who donates $500 between now and 2 o'clock Pacific time, that's a 2-hour window, you're going to be entered in a raffle to win, drumroll please, a night at the world-famous Magic Castle with both myself and John Billingsley as your host. That includes dinner, your entrance, everything. So basically, what you would do is, unfortunately, we can't get you to LA, but if you're in the LA area or willing to travel to Los Angeles, we would plan a night in advance with you, get you into the Magic Castle for a wonderful night of drinks, magic, dinner, and of course, our weird company. So it's a really fun package. And also, this also includes what else? What else, John?
Well, your 2 8x10s, your jingle, and your poem.
That's right.
Bonnie was going to demonstrate a jingle, but we're going to have to hold this off because we've got a slightly shorter segment in which to operate. But there's going to be some jingle demonstration going on. The Magic Castle, if you haven't been, by the way, it is an amazing experience. The best magicians in the world, many of them celebrities, 3 floors, booze and entertainment, a fabulous dinner. That's on us.
5 bars.
Balled up to the 9s, by the way.
Absolutely.
And Bonnie has been working there for years, so she knows the ins and outs and the crevices and the stories and the lore and the legend.
It's a VIP night of the castle. I'll be giving a VIP tour, as well as making sure that you get your own private magic show with
get
a
in
magician
early
friend.
to see all the shows. We'll stay till we're booted out of the joint. You have 2 hours. $500 gets you entered into that raffle, Magic Castle, and we'll schedule it around your schedule. We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
We'll make it work.
Now, we also did have people who donated to the $250 level, so we're going to draw the names from that pool of about 5 or 6, and we'll announce again those winners at the end of the show, along with the winner of this. Now, I've got to close with one thing. Coming up, John Delancey, Nana Visitor, Terry Farrell, Brent Spiner, the Hageman Brothers, and the musical stylings of 5-Year Mission and our own Bonnie Gordon. And I'm going to intro our next HoFoCo video, which is about various aspects of what we call our wellness pillar or wellness program. We do all sorts of things to help people in need, in addition to serving them a hot meal every night. You're going to see 3 little segments of videos that we've kind of mushed together that tell different aspects of the kinds of work we do. We do all sorts of things, from handing out shoes and socks and toiletry kits and, oh golly, laundry vouchers. We hook people up with all sorts of resources around town. Again, this is just a bit of a segment of the kinds of things we do. It gives you the flavor of the work that the Hollywood Food Coalition does. Continue donating at 53555. If you text, there's that little thingy on the screen. Off we
QR
go.
code.
My name is Ami. I'm one of the medical coordinators. The mobile clinic is a student-run street-side clinic. It is run by undergraduates at UCLA, medical students, and also public health students. Our clinic runs every Wednesday evening. We come out here with the Hollywood Food Coalition. We provide medical services, social services, and we also have supplies that we're able to give our clients as well. It is a range of different services that we are able to provide. We are able to check vitals. We are able to administer physical exams. A lot of the care that we give is very much so acute care, but we do also have partnerships with other clinics in the area so that clients who have more chronic longitudinal conditions are able to get in with a care provider who will be able to follow them for their medical conditions. COVID definitely was a really big obstacle for us, especially in the beginning, because we couldn't have clinic due to UCLA policy. So we weren't out here for about 5 to 6 months. But after that period of time, we worked really hard with our administrators to put in a standard of procedures to make sure that all the volunteers and the clients were going to be safe. And that we would be able to come out here and still provide this very vital service. It really is this family of individuals who love to come back and serve this community.
We're really happy to be partnering with the Hollywood Food Coalition tonight. We're getting all their folks vaccinated as they're coming in to get their food.
Hi, I'm Diana. I'm a registered nurse. I'm here representing Housing for Health. We are helping with all these patients experiencing homelessness, and we're here to get them vaccinated, get them covered, get everybody nice and safe and sound.
One of the great things about doing this is that we have our people doing outreach, and we have nurses that are here that can talk to patients, explaining the process of having this vaccination and how that helps their health. But it's also building trust with them, just getting them to feel really safe and secure. That's a big part of it. A lot of the people who are saying no, they don't want to get it or unsure about it, it's really just because they have fear. So we build trust with them, make them feel comfortable, answer all their questions. Once they feel comfortable, they want to come through and get it. It all ties in with their mental health, with their housing, with their physical health, and everything else. So we're happy to be here and be a part of it.
Hi, this is the Jules Stein Mobile Vision Clinic, which visits the Hollywood Food Coalition on the last Wednesday of every month. And this is Dr. Victoria Sen, who is the attending physician for the mobile clinic today.
We'll be providing free vision screenings for our homeless population, checking their eyes for common eye conditions such as cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic eye disease, and also checking for the need for glasses. We'll be taking a glasses measurement today and bringing back 3 pairs when we come back in a month.
I saw the mobile clinic for eyeglasses. Figured I'd roll the dice on trying to get seen by a doctor. Looks like my chances are good. I'm legally blind. Hopefully I'm gonna be able to see again. It's not getting any better, so better get some glasses.
You're just nearsighted, as I'm sure you know.
Right. You guys literally are a lifesaver to me. I ran into you guys just out of nowhere a month ago, and you came into my life and got me my glasses. Yes, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. UCLA is the best. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even. These are kind of cool. Oh! I can see again. Look at that. And he shall see.
Everybody, Ian Spelling here. It is my honor to welcome Mr. John Delancey to join us for our next panel. How you doing, John?
Ian, it's always great talking with you.
You as well, my friend, you as well. So we are here on behalf of the Hollywood Food Coalition. Let me start with this. Why was it important to you to find time in your day to be a part of this?
Well, I think it speaks for itself. It's something that is really needed. And I'm certainly happy, as many of my compatriots are really happy to participate.
Now, we'll talk Star Trek in a moment, but let's talk about other current events first. You're involved in something called Sigil. What is that, and how did it come about?
Sigil is a company that my son created, and very quickly, he said to me right at the very beginning of the pandemic, he said, "You won't be able to go to any more conventions and stuff like that." He said, and he already had a company which was Maps, very unusual kind of, they were both, he and his wife both trained as architects. They were sort of designer maps that were in hotels and people's homes and what have you. He said, "I think I could be able to create a business for you out of that. And it would be signatures, digital signatures." And I went, "Oh, nobody's going to be interested in." And he said, no, I think so. And we sort of went like this until finally I said, "Well, just prove it." And in point of fact, what he did is that he created artwork, very interesting artwork. And then I sign, to Bob, to Ian, and I sign what it is that Ian would like me to say on it. So it's very personalized, and then it is printed, and they are canvases or on paper, they're framed or not framed. And because his company already dealt with a lot of these things all around the world, they're able to be printed in England for the European sector and stuff. So that's what has been happening. And I got a bunch of other Star Trek actors involved, and now other people are coming to him saying, gee, this is a great idea. We would like to be involved as well. And so the company has taken off. And Sigil, I said, where did this name come from? And Sigil, as the best as I can understand it, is the actual stamp that, from back in Mesopotamian days, and and all the way through in England with the wax and what have you. It was the stamp that said this is the king. So
very cool. And then what else are you working on at the moment? I know you've got a bunch going on.
I am doing Peer Gynt, actually, I'm in a week.
Are you ready?
I am ready. It takes so much time to prepare these things. So I'm doing a new Peer Gynt. I did Peer Gynt a number of years ago. I did it with the LA Phil, the New York Philharmonic, and I don't know who else. Not Cincinnati, Chicago and Cleveland, I think, Montreal, and then Sydney, Australia. And Sydney was the last one, and that was maybe about 12 years ago. And I said, that's it, it's time to put it to bed. And then Winnipeg asked me to do it. And so I've kind of reorganized it, and which is great fun, because oftentimes musicians, the music world will say, well, this is how the score is, so we don't want to change that. It's like changing the books in the Bible. But in this case, they said, present it in the way in which you would like to present it. So I was able to move things around, move movements around, sections. There are 23 sections of music. So as to be able to tell the story in a what I consider to be a more focused way. After that, I go home, 10 days or so, and then I start rehearsals for Stravinsky's L'Histoire du Soldat, which is a very famous Stravinsky work that requires a narrator. And I go around the country most of March. I think I have 9 or 10 performances in March of L'Histoire du Soldat. And between that is the cruise. So the Star Trek cruise is always great fun. And this year, last year, every year I do a show that I've written or co-written. And this year I'm going to do a repeat of The Lost World.
Oh, really? Which you had done with Nimoy and
which I had done with Nimoy. And then I think it was a year or two ago, I did it on the cruise. And then this year I'm going to do it, but I'm going to add commercials this time. Pepsodent commercials.
I was going to say selling Sigil, but okay.
Yeah. And what was it? Rice Krispies.
Yeah.
And they're difficult. The actors are going, oh, yeah, that should be fun. I go, no. Yes, fun. But they are difficult. You really need to listen to the music here. So yeah, it should be fun.
There you go. All right, let's talk about Star Trek for a few minutes. A lot of the conversation around the Q-Picard relationship over the years has centered on how Q impacted Picard's life. I want to get your perspective on how you feel Picard impacted Q's life.
Well, I had a backstory, which I'm now willing to talk about. I didn't talk ever about it before because, there was no backstory. Gene threw out Q because he had to elongate that first episode, and he threw out Q, and there you have it. Never to be done again, as what I thought would be the case. But once I began to do it more and more, I began thinking, gee, there needs to be some backstory. And so I created a backstory, which was that based on the cave. that famous, it's not Aristotle, Pluto, not Pluto, the philosopher, God, I can't believe I'm missing his name, not Plutarch. In any case, there's a famous story about the cave. And so I thought of myself as being one of those people who actually escaped from the cave. And I'm now experiencing actual emotions and actual, feelings and all sorts of stuff. And that my relationship with Picard gave me some of that. So that's, in a way, how I justified being very involved with Picard.
Okay. But how did he change Q over time?
Well, by giving me all of that. In other words, by me becoming empathetic to that, by me understanding all of that, I enriched myself.
Fair enough. All right. Now, Q interacted with Janeway. He had the one episode with Cisco, but he really always came across as very focused on Picard. Obviously, there were reasons for that. You were recurring on TNG most of the time. But in your mind, were there other Picards out there, so to speak, or was he Jean-Luc's cross to bear? You know what I'm getting at? Did he have other people whose lives he visited the way he did Picard, or was
no? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, one can have a love for. I could have a love for Picard without it being a sexual love. It could be a platonic love for Picard, a meeting of the minds, the closest that Q could have as a friend. Still in a sort of, I wanted to always make sure that this, if you flipped it as a human being, you can play with wolves, you can play with, baby cheetahs and what have you, and you can have a love and they can love you, but never lose sight of the fact that they're a wild animal. Okay, never lose that sight. Well, that's the part that I wanted to make sure that there was a differentiation there, a real separation, a gap there. But in terms of just a relationship, I think that Picard, as thorny and prickly a relationship as it was still the closest thing that Q had come to to a relationship.
Right, to a friend, really.
To a friend, yeah.
Right. All right, now the goodbye scene, I mean, literally just before you and I jumped on here, somebody, in the back room said to you, he loved the end. It made a 53-year-old grown man cry. So what kind of reaction have you gotten to that pure closure at the end of the finale?
Well, that's the reaction that I've gotten. I would say that's the general reaction that I've gotten. I've heard that now a number of times. I heard it when it first came out. People had watched it, and I got some. Terry, the executive producer, wrote me, and he said, "Well, you've made a lot of people cry." I got it from people on the street. I got it today. I mean, I've gotten it and you know what? All of the things that we've just talked about, I think, are part and parcel of what that last scene was about.
And then talk to me about the hug. Was that scripted? Was that you and Patrick coming up with that? Was it a little bit of both? It says they hug, and then you guys made that work? Take me through that.
Well, I don't really recall it being, just because it is or isn't scripted, you kind of go, well, I don't need a script to say they hug. I have no recollection whether it was in there or not. It seemed the natural thing to do. The part of, and now having answered that, the part that I will always cherish is that it was just Patrick and I in this beautiful set. And it was just the two of us facing each other, one in one chair and the other in the other chair. the camera's in the dark. The set is lit, but the camera is actually in the dark, and the soundstage they're in the dark. And these guys are doing all what they need to do and checking and what have you, but it's in the dark. So we're really concentrating on the two of us. When we started the scene, the necessary people were at the cameras. I think there were 2 or 3 cameras running, so you'd have 3 or 4 people. So let's say all told you had 12 or 15 people in that space over there. When we finished, maybe about half an hour later, not very long, 40 minutes later, cut, and there's this big applause. An applause that was far more than 12 or 15 people. And I looked kind of over there and kind of squinched my eyes, and I could see a little bit better. There were maybe about 30 people had come in, 30, it was a real group, and they had all come in to see this final scene, which was very touching. And then Patrick's had a few words, I had a few words, Terry had a few words. It was nice. It meant something.
Is it an easy role to say goodbye to? Is it an easy job to say gobbye to? I mean, this thing is...
No, you know what, one thing, going back to what Gene said to me on the third day of shooting, after they saw the dailies and they liked them, he said, "You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into." So I realized this is a forever job. And in the minds of many, many people who are always amazed, I'll go, well, Next Generation, yeah, my God, you were in so many scenes. I know, actually, I wasn't. I was in 9 scenes. No, that's impossible. You were in the da-da-da show. And I go, well, actually, I wasn't in the show. No. So in their minds, they have, organized me into these shows. I'm clearly a part of the continuum, the tapestry, as it were, of Star Trek, and that will always be the case. And I'm delighted.
John, if you were not an actor, what do you think, or what would you have liked to have done for a living?
Well, I remember as a kid. Now, this was in the school that I also flunked out of, saying that I wanted to be an archaeologist, and the teacher, you wouldn't do this stuff now, but really put me down, and I really remember it still many years later. He said, "You'll never be an archaeologist. You don't know how to spell." Well, I still don't know how to spell, and I guess I didn't become an archaeologist. But there are a lot of other things, and interestingly enough, I spent a lot of time writing, and nowadays you can just get spell check to handle that. So I don't know, archaeology and what have you. I've thought of life. I have many friends who only act. They only act. And I see life a little bit differently. First of all, I don't think of myself as being so talented that that's the only thing I can do or want to do. And I see it somewhat like I see a big room with a big smorgasbord, lots and lots and lots of tables. Life, the metaphor. I just knew early on that I did not want to spend my life standing in front of one table and only eating the food from that table. So I've done other things. Now, in my profession, I've done things that are certainly in the artistic kind of, bloviated sort of way. But I also have sailed a lot, kids is a whole other profession in itself.
Grandparenting now?
Grandparenting, traveling. I don't know what I would have done per se. I think I was inherently theatrical. But I think that I was modestly talented enough at a number of different things within this profession. So I directed operas. I do a lot of musical things. So I think probably it would have been in that zone.
Let me break down part of what you just said at the end of that, which is if you've done so many other things within your profession, if you could have made the living you make as an actor doing those other things, whether it's just purely stage work or directing or writing or opera or any of that, would you do that over acting or not?
I don't. I've sort of missed the top of the question. In other words,
I'm assuming you make most of your money as an actor. If you could make it doing the other elements of your career in the business, whether it's opera or whether it's acting on stage, if those were as lucrative as acting, would you do more of that than acting on television and in movies?
I had the opportunity to direct. I had the opportunity to produce when I was under contract for Universal, and I didn't take them. I'm not quite sure why. As I get older, I certainly am more interested in directing, mostly because I don't have to learn lines, and also because I'm kind of feel naturally good at it, whereas with acting I have to work at it. Let's not forget the dyslexia that now I can talk about, but before it just was, I don't know. I mean, these words are just floating all over the page, and I'm not quite sure why. Makes acting just more difficult. It's as a matter of fact, I'm getting ready for this other show, this L'Histoire, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, I wish I had those skills which allowed you to learn just instantaneously. Kate Mulgrew is almost photographic
memory.
Photographic memory. So a lot of those skills. So what do you do in those instances in life where you just have to work harder? Well, you just have to get up earlier and work harder. You just work harder. Directing, I don't. It seems to be easy for me. I can visualize very quickly. But then there are all sorts of other issues. There are politics, and there are all sorts of other things. And you as time goes on, especially in my advanced years, you begin going, well, how much time is there, and how much time do you want to be banging your head, So there's the diminishing returns issues.
We've got 30 seconds left. Last question for you. And be honest, does the trial never really end?
I think the trial never ends. And in a way, I think that that's the best part of our lives. It doesn't have to be a trial which is overwhelming. It doesn't have to be. It's just that it's challenging. In other words, the challenge never ends. That's what you hope for. People who choose to just make everything just as sotto voce as possible, I go, no. That's why, kids who ask me every once in a while, they said, one thing, what would you say? I say yes. Just say yes. I have said yes so many times and then hung up the phone and gone, oh my God, what have I gotten myself into? It's really scary. And it's always worked out.
There you go. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this today. We appreciate it. And have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Same to you. Cheers. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, John. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, we're 5 Year Mission, and this song is called The Omega Glory.
are the rules. Get this place on track. We'll never get it back. Well, tell me things that I don't want to hear, 'cause it makes me crazy. Like I got a dagger in my mind. Welcome to Omega. We're so happy to see you. So happy to see you. Welcome to Omega. No people will let you leave. No one will save you, save you, save you.
Hi, I'm Mike from 5-Year Mission, and this is Riker. We think that you should donate right now. It's the logical thing to do.
Hey, welcome everybody to your next panel for Trek Talks 2. I'm John Champion from Roddenberry Entertainment and Mission Log Podcast. And before I introduce my guest, let me just say how incredible it is that we are at $18,453 with your very kind donations toward the Hollywood Food Coalition. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you all know, if you've been watching from the beginning, Roddenberry, my boss, donated $50,000 as a match. So if you donate $50,000, we get his $50,000, bringing us up to $100 for the day. Please, let's make that happen. And without further ado, I have the honor and privilege of talking to two incredibly cool people from an incredibly cool show, Deep Space Nine, Nana Visitor and Terry Farrell. Welcome. How's it going today?
Thank you, John.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Look, the fun part of doing this broadcast is that in the minutes leading up to us being on air, everybody's hanging out in the green room. People are coming and going as Earl is getting the live show settled, and we just get to talk about all kinds of stuff. The subject of the day seems to be Piñon Wood, and I'm trying to understand why. Why is this an important thing, Terry Farrell? And what is the connection here with Nana?
Oh, well, how do I start? Nana, I feel like you're going with the history.
I have a history of Piñon Wood because I lived in New Mexico for a number of years. And I learned that burning piñon wood is like a life-altering, it's the smell of it. It says New Mexico. It says everything that's good in the world. And I said, and Miss Farrell has just moved to New Mexico. And I said, you've got to get piñon wood for, you've just got to get it. And she did. And right? right?
I did because right? Yes.
And it's like that, the smell?
Like that. Well, my realtor came by to give me a flower for Christmas, an amaryllis, right? And my dad was here because I was, long story short, ran out of propane. And it was 9 degrees outside. It was a really cold snap. It was terrible here the first week I was here. And I had 2 little space heaters that were going on in the bathroom so the pipes wouldn't break. And the realtor, Amanda, went out and found a guy on the road and called me and said, hey, if you have this much cash, this guy will deliver. How much do you want? And I'm like, how much is a cord? I forgot how big that is. And then he explained that's like 2 truckloads, 2 little trucks, right? And I'm like, oh, how about half that? So he came, and then I just called him today and I was like, okay, time for more. And he was like, great. And then we visited and he was really fun. And everybody's so nice and down to earth here. Super, and like seriously low key. Like LA is not low key anymore.
A guy with a truck. I was on a small road when I lived in New Mexico. This guy had a truckload of furniture, and I was like, "Oh my God, where does that come from?" He said, "You want some of it? I'll sell it to you." And and I did. I bought a lot of it. It was beautiful stuff. Only now, as I'm saying it, was like, well, wait a minute, where did he get that furniture? Why was he so willing to sell it? I don't know. It sounds odd, but you know what? It probably wasn't, because it was New Mexico. Things like that happen.
And you know what? I went to the consignment stores, like you said, and today I'm getting an antique solid rosewood table. Oh my gosh.
We will stop the show because you said the delivery people are coming. We will stop the show. Or you're going to pick up your computer, iPad, or whatever you're on and show us as this magnificent table comes in. That would be fine. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like it's a New Mexico thing. Like if you're there, you moved and, you get your dentist and your doctor, but you need your pinyon wood guy. And that becomes like an important thing. Are we talking about burning a whole bunch of it in a fireplace, or they're little...
Well, they're Kivas. So they're Kiva fireplaces. So it's like, it's what everyone has, or most people have in New Mexico.
Everybody knows about Star Trek. I need the cultural insights into New Mexico. That's what I'm getting here.
But probably everyone wants to talk about Star Trek, not
they
Kiva,
not so much
about Pinionwood.
No, this is important. But yes, they do. All right. Let's take it back to that for a moment here, because it is the 30th anniversary of Deep Space Nine. And obviously you have both been interviewed so many times. You've talked about DS9 so many times, and Ira's fabulous documentary that you're a part of. Everybody should watch it if they haven't. I want to go back to a little bit before that. I want to go back to kind of the process before the cameras even rolled on that pilot episode. You're both actors, you come in, you audition, you're given sides, and you know just the tiniest amount about the character before you have that audition. And then you get it. And I'm kind of curious, what was the surprise, what was the challenge as this thing got laid out for you, when suddenly you have the role and you realize, oh, wait a minute, this is this much bigger character of this much bigger franchise that means a lot to a lot of people. I'm curious how that went for you from the time of the audition to then realizing what you had in front of you.
Can I just say, I think that it was more front loaded. Like,
do they let you know everything?
Well, Star Trek. It was rumored that it was really going to be set to go. When I was hearing about it in the audition, it wasn't like, oh, let's see if it goes. It's like, oh, they're planning on this going well. So it was front loaded with the pressure of, if you get this is a big deal, right? It's not like a little thing and we hope it works. It's like,
right.
Oh my God, this is huge. So for me going in, I loved the original series. That's the one I knew growing up as a kid. That was my romance as a little kid, playing, cops and robbers. So for me, it was front loaded with the pressure of, if I get this is something of a childhood dream, pleasure, fantasy, a world I lived in. And it's an honor and a privilege even to just read for it, even if I wouldn't have gotten it.
Indeed, yeah. And Nana, I mean, where you did not come to this from that position of knowing the show, correct?
Well, no, I didn't. It was a job, and it was sci-fi, and that made me a little nervous because you get, in those days, now it's all flipped. Do sci-fi and it could be a blockbuster movie. But back then it was like, oh, now you're relegated to only doing sci-fi because no one else is going to take you seriously as an actor. So that was like, oh, what's that going to be? But for real, the part, I mean, I've said this before. When I read it, I thought Major Kira was supposed to be a man. I can actually still see the pages. I can, in my mind, I still see the pages and I go, this is written for a man. Called my manager and said, there's been a mistake. And they said, no mistake. They're looking for a woman for this. And I was like, nothing else really mattered to me. It was like, oh my God, I just want a shot at this.
Well, and DS9 was a show that was very different by design to distinguish itself from TNG and TOS and the movies that were already out there. That's interesting that you say you thought that Kira was written as a man. Do you feel like by design, there was some intent behind writing stronger women characters for the show?
I think it was very intentional. I think it was very intentional, and I was so grateful for it. And, I think it was a reaction. Each time you can look back at history and go, okay, we need to adjust this. But also culturally, the 80s were about, it was really about there's one guy who's got it right, everybody else doesn't. And, it was very conservative. It was the Reagan years. So coming out of that, it was like, well, let's reorganize ourselves and take a look at this. And maybe other people can be right too at the same time, or a different kind of right, or maybe we're a little bit wrong in what we're doing. So I think it was an exploration of the gray areas that the world was looking at too.
Did either of you have conversations with writers, producers, powers that be in the creative end of the show to help shape that? I mean, do you feel like, no, you're shaking your head. You showed up, you had a great script, you had a great character, and you fill the role.
Well, no, it wasn't quite like that. But, I didn't feel like anyone said, this is how to accomplish this, or, we've got this arc laid out, or, this is the line we want you to walk. It was just like, okay, do it. And my feeling was, I don't know what the truth was, but you either hit it or you're out. It's like, that's what it felt like.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Terry, you're nodding your head.
Yeah. I mean, well, no, I lived that part for real, but I did go in quite a lot because they didn't know how to describe Dax. And I think that obviously that's a more complicated character, that given that the symbiont had lived 6-7 lifetimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how do we approach this? So the good news was, because the symbiont was new to Jadzia, and they didn't quite know, and I didn't know. I mean, because if they don't know what they want, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and I wasn't understanding exactly what they wanted. I think they wanted me to be a little more stoic. But for me, the idea of being 350 years old, it's if I'm still hungry for life and interested in people, I don't think I would be so stoic. I would be curious, right? So we had a little bit of, we didn't really see eye to eye on that so much. But the good news is that they wrote it in a way for me in the beginning of, from Jadzia's point of view of like, well, she's kind of figuring this out. We're figuring it out. Terry's figuring it out. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't feel relaxed as I'm saying it. It was a very stressful, fraught with, oh my God, they're going to fire me. And literally got that phone call of, if you don't get this together, they're thinking of letting you go, from my agent. And it was just like, this is not helpful, right? This is not the thing that makes you feel cozy and like, yeah, I'm feeling super creative now.
Yeah. Take some chances, expand what you're doing. And we may fire you.
Just in case you make the wrong decision, know that you will be gone.
But let me come back to that. What does that mean then, getting it together and making the right decision? Is that just purely staying in line with what a writer-director combination thinks that they want out of the character? Or
you know what, John? I think it always comes down to doing the basic truth as you see it. And usually everyone will jump on that bandwagon because it's like, oh, there's something truthful going on. I really do think that it comes down to that. And I think that your curiosity is it's one of the elements that saves humanity. And I think it doesn't go away as you get older. It certainly doesn't at my age. So I think that was such a good choice on your part.
Thank you, Nana. And I think that's what I realized. I have a friend who I've talked to you about before, but she just said, and this is all you can do is show up on time, listen, don't anticipate results because you don't know why you're really there. So I kind of approached it with that. It took a few episodes before I felt okay, like halfway through the first season of finally going, no, just be in the scene, doing what's required in the episode, and don't worry about, was she a man in this situation or a woman in the, whatever that is, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that I'm in the moment, like you're saying, Nana, just be the truth in the moment. And ultimately, I think that's all you can do as an actor is, listen and tell the truth and let it unfold.
Nana, when we had you on Mission Log about a year or so ago, a little over a year ago, you said something about the sort of the emotional toll that being on a show many hours a day, most days of the week, for many weeks out of the year, that you carry that around with you, that it can't help but, the character can't help but sort of become a part of your life. And I'm curious now, in the years since DS9, for either of you, for both of you, what parts of those characters have stayed with you?
Well, what I was talking about was if you're doing traumatic scenes over and over and over again, your brain is going to skew that way. And it's hard, it takes real practice to understand that you need to come in and out of that. But I would say Major Kira opened a door in me. It was like a time machine because I was able to escape into the future where I didn't have to be a 90s woman. I didn't have to be performative. I didn't have to make sure I was, this is Commander Sisko. I need to calibrate how I approach him because of this hierarchical situation. As far as Major Kira was concerned, there was no hierarchy. She didn't care. So I could behave, I could be the full spectrum of who I actually was. So that was that trapdoor into the future that she gave me that made me aware of what the time I grew up in, the time I have to deal with, what it put me into. So that I'm always aware now of, wait a minute, is that an adaptation because I need to do that? Or is that who I am? It's a question that's always with me now because of her.
And Terry, yourself, any remnant?
Oh, yes, for sure. I think that the future that I don't even think I realized at the time how much Dax empowered me. Because at the time I felt like I needed what felt like armor to protect myself emotionally, right? And it's only that I've gotten to be my late 50s and gone through enormous amount of growth in the last few years, is that really Dax for me was me being completely myself and a confident woman. And culturally, growing up in the 60s, like what Nana said, it just, there were so many, like, I have to do this for this person, that for that person. And it just being a woman growing up in that time, it was really difficult. And I mean, I'm sure every generation before us, it was even worse, the roles that we're supposed to be as women. But in Star Trek, playing these characters, there weren't rules like that. We were full human beings, and it didn't matter whether we were women or men. These are the roles. We were, I was a science officer. She was a major, freedom fighter. It's like, these are people, we were fully realized people, and it didn't matter whether we were labeled a man or a woman, right? We were empowered. We weren't less than because we were women. And I think that carrying that wisdom of Dax, it will never leave me. But I think what's kind of great now is that has empowered me rather than having armor around me. It's had me drop the armor so that I can be myself.
I'm curious, it's one thing to make the show, to be active in it while it's being broadcast and finding its fandom, and then kind of the luxury of 20 plus years that you're done with it. And I'm curious what your relationship to the show has become in those years since. Like, it's become a part of your life because of your connection to the fandom. You both, obviously, you attend conventions, you do an event like this where we're still talking about the show, but how does that change your perspective in looking at this thing that you did a couple of decades ago, but it is still a major part of your life?
It would be like trying to separate the threads of my sweater. It's so woven in. My friends, my family, my community, it just keeps, and it's so big and so positive. Look, I understand that there are probably dark places in the Star Trek community, but I don't see much of that at all. I see such not positivity can sound like we're not looking at the bad stuff, but I really see engagement, curiosity, community connection, support, and diversity more than ever. And it was never probably really true that it was just men who watched Star Trek. Women did too. Little girls watched with their fathers, and it was a big deal, right?
Yeah, you're right
and
next to
so
one. Yeah.
not only did they get that connection, but they also got the habit of sci-fi and Star Trek. And it was never really true that it was just men or just white men. And you look at the conventions now, and it's what the world looks like.
Terry?
Oh, yeah, well said. It's just, I'm so grateful for the experience. I think also to add to Nana is this desire for transformation and evolving as human beings, trying to break cycles that aren't healthy for all of us. It feels like the community is very supportive of those types of issues. And I love being a part of our family. And I agree. I think that no matter what, there's always going to be a little bit of darkness, no matter, like that bad apple, right? But most of us are looking towards being loving and in service to and inspiring, and we get inspired by fans too. And it's just a very lovely community where it's really about acceptance overall, I think. And
And it's
not-
about the actors, the connection with the actors too, and the actors in various shows. When I look at the women of Discovery or in Picard, I go, yes, get it. I'm not going, why aren't I doing that? It feels like I am through them. It's satisfying. And I think when you get to that place, you're really supporting. And I think we do.
And it's because we're like a family, because it's if your sister got something, you'd be rooting your sister on, right? We had our time and it was amazing, and we continue to have it because we're part of a Star Trek family. And you know what? There's something really amazing knowing that someday when we're not here anymore and time has passed, somebody else is going to watch that show and go, what? I love that show. I mean, our show is really, it hits on so many interesting topics and issues that aren't going to go away. And it's so great to know that generations after us will be able to enjoy our show. We'll live on, there's something really amazing about that.
We have just a minute left, and I'm curious what you want that person a generation from now to get out of the show.
I want them to get out. What I'd love is for them to look at our show and go, oh my God, was it really that hard for people to get along back then who were diverse? Really? I would love that, but I'd love them to see what the struggle to understand each other is. And that, as we were talking about, being the full spectrum human, Bajoran, whatever you are, that you can be, and that that's what we bring, and that's great. Bring yourself how you are, not how people want you to be.
Yes.
And very quickly in our final seconds, Nana, you are working on your book still, Women's Trek?
I certainly am. Fascinating, which is why I'm watching some interviews with you, John, and I just want to say you are a fabulous interviewer.
You are very kind. All right. Well, everybody, you can follow both Nana and Terry online. Please do so. And right now, coming up on our show, we will have a video about volunteer efforts through the Hollywood Food Coalition. Nana, Terry, thank you both so much. And until next time.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy.
CH. My name is Matthew Carmichael.
Hi, my name is Ernie Plank.
My name is Patrick.
Hi, I'm Jesslyn. Hi, I'm Jordan, and I'm a HOFOCO volunteer.
I've been volunteering at the Coalition at least 10, perhaps 12 years.
Hi, my name is Stefano. I'm from Italy and been volunteering at the Hollywood Food Coalition for almost 6 years.
The work that we do here, I think, holds a lot of relevance because there's so many people in the city of LA that are in need of food, in need of housing, just basic essentials.
It's the goosebumps like I'm getting right now in my arms every time I think about giving back and helping those that are less fortunate than I am. It brings joy to my heart, it makes my heart smile. The vibes that I get from the people that come in and pick up the food is just unbelievable. The overwhelming gratitude that I get from them is just incredible.
One thing that impresses me about Hollywood Food Coalition is just our consistency. And the meals are delicious and they're healthy. And when you open one up, it would be something that you would want to eat yourself.
There's so many degrees of people that are unhoused. And meeting those people and understanding their stories and where they're coming from and the gratitude that they have when they receive warm meal every day, that trust that they have from us, I think it's great. And I always leave here feeling a lot better.
One thing that struck me when I started volunteering for the Hollywood Food Coalition is as soon as you walk into the kitchen, there's a sense of commitment among the team there. And you can tell they really believe in what they're doing. And so you just fall in line with that, and then your shift just flies by. And at the end of it, you feel really good because you can tell that the team made a difference and you helped the team make a difference.
Volunteering here has impacted my life in really beautiful ways. The community here is amazing, and just the people and the groundedness of the space feels like I've finally kind of found my tribe in the city. that purpose and that meaning that it brings me is my gift as well.
I always bring up what Hollywood Food Coalition has accomplished since 1987. Again, it's an impressive feat that there hasn't been a day that Hollywood Food Coalition has not been able to distribute a meal to someone in need.
It's just a great way to give back. You feel really, really good after helping people here. Seriously. Can't explain it. You just have to come on down and try it.
I've learned the names of most of our guests and the backgrounds, and you know, you'd really be surprised when you look at a person as an individual rather than just a statistic, someone who's on the street, because it's easy to look past them and not see them as being the human that they are.
I've seen, people getting jobs or getting housing, and, I've seen their situation improve, which has been really great.
Just having this brief interaction of just like smiling, saying hello, I often feel like that makes such a big difference. And it definitely makes a big difference for me too, because like those are the moments that then transport me through the rest of the week as well.
So I have connected with a lot of the guests, specifically Jacob, who does not eat anything but vegetables. So I make him a special vegetable meal every Wednesday. I know what vegetables he likes, what vegetables he won't eat, and it's important to me that he gets his nutrition, so I always try and give him what he wants.
I like this idea, like it's not only helping their own kitchen, but they're also outsourcing to other smaller organizations that can make their own meal prep. And honestly, I think it's something that we should be seeing more of, just ways to just try to get as much food out there as possible.
It's not a faceless thing. You're actually meeting people who are taking this food that we're receiving, and we're sorting and we're packaging and we're making sure that it looks great and it's going to taste great, and you hear about where they're taking it, and they'll tell you where in LA they're going, and who's going to be on the receiving end of it, and that makes it just that much more personal, and I don't know, it just means more to me.
Again, everybody, it's Ian Spelling. I am here with Mr. Brent Spiner. Hey, Brent, how are you?
Hello. Good, Ian. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Let's tell everybody that Brent is in stormy weather as we speak, and if we lose him a little bit, I will do a song and dance until we get him back, and then we will continue. But
I mean, you could write your questions on a piece of paper and hold them up, and
they are. I could just do this, so we'll do that.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll do that if it comes to it. So
okay.
We are here on behalf of the Hollywood Food Coalition. Why was it important for you to join us today?
Well, you know what? I think it's important that people should eat, don't you think? And John Billingsley and the whole organization are doing such an amazing job, helping to feed people. And that's a real doable thing, I think. There are a lot of charity organizations and diseases and so on that need money, and they do. But some of them are huge asks. I mean, how do we solve this? How do we solve cancer? How do we solve heart disease? How do we, but feeding people is a real solvable thing. And that's what we're doing here. And I think John is helping to do that. And I'm glad to be here to support him.
We're glad to have you. So I heard a crazy rumor, and the rumor is that you keep playing all these different iterations of Data and Soong so that you have fresh photos to sign at autograph shows. Any truth to that? Can you confirm or deny?
You know what? It's actually not true because I have to pay for the photos no matter what. It's the weirdest thing, really. Is they take cast photos of us and individual photos of us every series that we do, and then if we just want to take them and copy them and make copies of them, we're not allowed to do that. We don't have access for free to pictures of ourselves. We have to pay for pictures of ourselves. So I don't want more of them, obviously.
Fair enough. Joking aside, though, how do you go about differentiating the characters for yourself while you're playing them and for the viewers watching? It's not just
how do
wearing. How do you differentiate?
I'm sorry, because you froze on me, Ian.
How do you differentiate for yourself and for the viewer when you play all these variations on the theme, on the character?
Well, it's not that hard. It's in the writing. You know, you just approach each one like you would any character. There's certain problems to solve and certain amount of imagination to go into whatever it is you're doing. And they're all written differently. None of them are written as the same character. So it's really kind of just business as usual.
But do you ever say to them, hey guys, this is a little too close to what we did here. Can we go this direction? I mean, you are so associated with the roles at this point that I'm sure they listen to you quite a bit. Am I giving that?
That's a great idea. That's a funny idea. They listen to me. Come
on. Really?
No.
They don't?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, maybe, yeah, sometimes certainly we kind of, and not just with all of these characters, but any of us have input into what we're doing and try to finesse it a little bit to, you know, to what our imagination is seeing. Yeah.
Fair enough. Now, I thought Data's death in season 1 was an incredibly A, well-handled, and B, heartfelt. A lot of fans appreciated it too. What did you make of that kind of feedback, the payoff for all of these years for the fans and for you playing this character?
Well, the feedback is always mixed. You know, so I mean, a lot of it was very positive, and people really enjoyed it and thought it was somehow redeemed Data's demise in Nemesis, and other people were like, I liked Nemesis, he didn't need to do this. And but from my own point of view, I wouldn't have chosen to do it if it hadn't been written so wonderfully. I mean, the bottom line always it's the writing, and that was just a wonderful scene that Michael Chabon wrote, who's one of the best writers in the world, and Akiva Goldsman directed, and it was just really nice to stand across from Patrick or sit across from him and revisit, you know, our characters and what they meant to each other.
And it was funny, I was just talking to John Delancey about saying goodbye as Q, and he said, you know, that kind of ended an era, and it was a little bit tough on him personally. Was it tough to let go of Data after all this time, or no? And you had done it before.
You know, yeah, exactly. It's old hat now, letting go of Data. I'm not as sensitive as John. It was more difficult for me to let go of him as Q than it was for me to let go of Data. You know, I don't even think about it, Ian. Really, it doesn't. It just doesn't occur to me. It's a task, and a very enjoyable task that I'm trying to fulfill, and I just take it moment to moment, and you know, you never know what's going to happen.
And then this is not my question. Somebody asked me to ask you. A lot of fans wanted a Data and Geordi payoff as well. And I wanted your thoughts on that. Was that something you were looking forward to or thinking you might get? Or did you understand that the show is called Picard and there's not enough time for that?
It could have happened, certainly, if they had written Geordi into the show.
Right.
Yeah, there was no reason why it couldn't have happened unless he was busy, which he generally is these days. Yeah, I thought, again, you know, Geordi and Data had a goodbye on the Enterprise at the end, near the end of Nemesis. And there was a thing that LeVar and I did, and you could go back and clock it through the entire series, but we must have looked at each other 100 times or more. And we'd look at each other and go, and the last thing we did was exactly that. And so it seemed a good, you know, period to that relationship, at least fictional relationship.
Now, I know we cannot talk specifics at all about season 3 of Picard, but just talk to me about reuniting with the cast, with however many of them you worked with over your course of the time on season 3. What was that like to have everybody around again, or one at a time, whatever it was?
Well, it was like, again, it was oddly, you know, it was
You cut out. Can't hear you.
Your microphone has changed to built-in microphone, it says. What does that mean? You can't.
I hear you now. I hear you now.
Okay. I think my Bluetooth is out again.
But I hear you fine, so you're good.
I may come back in a different way. But anyway, what I was saying in regards to your question was that there was a sameness about it, a familiarity, a comfort. Yeah, it had been 20-something years since all of us were together at the same time. But it was a very joyful experience for me. I enjoyed being around everybody, you know, and I'm sure other people have mentioned this, but it's not like we've never seen each other since then. I mean, we speak to each other weekly and sometimes daily over the last 35 years. And, you know, Dorn and Gates were at my house for Christmas, and we all met at a hotel for Christmas just to see each other. And but you know, we're on the phone or at dinner or breakfast or something with each other all the time. So it was, the only difference really is we were wearing costumes and playing characters.
Have you ever had any other job where you've kept as in touch with as many people?
No, none of them have lasted as long. You know,
There's that.
It could have happened. I've been in casts where I thought this could turn out to be a Next Generation-esque relationship because we all got along very well. But then the series only lasted a few episodes. I'm friends still with isolated people that I've worked with. Really good friends with Linda Eamon, for example, who played my wife in 1776 and again played my wife in Lifetimes 3 on Broadway. And we're still very good friends. And, you know, and by the way, we're not just friends, the Next Generation cast, with each other, but it's the whole of Star Trek, really. This giant epic has introduced us all to each other. And there's a real fondness for everybody who's been involved with it in one way or another. And so we see each other at conventions and, you know, parties and different places. And so it's a giant family at this point.
Now, Patrick has said he's open to the idea of a 4th season of Picard, even though this has been billed as 3 and out. And he's also open to another Next Generation film. So my question is, how open are you to that concept?
You know what? I'm in the wait and see category. You know, I'm not open or closed. I'm just sort of, we'll see. You know, I've said before I didn't want to play Data again, and then I wound up playing Data in the, you know, first season of Picard. And so I never say never again. I mean, I never say never. No, well, you know what I mean.
I never say never again. Yes. Sean Connery. There you go. All right. Talk to me about this.
Fan fiction.
Yes. What was the process like of writing this? What did you get out of doing it? And what kind of reaction did you get from people?
Well, you know, there was a pandemic.
It was?
Yeah. And it was sort of at the beginning of the pandemic when there was no work of any kind for acting. I had to do something. And so I had, and then it was fortuitous that a literary agent came to me and said, would you write a memoir? And I've said this before a million times, and I said I didn't want to write a memoir, but I had something else I wanted to write. And he said, okay. And I, you know, got a partner to write with, Jeannie Darst, who's fantastic. And we met many times and, you know, created a storyline. I had the idea of the event already, but she helped me kind of shape it. And then I wrote for, you know, a few months, and it was a really fast process because I think from the minute, I think it was probably under a year from the point at which Jeannie and I met to when the book was published. And Unfortunately, the reaction has been really very pleasing for the most part. I mean, nothing is. Everybody doesn't love everything, but I've gotten some really good feedback from it, and some nice feedback from people who've read it. You can see some of those reviews on Amazon or Audible, and the only downside really for me was that it happened in the pandemic, and I couldn't do any, signings or any publicity or anything. So it didn't get the push it really needed to get. I mean, do you still work for the New York Times?
No, I haven't for a few years.
No. I was going to say, maybe you could slip it to, because, I didn't get reviewed by any real substantial newspaper. And I mean, NPR reviewed it very nicely and a couple of other places, but I don't think anyone at the New York Times even read it, which wasn't a huge surprise because that seems to happen. I mean, when I did my CD Dreamland, I sent it to everybody, every magazine, every newspaper, music critic, and I didn't get a single review. And I'm not sure anybody actually listened to it, as I'm pretty sure none of the critics at any of the major newspapers read my book. And I think it has to do with, I don't have probably a big enough individual profile, meaning simply I'm not famous enough or debauched enough to have you read my book. I haven't disappeared in a horrible web of drugs and alcohol, and so the book doesn't necessarily merit reading otherwise. But I do think it has there's a Star Trek kind of thing attached to that they think, well, it's just another Star Trek book or another Star Trek album. And so it just didn't get seen really or heard.
Do you want to write another book at some point, or was this a one and done and you got that experience out of your system?
I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Really?
It depends. If there's another pandemic, definitely.
Definitely. Is it another mock memoir type of book, or would it be a fiction story?
Not necessarily.
You don't want to give it away. I get it.
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get to it, or but I do have some ideas.
And then, how different an outlet is writing versus acting for you? What were you surprised to discover during the writing process, or what did you get out of it that maybe you don't from acting?
Well, I think the most satisfying thing was that I got to be young again, because I wrote the character as, took place in the third season of the series, or second or third season of the series. And I was considerably younger then. That was 35 years ago, and or 33 years ago when the book takes place. So I got to go back in my youthful mind and imagine myself as the young guy that I was then, even though I wasn't even really that young then, but certainly I wasn't an old codger like I am now. And as an actor, that is what I think is my major limitation at this point, is I can't play young people anymore.
And in a book you can.
In the book I can, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then what else are you working on these days? Do you have any other acting roles coming up? Anything going on I should know about, or everybody listening and watching should know about?
I'm getting ready to do a picture with Cassavetes. It's going to be, again, one of those real improv-y handheld things, but I can't wait to do it. Me and Peter Falk, Ben Gazzara, Jenna Rollins, and of course, John is going to direct. It's going to be fantastic.
And then when we get out of the realm of fantasy, anything coming up that we should know about?
That might make a good story.
It would,
That'd be
right?
a good book, 'cause
my fantasy movie with John Cassavetes. Maybe you work with his son.
Exactly. Well, and we're doing it, say, in the 60s. And I'm maybe even younger than I was in fan fiction.
And shoot it in black and white. It would have to be black and white, of course.
In New York, exactly. Let me write this down.
There you go. But all joking aside, are you a good not working person? Are you good with downtime, or do you get bored?
No, I'm good with downtime.
So how do you fill your downtime?
I like to tell you what, I like to spend time with my favorite person, which is me. And all joking aside, I'm pretty good with, just kind of filling my day doing things, seems like the days go really quickly. And, I'm open to doing something, obviously. People keep asking me if I'm going to be back on Nightport now that it's been revived. And the fact of the matter is, it's not really up to me. People ask, are you going to do Nightport? Well, they have to ask me. But I'm still auditioning for things, and whatever happens, happens, and whatever doesn't.
What do you think you would be doing if you were not an actor? What would have been career B?
I think I would choose to be in maybe diplomacy. Seriously. Just talking to people and trying to get them together on some issue and not being angry with each other about stuff. And,
I can't tell if you're being serious or if you're messing with me right now.
What difference does it make?
Because you are a professional actor and I just can't tell.
Well, then don't ask the questions, Ian.
I'm not a mind reader. I'm asking you to tell me the truth. Nope, all good, all good.
All right.
No, I had somebody
We've known each other long enough, Ian, to know that when you ask me something, I answer you as seriously as I possibly can.
Oh, yes, I'm used to that. Yes, and I appreciate the honesty. I always do. I had somebody ask me to ask you this question, which is, there's a whole, no pun intended, next generation of Star Trek fans out there who are discovering the show. What in your career, if somebody says, wow, this guy is really interesting, I want to see what else he's done, what are you equally proud of in your career acting wise that you would say, oh, I'm proud of my performance in this. You might want to check this out or that out. What are some of the ones that you would recommend?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not particularly proud of anything I've done. I'm really not. I've done my best, and I don't evaluate it in those terms, whether, I was really good at this. I don't think about that. But there are things that I enjoyed doing. And there were things I had some really good roles in things that, whether I'm good or bad in them, I would point somebody towards if they were interested.
Let's go with those. Give me a few examples.
You first. No, I'll go first. I think the most enjoyable job I ever had, and so I pointed that, was the film called Out to Sea with Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau. That was an incredible experience. And, just being around those guys and, Elaine Stritch and Donald O'Connor and everybody else who was in that movie, it's a dream come true. And I had a really good part. I was really pleased to be in Introducing Dorothy Dandridge with Halle Berry and Klaus Maria Brandauer, which incidentally was written by Shonda Rhimes. And that was a very satisfying experience. And I would say, if you want to see me do something serious, you go see Dorothy Dandridge or look up Dorothy Dandridge. I've also done things on stage that I really enjoyed. Like 1776, and I did Man of La Mancha in LA. It was a very satisfying experience, and working with Sondheim and Sunday in the Park with George was a really satisfying thing to do. But probably the most satisfying things were the projects that I kind of developed for myself, like Dreamland, the CD Dreamland, and my book, and the web series I did called Fan Fiction. Those were really satisfying experiences for me. And if you're interested in my career, then have a look.
And Fresh Hell.
Fresh Hell. What did I call?
You called it Fan Fiction. Fan Fiction.
I know, that's the book. Yeah, that meant Fresh Hell. Thank you so much. Yeah.
No worries. See, I follow your career. I know.
You do.
I know it well.
You've seen all those things I'm talking about.
I have. and Miss
Doesn't
Firecracker Contest and Phenomenon. You had a great small role in that, and obviously Independence Day.
Obviously Independence Day, yeah. Had a great time doing both of the Independence Day's films, in fact.
Yeah, the second one was a hoot, especially basically coming back from the dead, right?
For me, it was a really fun time doing the second film. It didn't get quite the appreciation that the first film got, but I think it's all going to pay off in the third film.
And then, is there anything? And basically, my last question: is there any? Nope. You there? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Is there anything you haven't played before it's all done that you, as the actor, are itching to try? Do you have your King Lear out there? Your Falstaff? Is there something you haven't done yet that you're itching to do?
Well, I would love. Yeah, there's a couple of things. LeVar and I had we were going to do a production of I'm Not Rappaport, Herb Gardner's play.
Sure.
And it's a really good play, and it really speaks to our time right now, I think. And we had it all lined up to do first in London. We had a director, we had a producer, we had a publicist. It was all, they were looking for theaters. We were both committed to doing it. And then the playwright's widow decided that she didn't want to give us the rights. All of a sudden, in the middle of negotiating rights, she went, no, I don't want anybody doing this show right now. I don't know why. It was never explained why. It was just she didn't want it. I have to think it was one of two things. Either she didn't know who we were, or she knew who we were.
Right.
But so I really wanted to do that. And I wanted to do Man of La Mancha on stage. And again, same thing happened. Mitch Lee, who had the rights at the time, wouldn't give them to me. And his reasoning for it was, he said, only a star can do my show.
Oh, yeah.
And, I was like, well, can you speak to Stephen Sondheim? He'll vouch for me, and he would have none of it. But I'd love to do Merchant of Venice at some point, if I could. I think that's the only Shakespeare really that I'm still sort of right for. And, I'm not really a Lear, I don't think, but I am definitely a Shylock.
There you go. We're going to end it there, Brent. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And you supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition. We can't thank you enough.
Thank you. And just one last thing, everybody out there, donate. It's a wonderful thing. Feed people, help people out. It's a good deal. And Rod Roddenberry's doubling it all. So, in his generosity, let's help him spend as much money as he can. And, am I going to see you on the cruise?
You will not. Unfortunately, no.
Well, I'm not going.
You shouldn't. It's over. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Take care.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its continuing mission, to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one has gone before. Beyond the rim of the starlight, my love is wandering in starflight. I know he'll find in star-clustered reaches love there to hear. It's been a long time, but my time is finally near, and I can feel a change in the wind right now. Nothing's in my way, and they're not gonna hold me down no more. No, they're not gonna hold me down. 'Cause I got faith of the heart. I'm going where my heart will take me. I've got faith to believe I can do anything. I've got strength of the soul. No one's gonna bend or break me. I can reach any star. 'Cause I've got faith of the heart, going where my heart will take me. I've got strength of the soul, and no one's gonna bend or break me. I can reach any star. 'Cause I've got faith, faith of the heart. It's been a long road.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norman Lau, co-host of Mission Log Roddenberry, a Roddenberry Star Mission Log podcast. Mission Log, a Roddenberry Star Trek podcast. No, don't worry, I got it. And co-host of Mission Log Prodigy. And with that title, I am both thrilled and honored to welcome the Star Trek Prodigy creators here for the Trek Talks and for the Hollywood Food Coalition. We have Dan and Kevin Hageman and director Ben Hebon to welcome to the Trek Talks. How are you?
Well, I swear I feel so good, not only just because of all the good that's happening today, but riding off of Bonnie's performance right there, I'm good for the rest of the
smiling.
day. I'm smiling.
The world needs more Bonnie.
Yeah.
So sorry I flubbed there. Sometimes in a live show, the stream gets a little choppy. So I was doing my very best to be choppy for everyone out there in public. So I hope that came across well. But if not, I will make sure that I flub up even more during the course of this broadcast for all of you, just to be consistent.
What is live if not imperfect?
What is live if not Memorex? So for all of you out there,
it's all up and up now, right? It's only going to go up now for you.
Exactly. I can only fall further or fall forward or higher.
I don't know actually if you could fall any further.
It's called a character arc.
Okay, let's go character arc. So you know what? I know that there are a lot of fans out there that Prodigy fans that are coming to see all of you, and I know we have a very limited amount of time. I've actually had the opportunity to talk to all three of you just recently, so I wanted to throw a couple of maybe some curveball questions your way, if you don't mind.
Whoa! All right.
Yeah. Okay, and maybe there are questions that the public has as well. So we've discussed this before in previous interviews that. In the first half of the season of Prodigy, you wanted everyone to kind of hold on and wait until everything was completed. You know, it's almost kind of just a wait and see type of trust in the vision of what was going on with Prodigy. But now that the season is done, now that, the incredible finale of Supernova Part 1 and 2 are behind us, and we're looking towards the future, in this space right now, in the social media responses, you're seeing things like, I can't believe that I was sleeping on this show. I can't believe that I'm catching up just now. These type of sentiments. What does that mean to you now, hearing them, as opposed to hoping that people would hold on and wait and see?
It's extremely validating. And I also understand, classic Trek is more episodic of what a lot of people grew up on, right? And we're doing, in essence, it's a giant, 20 episode miniseries, right? It's one epic story. We do dive into fantastic episode concepts and things, but still it's all builds to something. And so I understand when people first start to see it and they're like, oh, this doesn't feel like Trek. Well, it's act one. It's the beginning. You're not in the magical world of Trek yet. And these characters go through that. And so it's a very classic, structure to a grand adventure.
And I would say too, all those people who are hesitant to watch the show, we were hesitant too to make the show. So I mean, when they come to you and say we want to do Star Trek for a younger audience, we saw so many ways that could be done poorly in our heads. And but then when we gathered our team and we got Ben involved and we actually started having some real conversation, there was this real joy to kind of distill all of the Trek in our memories and repurpose it and make something new. And I think we're all very proud of the hard work that our team has done, and we cannot wait for season 2.
Yeah, and I think because of the task and the opportunity that Prodigy was in its inception, I think we all wanted to take a big swing. It was a big swing no matter what, story, character, and then visuals. The medium was different. So there was this incredible opportunity to kind of create something very new. And with anything that's new, it is always feels kind of like, are we doing it right? Is this the right product to make? Is this the right approach? And as you've seen with the first season, the heart is there, the core, the passion is all there, but it has to build. It has to kind of like, and to really express this and to experience it, you have to stick with it. You have to watch the show. And so when you first come to it, you really only see the new, but the new kind of grows and reconciles with the old and becomes something different. So now it's incredible how people have embraced it, and to see the responses have been, it's super exciting because we're so excited about it. So being able to share it is phenomenal.
Do you think that this overall quote unquote misconception that Star Trek Prodigy is just a kid's show has changed over the course of the 20 episodes, but also from the first 5 episodes, then the break, then the next 5 episodes, then the long 8-month break, and then finally these final 10. Do you think the final 10, since you were able to tell that arc in the manner that it was supposed to be done, you think that gave the fans that time to say, wow, this really isn't just for kids. This really is something that has mass appeal to all different types of levels of Star Trek fans, from young as 4 years old, from some of the listeners that have called into our show, to as old as fans like myself or older. Is that something that you're feeling that's starting to soften in the general community of fans?
I mean, I feel like one of the best thing about, there's breaks are never fun. But I think the good thing about breaks that helps things, it allows others to catch up. And you want to create a bit of a snowball effect. And I think what's nice is the more people who are watching it, the more of a water cooler show it is. As in, people like to gather and talk about the finale, or they'd like to talk about Kobayashi. So I think those breaks benefit growing that audience.
Now, I don't want to put too many of you on the spot here, but when you guys announced that you were going to be on Trek Talks, and it generated a lot of excitement on social media, and one of the things that you may or may not be able to talk about are certain details that are going to be coming up in season 2. So without putting too much out in the public space, which you're not allowed to do probably, first of all, when do you anticipate season 2 being released in the calendar for 2023, if you can say?
We can't say because we don't even know when it's going to get released. We're hoping it will be 2023, later this year. I mean, we're starting to mix the final stages of the very first episodes of season 2. We're actually starting to mix right now. So we should have things ready later this year, but that's all up to the networks and the overlords of Star Trek, because you want to try to pace out each of the shows, right? You don't want all the shows to drop at all the Trek shows to drop at the same time.
In the production of season 2 right now, where are you in that? Have you wrapped up most of the writing, most of the animation? Are you in sort of like the final touch stages? Where are we at, Ben, with that?
So in prior conversation we've had with you, we're talking about how we have multiple episodes in flight in different stages of production all at once. That's what happens when you work on a TV show. It's you roll into episodes, the different stages of production roll into each other. So you suddenly find yourself with 14, 15 episodes in production at one time. So right now we've locked, what we call animatic storyboarding, on the entire the next 20 episodes. And we have the tail end of that. And then the front end is that we're doing final mix on episode 1 and 2 next week. So we have final picture on the first 2, and then we're getting finished animatic or editorial on the last 19 and 20. So that's how wide of a breadth you have in terms of the where the season is. So every pieces are kind of locked into place, but the production is full swing basically.
And our hope right now is just that, now that season 1 is fully out on Paramount Plus, we're hoping that the numbers are good, and we're all kind of eagerly waiting to see if we can get a green light for a season 3.
Oh, season 3. That sounds so good. Doesn't it just rolls off the tongue so well?
Yeah. I mean, I could write these characters for a long time. They're so fun. They're so, and unlike some of the other Trek shows, these are kids who, started off so far from Starfleet, and now we get to do this fantastic growth of them growing up and becoming young adults and becoming Starfleet. I mean, it's exciting to think about where we could go with them.
It was an interesting concern looking at the two halves of season 1, where you had one half focused solely on the kids, them learning the protostar, their relationship with hologram Janeway, and them being able to rely on each other and kind of learn and grow as a family. And then you had a little bit of a tonal shift with now Vice Admiral Janeway and the Dauntless and the chase with the Diviner and Essentia. Was that something that you were hoping wouldn't polarize, say, the audience, where they just wanted the kids' story, or they just wanted kind of like the adult Starfleet story? Is that something that when you were breaking down the story for season 1 was, oh, I really hope this is going to work? Or is this just one of those things you have to trust your instincts as writers and creators and say, no, we really need to tell this particular story, and the fusion of these two arcs, if you will?
I mean, I would say we had a pretty confident writer's room. We had a joyful writer's room. We had a lot of fun. We all felt the wish fulfillment of being able to write a Trek show, and we didn't want to waste that opportunity. And I think Kevin and I, we usually in our approach to writing is we try to have great balance of action, humor, and heart. And I feel like when you find that equilibrium, that's where it hits, I think, all the quadrants. Not just the space quadrants, but
quadrants of storytelling
for all audiences. Kevin and I have always been big fans of a lot of what Pixar has done, and you look at things like Finding Nemo, and they're some of the most beautiful movies ever made. And I wouldn't say that's a kid's movie; it's a beautiful piece of art.
And also, like Dan, Norm was asking about the kids' story versus the adults. No matter, it's always going to be about our crew of kids. It's about first, always. You know what I mean? I think what we love, though, is it's these kids who are thrusted into the adult world of Trek and adult circumstances. And so it's fantastic to have Admiral Janeway and these other adult characters. And in season 2, there'll be other fantastic, adult characters around them. And then that creates conflict. It creates humor to play off of that. And that's part of, I think, the magic of Star Trek Prodigy.
Ben, anything to add to that?
I think they've said it beautifully. I think there is that's where the multi-layer quality, hopefully, of Prodigy comes, right? And this is why, as a show, you have to have to watch, have to dive into it and to really experience what it has to offer in terms of the themes, the relationship between the characters, these kids, in contrast to the world of adults, how they see it, how they react to it. Do they want to embrace that? They're scared of it. And it's all of those things that I think, as Nemo, as some of those, other features examples, where, there's a little bit of everything for everyone. If you embrace the package, per episode, because it is now serializing, this is now the Monster of the Week kind of show. There's no formula to episodes, and therefore the story is told throughout the season. So it is a commitment in some ways, and I think that's to understand, like, as a point of entry, being a new thing, you're not quite sure what you're getting. And we were never set to make a show just for kids. That was just never a goal and a vision. It was just, we're a fan of sci-fi, we're a fan of Trek, we're a fan of animation, storytelling, and good characters, and imagine discovering new worlds, and all of the themes that are Trek embodies. So it's something that evolves through the season, and all the layers come at different moments, in different shapes, different characters, different relationships. So yeah, I think that's what was on the table from the very start, right?
Mm-hmm. I just want to put a little spoiler alert here, because I want to ask you a question about a major choice that you had to make for season 1. So spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Prodigy yet, you may want to put this on pause and then come back and then listen to what we have to say here. But the choice to do what was done to hologram Janeway in order for the kids to grow, how hard was that a decision to make, even though you needed to make that decision in order to push the storyline along? Was it always formulated in that way in this moment, and especially in Supernova, where there's a parallel between what Rock says about the ship and what Janeway does because she can't leave, to let these children grow and evolve, but also make the audience really feel what that means in a very emotional way? Was that something that you said, maybe that's too much of a risk, or no, that's the risk we need to take?
I think it would be a risk if we didn't do that. I think for us, it was baked in. It's when you're planning what you want to do, we want, if you think about when you watch it, we lead with emotion, and so you have to end with emotion. And for us, we felt like, storytelling is about relationships, and it's the relationships between these children and their mentor, and what she has taught them. And I also would think it would be odd if season 2 had two Janeway mentors. It would get muddled. And so one has to sacrifice himself so the other can flourish, I would say.
Kevin, I know that you said in a discussion we had before that we're going to release later on for the podcast, if you said that you described season 1 as the kids stealing a ship and learning the ship, but then for season 2, if I may, because I don't think this was considered a spoiler, you said it's the kids learning the ship.
No,
earning the ship.
Season one, if you boil it down, it's about a bunch of kids who steal a ship, right? And the adventures that unfold. In season 2, we just felt like, what's the next step of evolution, of youth, of education, of growing up? And they're going to earn a ship in season 2. And so I think in season 2, you're going to see, there's a lot of unanswered questions by the end of season 1. Essentia is still out there somewhere floating around. She's still alive, right? There is the promise of a new ship. There's so many, there's Gwyn flying off to Solum to try to do what her father could never do. So there's some really, season 2 is going to be really exciting because it's going to feel like a new chapter. We're diving into new territory, but it still feels like a continuation of season 1. And so I think by the end of season 2, it's all going to just feel like this gargantuan epic piece.
We have a few minutes left here before, unfortunately, the end of our interview. But if there's any one thing that you would like to leave the audience, the Prodigy audience that's watching, the Prodigy audience that has come here to listen to you talk, I'm sure that they have concerns. I'm sure they have fears that need to be assuaged. So if there's one thing that you can let them know as we head into the long wait between now and season 2, what would you do to say, you know what, just hold on tight like you did with season 1?
Well, I would say, like, if I had a quick 30-second, like, sell, it's for all those Trek fans out there who maybe have not seen our show yet, who haven't given us a chance because they go, oh, it's a Nickelodeon animated show for children. And that was never our intent from day one. It was always a show that would be an introduction for kids and adults. And I really hope those Trek fans out there give us a chance and watch it, because I promise you, we worked really hard and we deliver the goods.
And Dan?
I'd love to put that attention on this wonderful cause. I feel like, you know, our show leads with heart, and it leads with hope. And so I would hope that we can get some more money for this great cause. And I feel like, you know, this is a great opportunity to work together as a fandom and really help out. So I want to thank John Billingsley and his whole entire team for putting this on.
And Ben, one last word.
All of these great things. I hope we keep on trying, making contents that inspire and starts conversations. Being for hopeful youngsters that are dreaming of who they're going to be and what they're going to be able to achieve in the future, and how and why. And, you know, be kind to one another. I think that's one thing that I absolutely adored when I first read the script, is that it is not a crew that is built on conflict, on trying to better one another, on trying to get ahead. It is a story about people coming together and trying to find their better self, and just finding their place in the universe without stepping over other people. And I think that is always relevant, but more than ever now. So we pour our heart in that, and season 2 is no exception. And so we hope that that message and that conversation, those conversations keep going for a long time.
Well said, Ben. And thank you, Dan, Kevin, Ben. Thank you so much for being here on behalf of Trek Talks and the Hollywood Food Coalition. Thank you for being part of our event today. Thank you for sharing this wonderful sentiment and energy of promise and hope through, you know, being here and through talking about Prodigy, of which has been, it's very so close to me. And I think that I can't wait for season 2. I really can't. I know a lot of the fans can't wait as well. If you don't mind sticking around for a few more minutes, I have a couple updates here for Trek Talks and for the Hollywood Food Coalition in terms of what we've been doing so far to generate that hope and to generate that dollar amount, you know, for what we're going to be able to provide for a lot of very needing people. So as Star Trek fans, we love challenges. And as humans, we love overcoming those challenges. So in the spirit of what we're doing here today, Rod Roddenberry has challenged us to make $50,000. Well, what does that mean exactly? It means if we raise $50,000, Rod will donate $50,000 to match. Okay, meaning every donation is worth twice its value. And every little bit helps. If you think that $1 can't help, if you don't think that what you're going to do can't help, well, think about it this way. $20 buys 6 hot, nourishing, multi-course meals for people in need. And with Rod's match, that $20 becomes $40. And those 6 meals become 12. So the exponential growth of what we're doing here is very important. Breaking news, because we have breaking news coming in. We will have a Magic Castle winner who will be announced at the end of the event. So stay tuned for that. Thank you for donating to that particular package. And John and Bonnie will have that announcement later on in the show. And we are also a little bit more than halfway to the goal. So we have 20,000, a little under 21,000, but we also have some donations in reserve that are getting us closer to that halfway mark. So please, please, please make sure that you continue to share and spread all of the knowledge and the love and the hope of this particular event, because there's still a little ways to go to get to that $50,000 mark, but We know that you guys can get us there. Here's how you can. So you can go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks, or you can text Trek to 53555. You can see all of this on the board to the left here, or to the right of me. And then you can scan the QR code on the screen. So that information to be able to donate to get to that $50,000 mark is on the screen in front of you. Now we have about 4 hours left here to spread the word, folks. So make sure if you have social media accounts, if you have ways to spread you have phones, we can also use phones. So tell people what they're missing, tell people how to get in touch with us. Now coming up in the next 2 hours, we will have Jonathan Frakes, Armin Shimmerman, Heidi Roddenberry, Kitty Swink, and Anson Mount. So if you like what you've seen here so far, and if you'd like to see more Trek Talks in the future, please show your support and keep these donations rolling in. Every dollar counts, and even now, every dollar counts. No matter if you think that 1 or 20, will make the difference, please donate what you can. But wait, there's more. We have various items we're giving to people who donate at certain levels. So between 2 and 4 p.m., all people donating at the $300 level will be entered into a raffle. 2 winners will have the opportunity to Zoom chat with 7-time Emmy Award-winning special effects supervisor Dan Curry, who will show you some amazing backgrounds from his fabulous collection of visual images. And working with photos of your choice, he will use photos to composite you or whoever you choose to be in that to be digitally inserted into the image selected. And then Dan will also autograph it, send it back to you in a perfectly sized 8x10 print suitable for framing. There will also be signed photos of today's event from John and Bonnie, a custom-made jingle written for you by Bonnie, or a custom-made bit of doggerel verse by John, both suitable for framing, and the Hollywood Food Coalition clothing item of your choice, a hat, a sweatshirt, or a t-shirt. And just one last sentiment, to paraphrase Edith Keeler in City on the Edge of Forever. Humanity will be able to find ways to feed the hungry millions of the world and cure their diseases. They will be able to find a way to give each other hope and a common future. Let's get one step closer to that Star Trek future, and we can do so by helping our fellow man today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Norman.
Thank you, Norman, for that wonderful tote board check. Okay, Bonnie, we have got another wonderful guest coming up.
Excellent. What's wrong?
Oh boy, I screwed up. I gotta go, Bonnie. I'll be back. I gotta
go where, John?
I've got to. We've got a guest.
John, stop! You're not wearing any pants. Put some pants on, please.
Good catch. Good catch. Okay, got the pants. I'll be back. Vamp, just vamp.
So wait, you're leaving?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, I guess I'm vamping. Hey everybody! Again, I'm Bonnie Gordon, and I am also not wearing any pants. John will be back any minute now. Maybe.
Bonnie, sorry I had to run, but guess what? We have a very special guest here. Da-da-da-da-da!
Hello.
A man who needs no introduction.
But in case I do, I'm Will Wheaton. I played Wesley Crusher on Star Trek The Next Generation, and I currently host the Writing Room. John, we're at Griffith Park, just a scant few hundred yards from where the very first shots of Star Trek The Next Generation were filmed in 1987.
Oh,
the very first day of production in 1987 was right up this road. I have not been here since that day. I thought it would be really fun to take this reproduction of our production report and this iPad. We'll see if we can solve this puzzle and locate location from 35 years ago.
35 years ago.
So, first day of production was Friday, May 29th, 1987. Corey Allen, of course, was the director. The title is Encounter at Farpoint. We shot here at Ferndale. There I am on the call sheet. There's a K next to my name, which means kinder. I was a minor at the time. P.S. I'm 50 now. My call was 6:30 in the morning, which was awful. I wrapped at 11:45, except I actually did have to go to school as soon as I was done. And then these are my two stunt guys. And you can see the way that I signed out. A little bit of a peace sign there and kind of a squiggle. So let's put a little bit of context into this for us and for the audience. It's 1987.
Yes.
The only Star Trek that exists in 1987 is the original series and the 4 movies that it inspired. Next Generation, which today we take for granted, right, which spawned this this whole Star Trek universe of 4 shows and now new shows that are current, right? All of that.
Bald Guy Show.
Yep.
The Mall in Space
Yes,
Show.
right.
Lady Captain Show. Sexy Alien Doctor Show.
I don't remember that one.
That was the best one.
I guess I should watch it.
You should watch it.
So it's 1987, and none of us have, like, we've never done this before. We've had some rehearsals at Paramount, right? But I've rehearsed on the bridge, and it's still all plywood. It hasn't even been dressed yet.
So this is your first day.
The first day of production is on location.
First episode.
Ever. And I got to tell you, the truth is, I'm super disappointed that I'm on location in a park for the first day on my science fiction TV show.
I never went on location in 4 years. They only took the sexy guys.
Oh, wait. That means that I'm a sexy guy?
You
Wait,
were
that's
that.
weird. I was a kid.
You were a sexy kid. You were the sexiest kid on that show.
I guess that's mathematically correct. Ferndale is this wonderful little park here in Hollywood. We're in the Los Feliz district, right at the base of Griffith Park. The
Yes.
observatory's up over those hills.
Yes.
An important piece of Star Trek, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that Next Generation introduced to the Star Trek universe was the idea of the holodeck. The holodeck was this brand new thing in the Next Generation. We were all very excited about it. We could go anywhere our imagination could take us and have it really work without us ever technically leaving the starship,
Sure.
right? So on the original series, you'd go see all these great planets and stuff. And for us, we could recreate these things all over the place. Most of our holodeck things were shot on Stage 16, which we called Planet Hell. I'll tell you a little bit more about that.
I was on
later.
Planet Hell.
Oh, so you know all about it.
I was
Yeah,
on
okay.
Planet Hell.
But the very first day of production was inside the holodeck, and we shot it here at Ferndale for Wesley to fall into a stream so we can see how strong Data is. It's a great introduction of both of the characters.
And we're going to see that stream.
And we're going to try to find the exact spot where it happened. I have not been here in over 30 years.
Now, are you going to fall into that stream again?
I will not be falling into that stream again.
All right.
I tried to track down my stunt performer from then, and I just couldn't find him. But I'll stand in front of it and I'll go, oh no, I'm falling.
Fair enough.
I'll do that.
Fair enough.
Let's just
Spoiler
go.
alert. Spoiler alert. Let's go.
This is the first time I've been here in 35 years, and it all kind of looks the same to me, but I feel like the place we crossed the stream is up ahead on our right. I think we shot it right here. This is absolutely it. This is definitely it. This is absolutely where we shot it. We had to build a little rock walkway through here. And then I come walking across it, and in the script, Wesley's like, "Yay, look at me, I'm so silly," and then he falls. And I just so clearly remember feeling like mortified that Wesley was being introduced to the audience as a klutz.
Now, was there in the story the suggestion that you were going to drown in that water, or?
I think it was implied. I feel like Wesley only goes into a nature, small, gentle stream holodeck with the safety protocols turned off because he really wants to feel alive.
So now I understand you actually have the scene.
We do. We have the scene. So we'll try to line it up and look at it and see if we can in fact confirm that I'm in the right place. Here's Ferndale from 1987, or the holodeck. This is that's.
Oh, look at how young he was.
Here I go. Look, like I can do this. This is no problem. I've got it. I'm fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh dear. Hurry, Data, hurry.
It's so funny how in like 4K you can clearly see it's a stuntman, and you could not on TV in '87. Sorry, I wrecked Star Trek for you.
That's all right. That's all right. Wow. Let's go have a martini on the bench.
I would enjoy that very much.
Did you bring a martini?
No, but
Let's just go sit
in
on the
place of a
bench.
martini, we can have a chat.
A chat. Fabulous. Fabulous. I should have been clearer in the messaging that I was hoping you would bring the martinis.
I'm sorry.
That's
my
all right.
bad.
That's all
I brought
right.
the Abbey. I'm sorry.
After you.
Little
Insider
Hollywood
talk.
joke.
Martini, last shot. Abby, next to last shot.
Named after a famous first AD who always called the last shot when it was in fact the second
That's
to
right.
last shot.
Amazing.
I'm really happy to sit down and talk with you about all of this. As the host of the Ready Room, I spend a lot of time talking with Star Trek actors about what they're doing right now, and I rarely get an opportunity to sit down and talk with a Star Trek actor about what we did then, right?
Extraordinary.
And kind of like where we were at the beginning and what it's kind of meant to our lives,
35
right?
years later.
Yeah.
Next Generation.
Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise. Now we have Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks, Strange New Worlds.
5 shows
It's
on the
amazing.
air right now, and if you throw in the Orville as a sibling of
Yeah,
sorts,
for sure, right?
6 shows.
Yeah,
Incredible.
like whatever particular flavor of Star Trek's storytelling and universe exploration, like you specifically in the audience like, there is something for you on the air right now.
So let me ask you, I know you get this question all the time, but you
Yeah.
know, this incredible life journey of yours.
Yeah.
I mean, you have kids now who are
Yeah.
older than you were when you shot this. And
Twice as old as I was when I shot this. Older than Frakes was when we shot this. How weird is that?
Amazing. When you think about the legacy of Star Trek, just what it means to you personally,
Yeah.
and I guess to a certain extent, anything you wanted to say about what you think it means culturally, what the significance of Star Trek is, why this happened.
Let me tell you what Star Trek meant to me before I was an actor on it. Star Trek told me that there was a place for a weird person like me in the future. Star Trek said, you kind of live in your head, you have this incredibly vivid imagination, you don't really fit in, and nobody is really like making an effort to see who you are and what you care about, that there's this future where people are encouraged without any regard to like their class or their wealth or their status or their race or their gender or anything. Like they are all, everybody has this opportunity to like really do something amazing. That's what Star Trek meant to me as a little kid. I was so excited about this future where growing up in the Cold War in the 70s, we had survived as a species, right? So in 1987, I get cast to work on the show, and it is very much a dream come true for me. Just this opportunity to be part of something that had meant so much to me, and to get to pretend that I'm in the future every single day. Like that's, my childhood was extremely unhappy, and I spent as much time as I could in my imagination. And a lot of that imagination was in Starfleet. Or Star Wars, or Raiders of the Lost Ark. Those are the things that I loved, you know? So when I got to pretend every day that I was on the Enterprise, and I got to walk around the Enterprise for real, right? I got to walk through those corridors by myself. It gave me a place to be. It gave me a place to be home. And it's a feeling that I know I share with a lot of Star Trek fans.
Absolutely.
Star Trek gives we who love it a sense of home, a sense of belonging, a safe place. And I feel, I don't know how you feel, but I feel right now as a 50-year-old member of the legacy of Star Trek, I feel like, wow, we have been given this privilege to caretake this for a little while, because there's a little boy and a little girl right now who feels the way I did in 1975. And they're going to find Star Trek, and it's going to inspire them and comfort them the way it did for me.
Yeah, there's a book I read years ago called Bowling Alone, and it's all about the nature of the way communities are built. And back in the day, you know, you were born into a community where the expectation is you would join a bridge club, you would go to a bowling team, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of those aspects of the glue of society have kind of fallen away. I think this is such a unique cultural thing that this show provides community and allows people to build communities. And we, of course, experience that all the time because we go to conventions and events. It's one of the things we're trying to do in a way with Trek Talks too, is to kind of encourage people to recognize that this wonderful community of shared values is something that you can kind of make happen more in your own specific community.
Right.
It's interesting getting the letters or talking to kids, or talking to, I shouldn't say kids, talking to adults who were kids when they were, now, even for me, 20 years on. And to realize that you had a significant role to play in a lot of people's upbringing, just as you described how important it was for you as a kid. I hadn't really thought at the time, as a kid who didn't watch a ton of television, how much finding a show that actually kind of spoke to them about the things that mattered to them could be transformative.
How long were you part of Star Trek before being part of Star Trek, like kind of,
I
before it kind of like settled in?
I knew immediately, even though I didn't watch a ton of television, what Star Trek meant in our culture.
Yeah.
And because my wife has always said that you would go to the opening of an envelope, for me, it was like immediate. It was the first convention. It was like, I want to go.
Yeah.
And in fact, I dragged the missus with me, and I got her on stage, and you know, we found a love of low vaudeville, which, you know, has been actually extremely enriching to me. But mostly it was just realizing, as you say, when you actually are out meeting a community of people for whom this, not just our show was a blip in the Star Trek universe, but the nature of the universe itself was so significant, it can't help but make you feel both humble and proud at the same time.
I feel like Star Trek fans are a self-selecting group of people who care deeply about human rights and equality and opportunity, not being limited by things that are like imposed by society, right? Like class and things like that. I feel like people who love Star Trek and are inspired by Star Trek are overwhelmingly really good people, inspiring people, people who want to do good things in the world.
Well, and we're living in a very sharp-elbowed time, you know. For me, the idea of what this show represents is about a coming together, that we will not solve the problems if we don't come together. We will not enjoy a positive future unless we come together. I find that as the older I get especially, the more I realize how much that message, regardless of whether or not we ever get there, the aspirational quality of strive to get better, about being a good neighbor and a good friend, you know, is incredibly meaningful.
When we were working on Next Generation, I didn't understand, because I was a kid, how cool it was to be standing on their shoulders. I felt very much like we had this responsibility to get out of their shadow, which is a childish way to look at things, and it's the way I looked at it as a child. And then I got older and matured and felt like, oh, we're very much standing on their shoulders. Wow, that's really unbelievably cool. Do you think about ever, there's all these new Trek shows, and they're all great. And they're all kind of standing on your shoulders and my shoulders and our castmates' shoulders. And I feel like, I love that we got to put some bricks into that foundation.
No, I think of it as a mosaic in a way. That it's just my mother-in-law is a mosaicist, and it's just lovely to see pieces come into that mosaic until you see this gorgeous picture, and it's just wonderful to feel like you're part of that mosaic. And some of it is just the nature of the Star Trek, the temporal reality of Star Trek. That, you know, we were the first show, which I think is interesting because there's a part of me when I think about the Star Trek storytelling. On some level, you know, it's like First Contact. And then
you. Yeah, I know.
Kinda,
it's amazing.
Yeah. And, you know, as the only Denobulan, pretty much. Where are all the Denobulans? That's what I want to know. You know, that's the thing that felt cool to me.
Denobulan erasure is a real problem in the 24th century.
John, this is an unbelievably wonderful conversation, but they need you back. Bonnie is screaming at me to get you back to the studio.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
Right, I gotta go. Okay,
thank you.
Well,
so I've had a really good time talking with you.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Bonnie, I'm coming.
Princess Bonnie!
Okay, made it. Well, I cannot tell you how excited I am. This was the highlight of this show last year, Trektivism. I have an amazing group of people who do extraordinary things for their community. I'm not going to say too much other than ask questions because you heard a lot about the Hollywood Food Coalition already. I want to hear from everybody here about the work they do, why they do it, the satisfaction they derive from it. I will begin with this. My pal Jay Stobie, who's one of the producers of this show, has defined Trektivism as applying Star Trek's core values to foster community and bring about positive social change, which I think is a pretty great definition. So in talking about your work today, I'd love to address the ways in which the work you do does that stuff. And just because I want to have a conversation, I'd love to also maybe ask you to consider, in introducing yourselves and the work you do, to consider that this is an elevator pitch on a very fast elevator talking to very dumb people. And with that, I'm going to jump in and say, Heidi.
Hello. As we go on this elevator ride, I'm honored to be here, thrilled. Thank you, John, and to all of my co-panelists. The Roddenberry Foundation, in 2 words, we strive for universal thriving. To try to give you a quick summary, when Rod and I first dreamed up of having a foundation, we really meant to honor the family legacy, both Majel and Jean, and strive towards achieving this optimistic view of the future. And so we do that through progressive, almost experimental programs that are attempting to infuse catalytic funding for a better world. So I'll leave it there. I know that didn't give too many details, but it's a quick elevator.
We're going to come back. We're going to come back to everybody. Matthew? And please introduce yourself. I know that everybody probably knows everybody, but you know, what the hell?
I'm Matthew Simone. I co-founded an organization called Esther's Echo. And how it started, I was a university student on co-op placement in Sierra Leone. And I had no idea how I wanted to help communities around the world, but I knew that I did. But I realized that what I needed to do instead was help local people in their own communities who had far more knowledge than I did. And I met a woman named Esther Canu who lives in Sierra Leone. She started a school in the middle of the Blood Diamond War, civil war in Sierra Leone. And I realized that when I got back to Canada, the best thing I could do to help was just provide people who already had exceptional knowledge and expertise in their own communities with access to resources. So that's what we did. We started small, kind of friends and family. And then last year we got to do something cool, which was do a Star Trek community fundraiser for Esther overseas. And some people on this panel actually contributed to. So thank you so much for doing that and helping to support us on your platforms. We appreciate it.
Fabulous. Jonathan?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Frakes. I was asked by my dear old friends who are sitting in the lower left-hand frame of your picture. Kitty and Armin and I go back to New York to, I dare say, in the 70s. And then you flash forward with this long-standing friendship that has put us together on Star Trek. Kitty asked me if I'd like to be involved with the pancreatic cancer organization that she is a proud survivor and the source of our hope. My brother died with pancreatic cancer 26 years ago. Kitty is a 19-year survivor. And I said, of course, I said yes, but I also find that there is I finally found a charity that I can get behind emotionally because of my brother and because of Kitty. And this is our 3rd year together. Trek. PanCan. That's us.
PanCan. Kitty, Armin?
I'll let Kitty speak first. She is the better spokesperson.
Oh, no, I'm not. I became part of PanCan because Charlotte Ray, who many of you probably know from Facts of Life, but I think of sort of as my spiritual grandmother, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And our friend Larry Pressman, who's also a Star Trek person, said, will you be her rabbi through pancreatic cancer? And I said, yes, and PanCan brought me in. And I'm so happy to be part of it. I can offer hope to people. At the time I was diagnosed, there was a 3% chance of surviving 5 years. It's now 12. Now that doesn't sound like a lot in 19 years, but it's a huge number, and much of it has to do with the work of PanCan. And so I'm so proud to be here. And I think one of the reasons why it's important for Trek to be doing it is because Trek fans like science, they like hope, and they like inclusion, all things that are important for pancreatic cancer.
I'm Armin Shimmerman. Pancreatic cancer kills a lot of people and kills them relatively fast if they can't be cured. It's a very quick disease and horrible. And as Kitty said, the survival rate has gone from 3% to 12%, which means, and last year it was at 11%. Now, a 1% jump doesn't seem like a lot, but that means that on average about 671 more patients will survive beyond 5 years, which is the hallmark of survival with this disease. So I am here because I want to see that number jump from 12, which it is now, to 20, and I want to see it beyond 20, and whatever I can do to help people so that they don't have to go through what Kitty went through, what Jonathan and his brother went through, what Jonathan's family went through, that so many other people have gone through. I want to see this disease eradicated. I want to see us have a tricorder that takes that disease out of existence.
You know, my mother passed away from pancreatic cancer as well in 1990, and she from her diagnosis to her death was 2.5 months. Yeah. So yeah, what you guys are doing is amazing. And you've touched on something that I really want to kind of emphasize today. We're obviously going through some dark times in the world, but something that happens to me every time I travel anywhere and I talk to somebody at a bar or wherever at a party, I kind of always want to say, well, what are you doing to give back? And it always stuns me that almost everybody is doing something. The people who aren't, I think, are sometimes kind of trying to figure out what their volunteer bliss is. And you mentioned, Jonathan, that this was a cause that really connected to you emotionally. I'm curious if you could kind of talk a bit, and maybe I'd point this especially to you, Matthew, and to you, Heidi, because I think we've kind of talked about, obviously, where your connection is. How did the work that you guys take on, what was the spur and the goad that made you say, this is right for me? How did you find it for yourself?
I'll take
or Matt or John. Yes, go.
Yeah. I am a little embarrassed about how long it took me to find something to connect this strongly with. I honor Kitty for simply asking me to join. And I found that as they asked, because they want you to tell the story of Daniel's death was horrific for our family, obviously, as you mentioned, and like your mom. They opened him up, they closed him up. You said you've got 5 or 6 months to live. He lived for 4 or 5 months, and he died the week before our daughter was born. So it's a very, but telling the story repeatedly reminds me finally, because I lived with Daniel. Daniel was actually the cute one of the Frakes brothers. So I'll just say no more than that at the moment. So it was a friend and my brother, and he had a young child. I mean, all the shit that everyone has, I had in my family. So to be able to share that, talk about it, and as Armin said, raise money and then see the ticker go up. We felt kind of proud that we were a part of, because we're looking for a way to detect this disease, as happened with your mom, John, and with my brother and thousands of others. It was detected too late. So we're raising money with the idea that if we can detect it more easily and earlier, more people will survive. And it's so Trek to give a vision of hope for the future. It's right in the sweet zone of Star Trek.
And I know, Matt, one of the things that you said to me once was that the nature of what you can do when you're giving back abroad is that the money, if nothing else, has infinitely more impact. Is that your experience with Esther's Echo?
Yeah, so much more. I mean, like the building that Esther's school is in right now, the school's called the Women in Action Development Project. Their rent on a building for an entire school is like $7,000 a year. And so if we can raise that money and basically offset that expense to them, then all that funding goes back into the school, into more projects and infrastructure and resources. So it's like every dollar there is multiplied so much more. And that's where I realized, like, if I can be a bridge into communities that believe in this kind of work, then we can do that. And to me, like, the impetus here was just being so humbled because, I was in school as an international studies student, and I graduated, and I'm like, I'm going to go save the planet, right? And then you go to this other place, and people there are like, oh, okay, well, we lived through 10 years of civil conflict, and we started a school from a shelled out building from scratch. So what do you have to tell us about anything? And I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. So what these people really need is that access to funding, because getting the reach out to some of these places in the world, like when I was in Sierra Leone the first time, the internet was still like 15 years back in terms of infrastructure development. So just being able to make these connections to places in the world that are so much better resourced and channeling it, the expertise again is already there. It's the funding channel that's important.
Mm-hmm. And Heidi, for you, no one ever holds a gun to anybody's head and says you must. Right. You chose. What made the choice for you?
Oh, I appreciate it. And I guess I should probably back up for those who don't know who I am. So I'm Heidi Roddenberry, board chair of the Roddenberry Foundation. And we started the foundation over 10 years ago. And it's a curious question, what touches your heart and how to connect that to your pocketbook, right? So what we have done is we've created an official family foundation, and we look for things that can be catalytic in the way that if we put money in a place, multiple wonderful outcomes will come from it. It's one of the reasons why we love supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition, because through John's leadership, what you all have done is not only give nourishment and a choice of nourishment for people who are food insecure, we call it, for people who are hungry, yet you're working with so many other groups and diverting food from the which might have been wasted or thrown out, and giving it to people that need the food. So that's the way that we sort of craft how we want to fund money. Yet I also want to offer to everybody that's watching that there's an interesting concept that all all the money that you earn, the hard-earned money that you have a choice where you put that money. And so one of the things that we've done at the foundation that is somewhat radical, which is sad to say, but of all the assets we have, 95% of those assets, we looked at where to invest them, meaning we're putting our money into organizations that are standing up for a better world, that are sustainable and have diversity and are showing that we can have that better world. So it's almost this concept of the opposite of boycotting. It's boycotting. And so you can go give your money through the marketplace. And then my advice on charitable endeavors is to look at your community and what touches you, on how you can support that effort, because it's money absolutely will change the world, affects the world. Yet there's so many other ways that you can contribute and help.
Absolutely. And would anybody else like to chime in on that front? Because that kind of was going to be my next question. I'm always interested in getting people's notions, schemes, ideas, light bulbs about how to get more involved. I always think of it more like, can you just dial it up? If you have a bliss, it's not like we're asking you to start from scratch. Most people are already involved. For some who aren't, I think you're absolutely right, Heidi. It's about looking around locally to see if there's something that kind of lights your fire. But any other thoughts or notions about ways to kind of maybe animate yourself to go and do a little bit more?
It feels good. It's as simple as that. If you do something like that, John, when you've done it, you feel good. You feel good. You feel that there's a reason why you're on this earth, and you've done something to help your fellow man. It's self-gratification to do something like what Heidi just suggested.
There's a lot of scientific information that proves that buying something doesn't give you a lot, but giving something gives you a tremendous amount of joy and gratification. I've been an activist all my life, whether it was feminist issues. I got to say, Jonathan Frakes' kid showed up for the Dobbs decision. Thank you very much. And Eliza Frakes. And I did that. I believe art changes lives, so I've always raised money or given money to the arts. But you don't have to give money. You can give time. You can give your presence on social media and say, look, here's something that's important. I believe in it. What can you do to help? Let me help you help them.
You can spread the word.
Yeah.
There's one thing that, and forgive me, I'm the moderator, I'm not supposed to talk, but I'm going to say one more thing, which is that the one thing that I think is also really interesting to me about activism is that so much of it is rooted in your friendships and building relationships. This was a dumb thing that Bonnie and I did 15 years ago, but it helped pique our interest. We were on the board of the AIDS Service Center. They had a food pantry. So we called a bunch of pals. We made a list, called about 30 pals. We said, we're going to drive by and we're going to pick up a couple of bags of groceries. Are you in? And they said, sure. So we filled the food pantry that day. The next time we did it, we said, would you call 2 pals? And we'll add them to the list. So we did 2 cars and we did the whole weekend. And we just kept growing that until we grew a massive number of people who are willing to participate. That's something that people can do without necessarily having to join a group. Mm-hmm. And it also builds your bench of pals, which is, I think, one of the things that sometimes we all kind of forget, that we're on social media a lot, but in your community, there are people. There are pals of yours, and there are more pals, in It's a Wonderful Life, George Bailey kind of way than, you've met yet. So that's something.
But you just reinforced exactly what Armin said. Just by the way you expressed yourself, you could tell that it felt good to you.
Yes,
exactly. And I mean that came through. And I'm thinking now about Jerry Ryan raising money for her stand-in, who had ALS hit very hard, and we have another Star Trek family member named Ken Mitchell who is living with ALS and working with ALS. And there's something about a personal connection with somebody you love that makes it so much easier to get involved and feels so much, I don't even know, it feels much better, but it's so real. It's so tangible.
Yeah. And this is happen to you. What happens is that these tragedies that you read about and you feel for, all of a sudden they affect your family, they affect your friends, and it suddenly hits you over the head that it's affecting you as well. And as we've all been saying, it's good to do something to help. What are we here for if not to help?
You can't live in Los Angeles without understanding food insecurity. All you have to do is drive under a freeway overpass.
Especially today. Today and during the course of the week, those of you who are not in Los Angeles are probably aware that California is being drenched with rains. I think about the people who are existing, perhaps not living, but existing under bridges, no food, no transportation, being soaked. It's cold out there as well. Thank God for what you're doing, John, and what everybody else is doing.
Well, and again, I'm supposed to be the moderator, so forgive me, but I will say the one thing that I'm very proud of with this organization is we work with about 130 other not-for-profits to help buttress and augment the services they do. And I'm particularly interested, and I kind of want to come back to you, Heidi, to talk about this too. The network of association not only happens on an individual level, but that has to happen on a structural level. Not-for-profits working together, businesses working together. So much of what is at issue in our country is sort of a structural problem. Our government structure is not functioning as well as it should. We, on the ground, are trying to figure out ways as private individuals and not-for-profits to rebuild structurally the ways that we support a tattered social safety net, I think is really of vital importance. And I'd love, could you talk about that, Heidi, a bit, the intersection of the work and also maybe ways in which, because you guys are thinking on such a global level. I'm curious, one, some of the things that you might particularly point to that you're very proud of that you're working on. I don't want to give short service to anything else, but if you had like a couple of particular triumphs, and two, the ways that people who are I know that the term for it these days is long-termism. The philanthropic school that says we think about long-term investment. What is the way that long-termism intersects with the work that people like me, or Matthew, or Jonathan, or Armin, or Kitty, what we do on the ground today to help?
Okay, well, I'm not sure that I've got those answers, but I would say, as a philanthropist running the foundation, we really do look with I guess you would call it a long lens. So for instance, one of the things is that we have a stem cell center that's housed at the Gladstone Institutes in San Francisco. And our lens is always how to help the soonest. Research isn't exactly the soonest, yet if we can heal the body from the inside, we might not need to have new organs and organ transplants. And so that's one of the long games that we're playing, where we're funding some of the world's biggest brains, Nobel laureates, who are figuring out how to heal us. And then on the other side of it, because we're the Star Trek family, we want to democratize innovation. So we sort of, in balancing those, we also have something called the Catalyst Fund, where we fund almost like early stage organizations that have these wild ideas, the garage tinkerers around the world that we're willing to do what's called venture philanthropy, where we're kind of giving them startup money to see if they can figure out new energy sources or better crop yields, or just an array of ways that it's kind of our shotgun approach to see, as we're scanning the world, what things might be able to get us to a new place. So that's a way that we try to link those on the ground doing the work with a long lens when we're always analyzing the system to see how can we help with water security, food security, diversity, equality, justice, inclusion, and infrastructures. So I don't know if that really answered your question, but
no, I realized about 2/3 of the way through the question I was fucking up that question. So that's totally on me. I'm going to dock my pay for the day, just so you know. Matthew, I did kind of maybe the same question to you, only translated in your own head into a better question, would you, and answer it?
Yeah, I mean, like, when you're studying international development and when you're looking at how like countries and communities can establish security, it's like a mountain of different philosophies. But if there's one that really cuts through all of them, it's the empowerment of women in communities. That's like the main thing. And actually, one of our own inspirations and how to word that actually came from the Roddenberry Foundation. So a couple of years ago, Roddenberry Foundation had posted some information from, it was basically a development statistical research survey from something called Project Drawdown. But it was looking at if you really want to make an impact on all kinds of things, climate, poverty, politics, it's where are opportunities for women in these communities? So when I met Esther, who is again, one of the most incredible people I'd ever met in the middle of a war, had said, hey, all these schools are now destroyed in the midst of the civil conflict. And we're going to have an entire generation of young women who are not going to have a chance to be educated. So we need to do something about that. So she literally went out and found teachers who were now unemployed because the war had destroyed all the education infrastructure and started her own school with those people. Went out, found young women and were like, hey, come to school tomorrow. We have a school. And now, just in the time that I've known her, almost, I think over 500 women have graduated from the school now. And we get to see that happen. And it's amazing. And knowing that these young women are going out into their own communities, that they're also starting schools, businesses, getting involved in politics, and that the impact that has on communities. So that is our way of trying to make that contribution, is basically just helping Esther make that contribution in her community. And that's how we see that impact happening.
Cool.
Isn't that called the butterfly effect? You start with one little thing and it just radiates out.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And when I needed a clear example of how that could happen, because honestly, as a student going over into a post-conflict war zone, and you're like, how can I be the person that makes that change? Sometimes you don't have to be the person, but you might find someone who has that particular knowledge, and you might have some way to help them that you hadn't thought of before. And that forms community as well. That's how those connections work. And that's why we are stronger when we come together as communities and realize, you have this to contribute, whether it's some knowledge or expertise or some resource. And that's how we come together. And the community aspect of this is the coolest part of it, because that's how communities are built. That's how they function, is that we come together and pool resources together. And isn't that such a Trek concept? If there's one amazing thing about the Federation in the future, it's that all of our basic needs are taken care of, so that we can all be our best selves. And otherwise, what's the point of society if we're not trying to make sure that everyone has the best opportunities? And in particular, women are hardest hit, women and children in some of these regions of the world, especially with conflict like this and poverty. And so that, to me, seemed like the best way to make my own contribution, was just to support Esther with hers.
The other thing I just wanted to touch on. I'm sorry, go ahead, Kitty, go ahead.
Educating women and giving women microloans is the best way to change a community. That's statistically proven out over and over.
So, okay, exciting thing about that. So now, after all this time, Esther's daughter, Samuela, has graduated, and she is starting a microloan project for the students who have graduated from the school. So now when they're going on to start their own initiatives, they now have seed funding to get started. It's so neat.
And talk about microloans, because not everybody may be familiar with that concept. What are microloans?
Kitty, you want to jump on that?
Well, depending on the community, a microloan could be $50 or $5,000. But you help somebody start a small business in their community that's meaningful, and especially if you give them to women, it changes the trajectory of the entire community. Their kids are more likely to thrive. There's less likely to be violence. There's more likely to be food security. It's just an extraordinary thing. A lot of organizations do that. Matthews is one of them that does it particularly well. It's really a wonderful way to go.
It's interesting getting back to Heidi's point, because in a way, I mean, somebody who's out there thinking, what can I do? What can I do? Start with a $10,000 bankroll and just think about how you do microloans. Yeah. I mean, and there's your community give back in an interesting way.
And there's several programs out there that are doing the microloans, like Kiva.org is one. But absolutely everything that everyone has said, it's evidence-based, meaning that the research has come back to say literally that girls going to save the world, rule the world, that if you invest in the developing nations into girls being educated,
I'm ready personally. I'm totally.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
A couple other things too. A lot of people here, maybe everybody here, has everybody here taught? I know Armin huge teacher. Kitty, do you teach? Have you taught? Yeah. Matthew, do you teach? Have you taught?
I do science. My day job is doing science and astronomy education at a planetarium. So that's my spacey side of my life.
Yeah. Heidi, do you teach?
I just raise a child, so I guess there's some teaching.
Yeah, that counts. That counts. Jonathan?
Oh, yeah.
I'd kind of like to know, just on a personal level, does everybody here have a story about the teacher that kind of maybe helped change their life? Because I think one of the things that for me that I always kind of want to talk about is that people have remarkable skills, and maybe people don't always necessarily fully plumb what they have to teach or go out and find out ways to teach it in the community. I know for me, I've been blessed with having magnificent teachers in all sorts of different walks of life, from elementary, middle, high school, college, on into my professional years. And they've made such a significant difference. I'm just curious if anybody would mind talking about a particular teacher that they may want to reference.
If I may start, because I think I have the most
Trekkian?
The most Trekkian answer.
Is it Jonathan Frakes?
No.
I wish it was, but it isn't. It isn't, and but it does have something to do with Jonathan in a tangential way. Okay, so for those who are not familiar, I am a Shakespeare teacher, and I teach Shakespeare around Los Angeles, and have been a university professor as well. So the teacher that inspired my interest in Shakespeare is a man named David Rhodes, who taught at UCLA, where I was a student, an English major. And the reason why this is a Trekkian answer, and he instilled in me a great love for the Bard, which I'm forever grateful for. But what makes this a Trekkian answer is one of the reasons that Patrick Stewart became Picard is that David at UCLA had hired Patrick, as well as many other actors,
McKellen, blah, 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 blah.
to come to UCLA to do work with the students. And oh my God, Bob Justman, who was producer on Next Generation, happened to see Patrick in one of David Rhodes's classes, and went back to Gene Roddenberry and said, didn't say that, said, I found the captain. So, and David and Patrick have been great friends ever since. But that is my teacher who inspired in me the love for Shakespeare.
And he's still a friend of ours.
Right. And a friend of Jonathan's, and probably a lot of people who are appearing today on this show.
Bob Justman, by the way, was the man who came over from Gene's original Star Trek with Gene to produce Next Gen. And Gene was very resistant to the idea of Sir Patrick, as I recall, and made him audition with a rug on at one point. I had 3 teachers when I went to Penn State at a time when Penn State was regrouping, and they had Archie Smith came in from the Actors Studio, and Manuel Duque came in from the Neighborhood Playhouse, and Richard Edelman came in from Herbert Berghoff, and all 3 of them had descended into the middle of the state. And I think I got probably the best piece of advice from Archie Smith, who said the 2 most important things about acting. 1, make sure your shoes fit. And 2, never marry an actress.
And look at us. And look at us.
I'm 1 through 2. We're batting 500.
Wow.
3 Star Trek actors here married to actresses. What can I tell you?
Wow. Heidi, Matthew, teachers made a significant difference in your lives?
Absolutely. I think it's remarkable how not only through education, but mentors, inspiring young children. I was on Guam, where I went to high school at St. John's, and I had a theory of knowledge class. And that teacher and the content just blew my mind, because it was my first philosophy class while I was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean thinking about life. So yeah, it's remarkable how teachers can affect people's lives.
I'm gonna cheat and have 2. One was I got a shout out to Mr. Ian Neely, who was my grade 6 elementary school teacher. And also my grandfather, whom I consider to be an educator, and both for very similar reasons. They loved just learning. They taught us how to love to learn. My grandfather was the one who got me into astronomy when I was a kid. But he loved everything. Like I remember going on walks around him with his cottage, and he would just pick up a mushroom and be like, "Look at this! Look how amazing this is!" You know. And then at nighttime, pointing out stars. And Mr. Neely, Mr. N, as we used to call him, same thing. Like, I remember one time built an entire model of the human digestive system in the class, like squeezing food through. It was amazing. But these are people who they wanted you to just lean into life and be filled with wonder. And I think that's the most important thing an educator can do, is just have you open to just absorbing the universe around you, because that makes you always feel connected to something bigger. And I remember actually years later talking with my grandfather about that and why it was important for him to have us look through a telescope all those years later. And he said, when I'm standing here under the stars, I never feel alone. And I wanted you to feel that way too. That's what he said.
And Matthew, your last comment, all of it was very good, but your last comment I want to touch upon, which is, as an educator, nothing seems to me more important at the time than to try to share what I know with somebody else, and for them to be as awestruck by what they're learning as I was awestruck when I first learned it, as your grandfather and your other teacher.
More than that, I learn more when I'm teaching than I think I ever impart to anybody, because they always teach me how to look at something a different way, which I love.
That's the thing that I found is, you know, I haven't been a teacher for many years, but I think that it is one of the most fulfilling and rewarding things to do in the world, is to try and teach somebody. You learn so much about yourself, your material, how you interact with people. So for those folks who are listening, that to me is always one thing I do like to talk about. You got skills, you got chops, you know something. I'm a technophobe. I'm an absolute illiterate. I have worked with maybe a dozen people to teach me how to goddamn use a computer. And every single one of them said, I don't teach. And every single one of them was brilliant. It's amazing the skills you have. Have you gone to a school system? Have you gone to maybe your local PTA and asked how you could give back? It's a wonderful world of opportunity if you're interested in teaching, as I think most people should be.
I have today I had a learning moment because I went to breakfast at one of my best friend's house, and her brother, who I had helped through his Whipple surgery, which is what you have if you have pancreatic cancer, had come down from San Francisco. And I learned from Joe today a lot of things. He's 2 years out from his Whipple, and he taught me a lot, not about a Whipple, but about
surviving and living life to the fullest.
Yeah, that he was talking about Star Trek. He's a huge Star Trek fan, and he thinks Pike is the most important captain of all time. And he says the thing about Pike that's so exciting is that he knows when he's going to die and how he's going to die. So at this point in his life, he can walk into a burning building and know he's going to survive. And I said, well, Joe, I think that's what you learn from pancreatic cancer, and you forget about it. And he said, I'm trying to hold on to it every day of my life, that I had my end point and here I am, and I can still walk into a burning building. And I thought, I learned something today from somebody that I had helped a little bit, and he helped me a lot 2 years later. It was pretty great.
I am probably the oldest person here, and I would tell you that every day I think there's so much I don't know, there's so much I need to learn, and days are getting short.
I'm waiting for the axe to fall. As my inner clock says, I probably don't have a lot of time. So I want to kind of go back to the subject of joy, and I really want to make sure that we kind of end on a very optimistic note. Again, we live in a dark time in certain respects, and I'm as guilty as anybody else of feeling that kind of like, weight of, oh my God, I just opened the newspaper. But when I travel and I meet people and I hear about the wonderful things they're doing, I'd love to ask each of you to kind of talk about some of the things that maybe have happened in relationship to the work you do to help people that have most cheered you and lifted you in the last year or so. Just some of the victories that attach to the work you do. And you've kind of alluded to it, but one more whack at that pinata if you've got anything.
There's something.
Go ahead. No, Jonathan, go ahead.
There's something trend adjacent, which is we all do these conventions, as you know.
Yeah.
And the greatest gift of the conventions, besides having dinner on Saturday night with your friends, is that you are approached by people who are there because they like to show your honor, or they like something about what you did, and they were affected by it in a positive way. Since I've been involved with PanCan, it's expanded to people who now share. My brother had pancreatic cancer. It's so important to me. So the giving, as Kitty said, is really the best part of it. And then what you get back is the joy that other people feel, because they feel like there's people that you've shared something. It's less painful. It's like saying things makes it easier to handle because it's out there. So you bring joy in a strange way through the truth and through the listening to somebody who's had a very, very rough time and feels comfortable enough to share that with you. And then you're given something from them, and they believe they've gotten something back. And that's joyful in a very kind of dense way, I think.
If I may add to that, Jonathan's absolutely right. One of the great things about conventions is you meet people who, as he just said, share some of their tragic experiences with you. And it is a great privilege, a great joy to be one of the people that they want to share with. There are many things that this franchise has given me, but that is one of the most important, that people feel that I am someone they can talk to, listen to, and they'll share their most horrible experiences with. Jonathan, or their best. Yeah. And as Jonathan said, when we talk to people who are survivors of pancreatic cancer, or even people who haven't survived it but are in the midst of it, that will hopefully survive sometime. That also is a joyful experience, because you feel that you're helping, that you're giving back. It's a strange thing for Varengi to say, but it is important to be able to help other people. There's no cost to it. It's just it's all an upside.
Heidi, is there anything that, you guys do so much. It's really, your foundation is remarkable. And again, nobody held a gun to Rod's head. This is something he chose to do with his life. And you're doing such extraordinary work. Is there anything that particularly these days of the work that the foundation is doing is kind of like, making you really bubble over?
Yeah, well, one thing that was remarkable, which is tough to say when COVID hit, was when the world changed. And at running a foundation, we were trying to figure out what we could do to help in the best way. So in addition to checking with all of the organizations that we work with, if they needed any immediate help, we actually launched a whole new program that was based on what's called a trusted referral network. We wanted to find out the people who were on the ground actually really helping people through COVID. Like one example is if you saw those news stories where food was, and you know this especially, John, but food was like rotting in the fields because workers weren't getting it. So there were really clever groups that were going out and getting that food and then getting it to people. But we knew that we didn't exactly know how to find those people. And so we found like-minded foundations, and we asked them to poll their grantees for the people that were at the front lines. So it's called the Plus One Global Fund. And we were able to deploy $500,000 within the first 2 months of COVID. And what we did is we took away the normal drudgery of the grant cycle. So because it was a trusted referral, they didn't need to do a grant application. All we said was, why don't you just give us 3 collateral materials? So their brochures or their website, but they had the option to do a video. And about 95% of these nominees, we call them, gave us a video. And they did a personal video, which was essentially of shock. First, that they were being recognized for the work that they were doing. And I'll tell you, the videos were like, they were like running in the field, like picking up the food, going like, this is amazing. Like, it's an honor to be recognized, and we have so much work to do. And then they would explain. And so the videos that we got once they got the funding was just one after the other of such gratitude, both for the acknowledgement of the work, but also to be able to get this funding, particularly when funding dried up. A lot of charities had a really hard time when COVID first hit because everybody sort of withdrew. So that was incredible to be able to lift up the world in that way, especially in the trying times that we faced.
Matthew?
Well, in 2022, the whole Star Trek community came together and ran a fundraiser for Esther, and that was like one of the most incredible things that's ever happened to us. Talk about joy. Imagine as a Star Trek fan opening up your phone and seeing like cast members from all the franchises tweeting out about Esther. It was like having a real life away team beat down and help your school overseas, and it was astonishing. So the whole thing launched off. Amy Imhoff, who's probably watching now, who's worked on social media with Kate Mulgrew over several fundraisers, and Amy was like, we could pitch this to Kate, and I think that might work. And then all of a sudden you see a tweet one day that Captain Janeway is like, hey, support Esther Kanu and her school in Sierra Leone. And then it was just one tweet after another. And many of you copied and retweeted that, which I was standing there like just in awe that this was actually happening. And to be able to see these two worlds come together that for me often seem very disparate, but I think if anything, when we think of the stars, it's really to look back on our own world and how to treat it with more care. And then not just that, like to actually see the fandom come forward and the relationship with the fandom change. Because then when you're at conventions, very similar to what Jonathan was saying, people like you engage with other fans talking about the show, but now it's fans coming up to you saying like, hey, like I heard that you're on this Trektivism panel. I'm a civil rights lawyer. And it totally changes the nature of the interactions you're having because, like John's saying, there are so many people in our community that are doing this awesome kind of work. And it's amazing that we can have these kinds of conversations to talk about them. And, another fan, I've got to give a shout out to Heather Ray Barker, who donated like a whole bunch of merchandise for us to have incentives to like get the more donations coming in. And so that was one of the most amazing things that's ever happened to me. Talk about joy as a Star Trek fan to see that whole community come forward to help your passion project.
This is the sucky part of my job. I now have to say goodbye. And I have to say goodbye abruptly because we are like running the trains on a tight schedule. So mwah, and all of you, I adore you all. I can't thank you enough for being part of this and for being part of the Star Trek community. I treasure every single one of you. My intro into our next HoFoCo video, which is a marvelous video about some folks we work with. Also catching you up. We are at $24,695, but there's another 4,000 that came in through other sources. So we're really almost at 30,000. Remember, we're trying to match the wonderful Roddenberry grant of $50,000 to get to $100,000 today.
Come on, people, support us.
Support us. Thank you all. And again, I adore you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
The exciting thing about the exchange model is that we are able to reach a wide array of different communities and populations that are in need of our services. Black Women Lead does a number of different kinds of distributions depending upon where they identify the need to be. Black Women Lead is entirely volunteer run.
My name is Shannon Morton. I'm the founder of Black Women Lead, which is a local LA-based nonprofit that serves the community based on the diverse needs of Black women. And we amplify the voices of brown and Black women. We serve everyone, but we tailor to low-income families, women with children, single mothers, just people who might need a little bit of extra help. We're serving everyone from seniors to low-income families to people in temporary shelters to people that are just unhoused in general. We get, salad kits. We get trays of different like meats, mixed vegetables, a grain, barley or a quinoa. And so when we get the big trays of food, we get to go out into the unhoused community and give them a hot meal. So we always love tray days. Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have like a little hot plate. So they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salad. When you're on a fixed budget, you're getting this processed food. So they absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff and eating healthy and well too. It makes them feel good.
They also have worked with the LGBT community and the trans community. They've been known to go to areas where there is a big presence of trans women who need the food that we provide, and they work with the community, with the LGBT community, to make sure that this food gets distributed.
My name is Nicole, and I've been in the past of my life. I've been hungry before, so I know what it's like not to have food. I hooked up with Shannon because she has the ability to come up with food, and I know a lot of people who need food, so she brings it to me. And what I do is I go out and about and I find people who need it, who can use it, and I give it to them. Previous to this hotel, I had a small stint of homelessness, but then I had a job for a couple of years working. I was watching a property for a guy. He sold the property, so I went homeless again. But no, about a year now. I guess it's been about a year. I do know other people who have apartments that they're paying all their money in rent. They can't afford food. So they're very thankful for that. They love it. That's what I'm trying to do. It's hard to get access to it because it's pricey. Sometimes it's pricey, I think a lot more people would eat that way, fresh vegetables and fruits and stuff like that if they had access to it.
It's really needed right now. Food is scarce for a lot of people, especially with the economy the way it is, and coming out of COVID, during COVID, when people didn't have jobs or when money, was short, this food has really been able to help a lot of families and a lot of women and a lot of children.
People are happy, they're enjoying it. It brings a real smile to their face, I'm telling you. I'm just very thankful that I'm in this position to be able to help other people eat as well as eat myself, good stuff. I appreciate it sincerely and just really grateful that I'm in this position.
Everybody has their own story as to why they don't have food, so we're just looking to fill in that gap. Really, at Black Women Lead, we just ask, what are the needs and how can we give? And this is the biggest need that I find in the community.
Welcome back, friends. Trek Talks 2. We are so happy to have you all with us in support of Hollywood Food Coalition, HOFOCO. And I know that John just gave the update at the end of the last segment, but here we are at $28,795. And as you all know, earlier today, Rod promised a match of up to $50,000. So he's my boss. I say, let's make him pay up. Let's get us up to that level.
Get cooking here. We only have to go there.
Exactly. We can do this. We can absolutely do this. And of course, without further ado, my guest, thank you for sticking around after the Trektivism panel. Jonathan Frakes, a pleasure to have you here for even more Trek Talks. You said you've been watching since earlier in the day.
I tuned in early and I saw the opening spiel.
Yeah, Sci-Fi Sisters.
And then I watched the science panel.
Yeah.
Which ironically had Bob Picardo on it, with whom I was having lunch here. We're both on the same project we're in Asheville, North Carolina, doing a Biltmore Christmas for the Hallmark Christmas movie.
Yeah. So, not a bad place to spend a not a bad place to spend a little time. Look, I've never interviewed you before, and honestly, there's so much about your career and your life that I wanted to get into, and trying to kind of craft thoughtful questions for you. And really, what I came up with, really, they were the important things, like, do you remember the tallest man you've ever seen? Have you ever written your name in wet cement? Would you spend the night in a haunted house? What's your favorite kind of ice cream? Yeah.
I like to go wandering beneath the deep blue sea.
Yes, there we go. That's the one. I remember the first time you flew in it. Yeah?
Yeah, such a blessing. I just did a 8-episode for Germany of Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, which is called X Factor Unzenstrasse.
Oh, that sounds way more dangerous. Yeah.
And it seems to be.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the interest in that show has been revived because of those wacky memes. Have you seen the meme where you ask those questions, but it's at half speed and it sounds like I'm flat drunk? Have you seen
you're completely drunk, yes. It's great when a meme then becomes a different meme because of something like that. But yeah, you probably as much as anybody in Star Trek has been memeified. And that must feel like a whole new level of celebrity. You have the Beyond Belief meme, you've got the Riker sit meme, the Riker walk meme. I mean, it's pretty remarkable.
Kind of a privilege, really.
It really is. It truly is. Yeah.
It's right up there with being on a Pez dispenser.
Oh, sure.
Pop your head up and a piece of Pez comes out of your throat.
Yeah, I would lead with that if I were you. I'd walk into a meeting and I would just click, here you go. Here's a little piece of candy out of my neck. I do want to talk to you about some serious stuff, though, too. I want to talk about your career a little bit. And I looked up that, your first directing credit on TV, The Offspring from Next Generation in 1990. And here we are in 2023, and you were still working as an actor and as a director. And I know that you've got at least an episode, more than one episode of the next season of Picard that you've directed. And I'm kind of curious, talk to me a little bit about changing in directing style to kind of match the changes in the technology in the industry in the last 30 years. What you learned back then on set versus what you do now on set.
That's a very good question. When I was learning to direct 35 years ago, I was learning to direct Star Trek. And our Star Trek, Next Gen, was a very traditional, dare I say, old-fashioned master with coverage, with two shots, singles, very little elegant cinematic, first of all, because of time and money. Mm-hmm. And so we relied on story and acting. Flash forward to these new next generation of shows, which I'm kind of blessed to be part of, which were inspired by JJ's Star Trek, the films, and they're incredible. The signature is the lens flares, right?
Right.
And so on Discovery and Picard and Strange New Worlds, you are encouraged to think cinematically and filmically, and as Robbie Duncan McNeil says, to shoot to thrill. And they've got all the lenses you need, they've got cranes, they've got drones, they've got all the toys. So you're really only limited by your own imagination. So the difference in the technique of shooting and style of shooting Next Gen and the style of shooting the new Treks is completely, it's really separated by JJ. JJ inspires that big movie look that we now attempt to find in each episode. And they're not cheap, the episodes, and they don't look cheap.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, do you find then that you sort of have to develop a skill at looking at a scene through that technical lens, for lack of a better word? I mean, look, on the one hand, you have to be concerned with the actors, because that is the most important job of the director, is to craft that performance out of the actors. But then you're also looking at things through this very technical eye. Like, how can I make this look cinematic? How can I make this look dramatic?
Oddly enough, the danger is in trying to make it look cinematic and forgetting about the story. So I break my scripts down like the way I did when I was acting. I break it into the beats, and I put the action verb in the beats and what the intention is and if you stay with that, hopefully you'll stay with the heart, and then you'll be able to express it. You'll have a visual metaphor, if you will, without sounding too pretentious, of something that is in the tone of the scene that you're shooting. But and I've seen it happen, I've done it, I've seen a lot of directors do it. They think, we'll just sweep in, or we'll use a really silly wide, or we'll go too Dutch, or all the, if you notice the filmmaking and you don't get the story, then you've really,
yeah.
I don't want to get into what a mistake it is, but I've made it, and I think we all are guilty of making. We love our shots, right?
Yeah.
You want to love the people, and you want to love the relationship, and you want to love the story, and you want to know what's happening next, and you want to be moved into the next scene, and you want to know what the stakes are, and you want to find out stuff about, that's what matters.
Well, and you kind of have a double advantage because a lot of actors love working with a director who was and is an actor because you're speaking their language, but you also are a Star Trek actor. So you have this other kind of language that you get to bring to the set. I've heard nothing but great things about working with you as a director, particularly on Star Trek. Couple of the things that came up with that. First of all, this nickname of Two Takes Frakes, is that legitimately earned? Do you try to do 2 takes and then you're out?
No, I'll tell you, that's what it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
It came from when I was shooting First Contact, which was my first movie, which was a big deal, and it was a studio, and I did a shot, and I remember Patrick was in it, and we came on to him, and then we picked somebody else up, and we came back, and I printed take 1. Everybody happy. Yeah, that was good. So let's move on. And then Paramount's producer, Marty Hornstein, came up to me and said, Frakes, come here. When you work on a studio picture, you have to print at least 2 takes. So hence 2 takes Frakes, which, I mean, I work fast and efficiently, I think.
Yeah.
It comes from the exact opposite of that. You have to do more. You have to do at least 2 takes so the studio can look at 2 prints of any given setup.
Forcing yourself to get there, yeah. I also heard that you have a tendency to break out in song. Is this just is that well earned?
It depends on the company I'm in.
Okay.
Not.
Yeah.
I do enjoy singing. I don't sing well, but I sing loudly. It's like my trombone playing. Not very good, but I am loud.
Got it.
Some people find it incredibly annoying, and some actors, obviously from my next gen group, there are a lot of singers in there anyway. But it's eye rolling for some actors, especially actors who don't know me. So it's a risky path that I go down anyway, because I figure you're here on my set. This is how I roll. So I hope it works for you. And you got to be careful again to go back without too much levity. The tone of the scene certainly will determine how much singing, or maybe you'll sing an appropriately sad song, but
sure,
singing is generally when things are not too heavy and tense emotionally.
Yeah. You mentioned the trombone, and I'm curious. I read that you grew up with jazz, and that was the inspiration that made you pursue the instrument. Was it the big band trombonists? Was it like Dorsey and Miller? Or was it the later, like Kay Vending, people like that was the influence?
The Lawrence Brown, Bob Brookmeyer fan.
Okay.
And the reason I played trombone is because in Jefferson Elementary School in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, there were a certain number of instruments in 4th grade, probably a couple of trumpets, and tuba, a flute, and 2 flutes and 2 clarinets, and a trombone. And because I had the longest arms of anyone in 3rd grade, I was given the trombone to take home, and that's how I became a trombone player.
I hope you ended up in the yearbook with that, longest arms in the 3rd grade. I think that's...
I don't remember yearbooks in elementary school.
Oh, see, we did. And I think longest arms, surely that's worth something. So, yeah, maybe. I want to ask you about when you auditioned for Star Trek. If I read it correctly, you auditioned for Gene. You auditioned multiple times, but some of those times were with Gene in the room and getting to know him. And he was much more present in that first couple of years of Next Gen. And it seems that he developed a kind of bond with that cast. And I'm just curious what your time with Gene specifically was like.
I'm really glad you asked me that, because if people have been watching, at the end of the last panel, I was going to tell a story about Gene, because Heidi was there and because it seemed very prescient. I auditioned 7 times over 6 weeks, which seems bizarre to me, but it's true. And the last few times, the last few auditions, I would be invited into Gene's office before we went to whatever studio executive we needed to convince. And Corey Allen, who directed the pilot, was there, and Gene was there. And I got to know Gene pretty well by this time, and I think he was sort of pro Frakes for. It sort of seemed to me it was down to Billy Campbell and me. Billy Campbell is a wonderful, from the Rocketeer, and we were not dissimilar. We had similar, I think, energy and all that. But Roddenberry believed so much in the world that he had created that I remember him explaining to me what the 23rd century was going to be like, which is where the Next Gen takes place. And obviously, the key elements are there was no sexism and no racism. But he memorably said to me, and it applies to our last panel and it applies to life. He said, in the 23rd century, in the future, he said, there will be no hunger and there will be no greed, and all of the children will know how to read. Come on.
Yeah.
Now that was, I get inspired by him thinking about it. And then he sent me off to whatever room we had to go to, and I used to wear the same shirt because I was convinced that the shirt was looking like a baseball player who changes. Right. And his shirt was stiff by this point. I thought this is my shirt. But Roddenberry was he was really helpful to me.
Well, that must have made you feel very confident in those multiple auditions to know that guy has your back.
I mean, how confident do you feel if you have to audition 7 times?
But if the boss is the one who's talking,
is there anybody left they haven't seen for this part?
Right. Well, there was another thing that I read that said that, going into that audition, you had not seen Star Trek. You weren't really familiar with it. So then you did a crash course.
Yeah, I had seen Star Trek, but I had no idea about the cultural phenomenon that it is and still continues to be. However, my beautiful and talented wife, Jeannie Francis, as a kid, had a Kirk poster on her wall. So,
of course,
she thought I was crazy. Yeah. But this is old enough time that I would go to Blockbuster and rent video. So I would get the tone of the original series of the Bones and Spock and Kirk series, which it wasn't that much like Next Gen, but at least I got a sense of the gestalt of Star Trek.
Well, that was really my question for you. So what did you take away from that either helped you with the audition or stuck with you to kind of explain what Star Trek was? I'm curious how that influenced you.
That's a good question. I'll tell you what I took away from it, and I Patrick and Brent and LeVar and all of us talked about it. There was that triangle of sarcasm and irony that Bones and Kirk and Spock had, where they took the piss out of each other, that made that show. I mean, it was fantastical, and it tackled interesting situations, and they were cautionary tales, all the things that we've always said about Star Trek. But they had that little touch of levity in their triangle of the leads. And we always sought it. We always tried to find moments that would have some callback to that or some of that flavor. We never quite did. We do in certain moments, and obviously certain relationships have Worf and Riker have a little bit of that. But it's I remember thinking, I like that. I like that these characters who are in this fantastical place in the whatever century they were in, the 22nd century, 23rd century, they kibbutzed each other,
Yeah. Right. Well, and that seems like absolutely something that you guys as a cast would do, and I'm sure it kind of influenced then how you play a scene, that you have this camaraderie.
We have a reputation, as you probably know, of being sort of rambunctious, and part of that was because the work was generally serious. So, and a lot of us were pretty playful human beings. So between takes, I guess we would just let our childish or childlike behavior come out, because there wasn't much of it in the writing, and especially in that first couple of seasons. They took themselves seriously, and then we sort of found a rhythm by the third season that had a little more. And part of that was the familiarity we had with each other, the familiarity that the writers had about the relationships of the characters, and it's
Yeah.
It's a great ride.
All right. Well, we've just got a couple more minutes to go here before we're going to go to our next segment. But I also have to tell you that I don't take these things lightly. I really have to do the research before I talk to somebody. And I sat down the other day and I watched Fantasy Island with a Mr. Kirk Wendover, fabulously played by you in an incredible salmon double-breasted suit.
Wow.
Yeah. But let's just, look at this. You were alongside Anne Francis, Christopher Norris,
Don DeFore.
Joanna Barnes, hello. Don DeFore. Okay, Don DeFore, who had a barbecue restaurant at Disneyland in their first year. Here, this is one of your first pro gigs as a TV guest star.
It was my first job in Los Angeles.
It really was, yeah? Yeah. And you walk onto this set.
I was dreadful on it.
Now, why do you say that? It's not like they gave you a lot to do.
So nervous. I was so stiff. It was like, it was a gig, and it was my first gig, and I'm thrilled.
Yeah, how could you not be?
I went to those shows. I did those 70s shows. I'm on this thing I'm on now. Mary McDonough, who I was engaged to on the Waltons in 1979, is playing a character in this Hallmark movie.
That is awesome. And of course, to be followed up by the Dukes of Hazzard as Jamie Lee Hogg.
Marrying a Duke? You did go deep.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, I'm not messing around here. I watched it all because you got to canoodle with Daisy Duke, and who wouldn't? Yeah.
I rolled in the hay with Daisy Duke, and then after the take, I watched her pick the pieces of straw out of her pantyhose that were under her Daisy.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
No, but I think the thing that was so cool about that, Fantasy Island as a first gig. First of all, those shows are absolutely just a slice of time, and they're marvelous. Stuff like that, and The Love Boat, and they would fill in with these huge stars from multiple decades of experience, and then you could take a young, fresh guest star like you, throw them in there, and then suddenly you're working with 5 people who have had these magnificent careers. It has to have been an incredible learning experience.
It was great. And same thing with Barnaby Jones. Both Don DeFore and the star of Barnaby Jones, they take you to lunch. They take you to lunch at the business in a very old school, thoughtful kind of, it was sort of a mentoring of sorts. Welcome to the business. I can see you're going to be okay here, and let me just tell you a little bit of this. It was a great time to transfer over there. It was just after the studio system, just after people were universal contract players. So I got there in 78, I think, to LA, and right. it was and those shows, those 80s shows,
they're fantastic.
Yeah.
They're great. Well, tell me, do you do a bit of that with the people that you work with?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I try to use people who I've had great experiences with. I try to use them as often as I can in casting. And I also, Buddy Ebsen is the name I was looking for.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Ian Spelling.
Nice.
God bless him.
Good. Thanks for watching, Ian.
It's so good. God, I did an interview with him yesterday. We've talking to each other about Star Trek for 35 years.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm sure that we could go on for another 35 about exactly that. Jonathan, we got a break and go to our next video. It has been an absolute pleasure. And thank you for the support of Hofoco and for doing the show with us again this year.
John, very nice job. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Take care.
In the words of the immortal Jean-Luc Picard, sometimes you just have to bow to the absurd.
On the water planet Argo, everybody had webbing gills, attacked by a giant surf snake. No breath of air could he take. He was no longer Spock, more like a Spock lobster. enterprise, looking for that Eden prize. Adam wanted a space jam with Spock on Vulcan, Lyra Man. Now they reach it, but really sound. No Herbert's allowed. Spock, 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 Spock rock! Get down, down. Chicago, my planet. Federation didn't plan it. Everybody's fighting. Kirk and Dan and Bisbee. Oxmix put the bag on the twice. Then Greco's boys put 'em on ice. The AM radio to Hora. He had heaters in Fedora. He was a super freaking cool Spock rock star. Spock rock star. Rock star. Spock rock star.
Thank you for staying with us on Trek Talks 2, the live stream telethon to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. Before we introduce our special guest, which you can all see, I mean, there he is. Let's go to the tote board real quick and take a look at how we're doing. As of right now, Dan, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing awesome. It's just so great to see this turnout. Right now, on your board, it shows a certain number, but we've got some extra funds that have come in. So right now, we're right around $31,185. Now, of course, earlier in the show, Rod Roddenberry said that he would match up $50,000 if we were able to make that amount. So keep those donations coming in. You can go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks. You can go to trektalks.net, or you can text Trek to 53555, or just put your phone at that big board cube looking thing on your screen. It'll take you right to another way where you can donate. And we're pretty excited. It's been a fantastic day so far, and I have a feeling that it's going to get really better in just a few seconds.
Well, speaking of excited, we need no other way to introduce our guest other than this. He is the captain of the Starship Enterprise. Anson Mount, thank you so much for giving us some of your time today and being a part of Trek Talks 2.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
It's fantastic to see Anson, and as Bill and I are Patriots fans and you're a Titans fans, we didn't really have much to look forward to this weekend. So here we are raising money for the Hollywood Food Coalition. Before I get started with my first question, though, I do want to ask, how's the foot doing? How's the recovery coming along?
It's good. So for people who don't know, I had some foot surgery recently that was nothing major. They just cleaned out a joint. But it's still a process and working on the flexation and all of that. But yeah, the Titans this year kind of did one of the
yeah.
Yes.
And it was we kind of bottomed out at a certain point, but you got to stay healthy to be in the game. So
absolutely, we have that tie with the Titans because of Coach Vrabel being a New England former great player. So anyway, on to the important things now, because football is not part of our lives anymore this year. Of course, it all started season 2 of Discovery when we first saw you as Captain Pike, and I got to say, this is going to sound a little dark. It's going to sound a little twisted. I've wanted to see that accident that caused Pike's injuries for 50 years. It's something that I've always wanted to see. And Through the Valley of Shadows was just amazing. And the emotion and passion that you put into those scenes was just awesome. And I remember actually sending a direct message to Bowie Kim and Erica Lippold, who wrote that episode, thanking them for showing what I've wanted to see for so long. So a lot of my questions tonight are going to start with, as a Trek fan, because we know you're such a Trek fan. So as a Trek fan, what was it like for you to actually do that scene that is such a part of Trek history, but we have never seen before?
Yeah, well, obviously we wanted to get it right. And so that involved a lot of choreography. You know, that set had the potential to be quite dangerous because of everything that was going on. And it's one of those things where, you know, you're in the center of the creative moment, and there are times when you get a POV that other people don't get, and that was one of those moments, definitely. And I think, you know, it reminds me of another moment was in the Inhumans when the Black Bolt's getting arrested, and just a little noise comes out of my mouth and it blows a car down the road, you know, and you get ready to shoot and everybody's like, okay, take cover. And you're out and like, I guess nobody's going to protect me, but all right. The makeup was interesting. I'd never done that before. But more than anything, I really wanted to have that scene in the corridor not just be from current Pike's point of view. I also wanted to get the point of view of future Pike, because I think it's important. It reminded me a lot of the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which that was done very right. And also, if we do ever get a chance to take this all the way to the end, I'm wondering if there is going to be a moment where that scene happens from the other side.
That would be simply amazing. That's one of the things I've always wondered about as you watch The Cage, or even the Menagerie parts 1 and 2. You know, because obviously, you know, Pike is in the wheelchair, and really all we have is the boop, as I call it. You know, the blinking light with sound to kind of give us what Pike is feeling. I would love to see it from that perspective. Because I think that would just add even more gravity to it, honestly. Looking back at season 2, and today our theme is kind of really the power that Star Trek fans have to affect change. Several times throughout Star Trek's history, you know, they've stopped the show from being canceled. I mean, you know, in the case of Strange New Worlds, the response to fandom kind of helped that show into existence. As an actor, that's got to be a pretty special moment to know that, you know, a character you performed was received so favorably that it went on to its own series.
I assume that was the case. It was a conversation even before my appearance on Discovery. Akiva, when Akiva Goldsman joined the Discovery and its inception, he assumed that because he was told it was a prequel, so he was like, "Oh, it's a Pike show." So he shows up in the writers' room and he's like, "Wait, what? It's a different ship." So he was like pulling for a Pike show, and they didn't tell me that, thank goodness. And what I didn't know is that the day we were shooting that first bridge scene was actually I believe that was my first day. And Alex apparently texted to Akiva, "I think we may have found Pike." And yeah, and the rest is history. But certainly I do believe that the fan response moved that past the point of a conversation, because I do believe that the network was excited about that as well.
It's pretty amazing to see history repeat itself with Star Trek. Of course, the fans kept the original series going for an extra season with their mass campaign. And then we had the job that you, Rebecca, and Ethan did in season 2. We talked about the accident a few minutes ago, but one of the other things I wanted to ask you about was, because you've talked about how big a Trek fan you are and how surreal it's been for you to be sitting in that chair now as your job and being Captain Pike for so many millions of fans. This season ended pretty incredibly with a quality of life. What was it like for you as a fan, again, to be reading this script and you're saying, oh my God, we're retelling one of the best episodes of the original series, Balance of Terror, complete with an older Pike and an alternate timeline and monster maroons and the whole 9 yards. As a fan, what was that like for you to read that script and be like, wow, this is going to be epic? Because it was epic.
Oh, first, I think you meant Quality of Mercy.
Quality of Mercy, excuse me, yes.
Quality of Life would be a much more boring episode. We just sort of tour the show, like mattresses everybody uses.
It's a travelogue. Yeah.
Right. It was extremely exciting because it was one of those things that I'd never done before, right? Which is to try to, in a way, recreate an episode of TV that had not only been done like 50 years ago and done so well that it has a special place in the hearts of classic Trek fans. So when I spoke to Chris about it, I was like, I want to match right down to the blocking. He was like, oh no, I'm all on top of it. So when we were doing that first bridge scene, particularly, our director, Chris, our directing producer, had the episode on a computer, and we were trying to match that blocking step for step and camera angle for camera angle. And as you probably saw, the sort of film noir lighting that they used in that episode, we were trying to match that to really give it a sense that Pike has stepped into Kirk's shoes.
The special effects that we got to see, of course, it's a classic episode, Balance of Terror, but to see it with the special effects that we're able to see today really gave it a whole nother level of excitement for me. And I remember sitting there watching it with my wife, and I said, if Spock says Mark 114, I'm going to flip out. And he said it. And it was really great to be able to, it's not doing a copycat show. It was really something that was just fantastic.
Thank you.
Obviously, you can't talk about season 2 coming up, and we know that the Ninja CBS lawyers are standing at either side of your camera to sort of stop, sort of any discussion of anything that's going on. But looking at how season 1 went and just how truly amazing it was, I think it touched every part of every Trekkie with a lot of the things that occurred. Do you feel, not to spill any tea or anything, but do you feel like we're going to get the same sense with season 2 as fans?
I'm sorry, could you say that? I missed you for part of the question.
That's okay. Do you get the sense with season 2 that Star Trek fans will be as gratified as they were with season 1 with all of the things that touched their hearts?
I think so. Yeah, I do. And also I think that we gained some latitude from the scenes that worked, that maybe some people weren't so sure about, that ended up really working well. We got to really go for it this season. So there's some episodes that are that have never been tried before. So for instance, the one that's already been announced, obviously the crossover with Lower Decks is tremendous fun and straight up comedy, and we had a blast with it. And but that's not even like the craziest things that we did. I mean, there's one episode I'm thinking of particularly towards the end of the season, and you'll know it when you see it, where it required us to work weekends, many weekends, but we were so excited about it. It was not laborious. We were excited to show up for Sunday rehearsals and all the things we were having to do to pull together this one episode. We're really excited about it.
This is probably a question that you've been asked 100 times, Anson, but I'm going to ask it anyway here for anybody who's viewing who hasn't heard it. What was your favorite moment of season 1 as both an actor and as a fan?
Man, that's a tough one. Oh boy, because I know I'm going to say something and later I'm going to be like, oh, what am I thinking about? So many. I really enjoyed getting to ride a horse in the first episode. I felt like that was, just to be completely selfish, that was a bridge from Hell on Wheels to Star Trek. And it was such an unexpected way to start, I think, to have a man on a horse in a science fiction show, but it really is Pike. He's a horse guy. And the fantasy episode was so much fun for us because we got to play opposite again late in the season, and it really woke us all up. And we really went for it. You know, we were like, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. We just, as a cast, I was so proud of everybody because we really embraced it.
Oh yeah, it's probably my favorite episode of the season. It's the one I most look forward to on the schedule. And then when I finally saw it, I think I watched it 3 times in succession, just because it was just so much fun. Speaking of fun, there's a cast addition this year. A living legend in terms of comedy, Carol Kane, comes aboard the Enterprise. What's it been like to have that sort of different dynamic in the engine room?
It's lovely. She is lovely. I love working. I mean, obviously, I've been a fan of hers my entire life. So when I saw her, I was like, what? That's crazy. And so excited and so out of left field. But she is so much fun to work with because she has this quality about her where, you know, she's been doing this for decades, and she has this thing where she never assumes she knows how it's done. And I don't know how she manages to retain that sense of purity in any given scene. There was actually one point she cracked me and Rebecca up because we had this 3-person scene in a corridor, and at the end of it, you know, Rebecca and I walk out to go do something, and usually the camera lingers on the person that remains as for a transition. And we walked out of frame, and Carol goes, "So do I?" And we were just dying. She's she's consistently happy and funny and makes the most interesting choices. We've been so lucky to have her.
I like how a minute ago you talked about how kind of passing the torch from Hell on Wheels, which, by the way, I haven't finished it yet. I'm in season 2, and it's just remarkable. As I said, it's very muddy, but it's remarkable. It's great seeing a Star Trek tie-in with Colm and everybody that does that show is fantastic. I like how you talked about that passing of the torch and Pike on a horse, because one of the things I liked so much before season 1 was aired, but it had been announced, was that poster for season 1, which showed Pike on a horse looking up at the Enterprise. I think that's something that's always good. I'd never really thought about the passing of the torch from Hell on Wheels until you just brought it up, and it makes perfect sense. But question doesn't even have anything to do with Hell on Wheels. I just wanted to bring that up. Is it a more difficult task for you to play this character, knowing that Pike knows the date and the time and what's going to happen to him? Because for the first 50 years of Star Trek, we didn't know that. We only knew that after season 2 of Discovery. So I think John Champion it wasn't John Champion. Armin and Kitty were talking about the fact, which is kind of cool that they're watching Strange New Worlds, that Pike knows what's going to happen and when, so he could go run into a burning building and save people and know that nothing's going to happen to him. Is that something that you think about as you're playing these scenes? And is that something that is still going to be in his mind in upcoming seasons, because it kind of wrapped it up a little bit, at least in my mind, in the season finale?
Well, so many things about this job is odd. First of all, that I'm in it. That's bizarre. My wife is texting me. Sorry.
That's all right.
And I never turn down a text from my wife. Happy man, happy wife, happy life.
Spot on.
But also, stepping into the role of Pike in the second season of Discovery, sort of joining a show when it's already up and running, that is interesting. And coming in and playing a character where we know the first act and we know the third act, but we don't know the second act. I've never done that before. It's like playing the middle of Hamlet and then, forgetting about Acts 1 and 5. It's
right.
It's really wild. But the whole thing with knowing his fate, kind of, I don't worry about it too much because I really just, it's a building block of scenes, and I try to work on each scene specifically. And it's also like, I used to rock climb a lot, and even though intellectually, when you set your own ropes and you know what you're doing, you're safer on that wall than you are in a car doing 65 down the interstate. But your body doesn't believe you, right? So the adrenaline is still going to pump regardless.
It's I never even thought about it like that. I mean, I've been in the car with Dan before, and I know we're not really safe at any speed, so I can believe that's 100% true, especially at our age. I want to drift away from Star Trek a little bit because, obviously the theme of the day, as we've talked about, is Trektivism. And Anson, you yourself have expressed a desire and often done work giving back. And we were talking off air before about the work you've done with the Bob Woodruff Foundation. I wonder if you talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to supporting them, and I found them through a great organization called Omaze, and we raised about $90,000 for them this holiday season. And they are a great organization that identifies programs that help impacted veterans and their families, and try to do it in a way that they can more efficiently, say, than the VA. And they have awarded well over $100 million in grants so far. And yeah, I also do some work with Team Rubicon, which I don't know if you know about them, but they are a group of veterans that use their experience in fast deployment to go to places hard hit by environmental disasters. And it was during my work on Hurricane Sandy in New York when I came across them. And when you go down into in an area like that, you find out real fast that there are two organizations that know what's going on. That's the Salvation Army and Team Rubicon. And you also find out that FEMA is not there to come in and rescue everybody. That's not what FEMA does. FEMA goes in and sets up a bureaucracy that's going to be there for a long time, as well as start the planning stage for people to have transitional homes. They're not there to save people. In Team Rubicon, they go in and they identify what needs to happen quickly, and they get it done. And it's turned into a very large, very effective organization that is, in a funny way, has also benefited people who are working through PTSD because it gives them something to focus on.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable. I mean, obviously the devastation that occurred in the New York area with Hurricane Sandy was pretty severe, and I've never really been exposed to Team Rubicon now, but I'm absolutely going to look them up. And of course, the Bob Woodruff Foundation, the great journalist who was sustained a serious head injury while covering the war. Certainly, he's come back and made quite the recovery. But I know the work they do, and they do an amazing job as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one of the things that I love about a day like today, where we're talking about raising money for Hollywood Food Coalition. There are so many other ways to help people, which is the very heart of what Trektivism is all about. So to hear these different types of stories that we've heard, including this one, Anson, thank you for sharing that information. I knew nothing about Rubicon either, so it's definitely something I want to check out. One other question I have for you with regards to Star Trek is, were you prepared for what it was going to be like to be now a part of this incredible universe for the rest of time in terms of conventions and fans and episodes and dealing with people like us? I'll just put it right out there.
It's sort of like asking, were you ready to take that LSD? No, of course not. How can you prepare? But it was such a lovely experience coming into it. First of all, as a Trek fan, it wasn't even on my bucket list because it never occurred to me that I would be on track, right? Much less be the captain of the Enterprise. And then when it first happened, and I believe that it was at Creation Con, as I was shooting Discovery, people kept coming up to me and saying, "Welcome to the family." Not welcome to the franchise, not welcome to the show, not welcome to the convention, welcome to the family. And that really gets at the heart of what is different about this culture than regular fandom. And so it's been, it continues to be my honor to be a part of it, as well as, I hope it never stops being surreal to me that I'm the captain of the Enterprise, because it feeds into my gratitude.
How many people get to say that?
And you have to have a healthy sense of gratitude as an artist, or you won't find your fuel.
Well, I think that if you're, we like to refer to Vegas as the Trek Family Reunion and not the Trek Convention. And we hope that we get to see you at the Trek Family Reunion in August, because, as you know, it's one hell of a time, and Vegas never disappoints. But we're so grateful for your time today, Anson. We know that you got a little one in the house. You're nursing, you're rehabbing a foot, and your life is not dull. Let's just put it that way. So we're grateful for all the time you could spare with us today. We really are.
She wants, my friend was asking me the other day, what does your daughter like to do? I'm like, whatever threatens her mortal existence. That's anything that will kill her or maim her, that's what she naturally gravitates towards.
Excellent.
So I'm going to be watching.
My
wife is very good at saving her.
We can't thank you enough for being here. Congratulations on the success. We wish you all the success in season 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just throwing it out there.
12.
And we look forward to talking to you again really soon.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you. And now I think what we're going to see is some musical entertainment from our friends, the band 5 Year Mission, and that's coming up straight away. So stay tuned for more Trek Talks.
We're 5 Year Mission, and this is The Cage.
Chris here with 5 Year Mission. You know, that band writing one song for each episode of the original Star Trek series? That's us. And although we love writing and performing our songs, on occasion we're given the opportunity to lend our voices to a slightly worthier cause. And what could be more worthy a cause than feeding people who are hungry? The Hollywood Food Coalition has a simple mission: to feed and serve the immediate needs of the hungry every day of the year so they can build better lives. By rescuing and redistributing food and welcoming people to dinner every night, the coalition has been keeping people fed since 1987. It's a simple mission that has a huge impact, and you can have an impact too. Please contribute what you can. Thank you for watching Trek Talks 2, and on behalf of myself, the band, the Trek Geeks Network, John, Bonnie, and everyone else helping out today, we thank you so much for any way you can help.
Well, hello there, my little nebulas. We are 2 hours away from the end of our amazing Trek Talks 2 event. Coming up, we have a tribute to Nichelle Nichols. We have Sirach Lofton, and of course, the incredible Scott Bakula will be joining us. This is your last 2 hours to help and donate to help us make our goal. Again, we are trying to get to $50,000 so that way we can match the amazing donation by Rod Roddenberry. You can go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks. You can text Trek to 53555. Again, that's Trek to 53555. And you can also just scan that QR code on the screen. We have some incredible packages and prizes to give away. In fact, I think John's going to talk a little bit more about this, but this is the time to give those big donations now towards the end to get your name in those raffles. John, do you want to tell them what they could win?
But first, some pretty amazing news.
Oh.
A couple things just came in. One, Jonathan Frakes, bless your heart, has just donated $500.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Amy and Simon Britton, who were significant donors last year and who are dear friends and dear supporters of our organization, have just donated $15,000. $15,000. They said they would rather write a check. So it's not going to be, you won't see it on the screen. But if we add that to the $5,000 that has come in through other sources as well, through Network for Good, etc., add $20,000 to the figure you see in front of you. So we are roughly $47,710. We are within hailing distance.
We are so close.
$50,000.
We are so close. Okay.
So close. A couple things.
Okay.
One. HOFOCO partners with a ton of amazing organizations, and I really wish I had time to read out all 130 plus names of the organizations we work with. They do extraordinary work with groups, with the street kids, shut-in seniors, people in drug and alcohol rehabilitation programs, women in shelters, you name it. When we wrap up at the end, although I don't have time to kind of talk about all the work they do, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about our aspirations for the future. However, with the time we have now, we have 4 auction items left.
Okay. Here we go, everybody.
I have to read this carefully because this is... So between now and 6 o'clock, we will pick 2 winners who donate at the $300 level. And this is what they will get. A Zoom chat with 7-time Emmy Award-winning special effects supervisor Dan Curry. He will show you some amazing backgrounds from his fabulous collection of visual images, and working with photos of your choice, he will use your photos to composite you and yours into the image selected. He'll digitally autograph it. He'll send it back to you, 8x10, suitable for framing. The signed photos of Bonnie and John, the custom doggerel verse, or a jingle, and a HOFOCO clothing item of your choice. So amazing. Whoever donates at a $300 level between now and the end of the show, they're in the raffle pool for that. And again, we're going to announce all the raffle winners at the end of the show.
Absolutely.
And one more thing. Last year in Las Vegas, for those of you who come to the show in Vegas to Creation, we had a kickoff party. Amy Britton, who just donated, Amy and Simon, they rent the penthouse apartment of this amazing hotel, the Delano, and they throw a great cocktail party with grub and booze, and there are special guests. Last year, Rod was there, and I was there. We would like you to come be our guest. So we're going to auction off 2 of these packages. So 2 people, and 2 people. People who donated the $500 level, 2 invitations to join the fun. If you're coming to Creation, we can't fly you to Vegas. We can't put you up, but you come to the party. It's probably going to be Friday or Saturday night. It's a blast.
I was there. It was amazing.
All the photos you want to take, 8x10s, the Hofoco garb, the jingle poem, and that's anybody who donates at the $500 level will be entered into that raffle. This is our last whack at trying to kind of see if we can get some big donations to take us over the hump. We'd love to make, I think we're going to make 100 in the next 2 hours. Can we possibly make $120,000? And remember, your $20 donation takes care of 6 amazing multi-course meals. We're talking about a carnivorian, vegetarian, vegan choice of salad, fruit salad, dessert, beverage, served with the utmost courtesy and gracefulness. People who come to us because of the meals they get night after night after night after night are inclined to stick around and learn more about other wonderful social programs that we can hook them up with. Support our organization. How did I do, Bonnie?
You did amazing, John. Absolutely amazing.
I think we have time to spare.
Really?
To spare. How about a jingle for us? How about a jingle?
I was about to say in the very beginning of the show, I mentioned that if someone in chat would put their name and a few things that they wanted to be mentioned, I would write a quick jingle for them just to give you an example of what a jingle would be like. Of course, I would record MP3 and whatnot for whoever wins for the raffle.
30 seconds.
Sorry. Okay, here we go. Anne-Marie, this is for you. Anne-Marie is her name. She loves Star Trek as she self-proclaims. Singing show tunes makes her a true gem. Then she'll treat you to pizza at 4 a.m. Yeah. So if you look back in the chat, those are some of the things that she wanted to be mentioned in the jingle, and I put as much as I
Jingle
could.
writer extraordinaire. Coming up now, a tribute to Nichelle Nichols and the wonderful work that she did in helping to raise awareness for the well, I'm gonna let the Sci-Fi Sisters say it. I'm not gonna say it, but we have the Sci-Fi Sisters coming up with the tribute to Nichelle Nichols on MLK weekend. Take it away.
Everybody, we're the Sci-Fi Sisters, and we are delighted to be here at Trek Talks 2, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. And so before we get into our thing, we want to do this thing, which is all of y'all break out your big Trekkie wallets and your big Trekkie purses. And what, sisters? Donate. Donate. It is time to donate for a great organization and a great cause. And hopefully we have a great discussion for you. We think we do, and I hope you like it too. We are talking about the Witness to a Possibility, the Nichelle Nichols and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. story. And what story, you say? Well, there's a story. It's legendary in Trek lore. A lot of people know it, and some people don't, about how Dr. King persuaded Ms. Nichols not to quit our beloved show. And, it's a really important story, but it usually goes something like this. Hey, did you know that Dr. Martin Luther King was the reason why Nichelle Nichols did not quit Star Trek? And somebody goes, really? No, I didn't know that. And we go, yeah, no way. They met at a dinner and he was like, oh, no, you're too important. You can't leave the show. It's too important for Black folks. And she was like, oh, okay. And that's it. And that's usually how the story gets summed up in those few words and with that little substance to it, But what it is a huge moment in Ms. Nichols' life and in the history of Star Trek, in the history of our country, in the history of the space race. It has huge implications. And so we want to delve into this story to bring it into some historical context for everybody, to give it the gravitas that it really deserves. We want to talk about what was going on in the country at that time, what was going on in Nichelle's world at that time, in Dr. King's world at that time. And, and what was going on in Star Trek in that time. I almost forgot myself. Y'all saw it, right? Okay. I was like, and something else. So, yeah, in Star Trek, that thing that we love.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, Yvette, why don't you tell everybody why Dr. Martin Luther King was even in LA at a time to be able to meet Nichelle?
Yeah, thanks, Tamia. On April 14th, 1967, Dr. King was on the West Coast giving a speech to an all-white student body at Stanford University. The speech was entitled "The Other America," where he addressed race, poverty, and economic injustices in the U.S.
But we must see that the struggle today is much more difficult. It's more difficult today because we are struggling now for genuine equality. And it's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee a livable income and a good, solid job. It's much easier to guarantee the right to vote than it is to guarantee the right to live in sanitary, decent housing conditions. It is much easier to integrate a public park than it is to make genuine, quality, integrated education a reality. And so today we are struggling for something which says we demand genuine equality.
In 1967, America was still legally segregated when this speech was given. And even as Nichelle Nichols appeared on the bridge of the Enterprise, no A, B, C, D, or E, Dr. King emphasizes that there are two Americas, with its growing housing crisis and the rise in wealth inequalities. White Americans earn double the income of Black Americans. 51% of white Americans completed high school, while 27% of Black Americans completed high school. Blacks were twice as likely as whites to be poor and significantly less likely than whites to be homeowners. Dr. King called on the U.S. to end poverty because the U.S. had the resources to do so. He asked, does the U.S. have the will to put an end to poverty? If the U.S. can supply $35 billion a year to fight Vietnam and spend $20 billion to get a man on the moon, then the U.S. can spend billions of dollars to help Americans stand on their own 2 feet right here on the earth. In 1967, Dr. King, being on the West Coast, giving a speech about two Americas to an all-white student body at Stanford University was unheard of. At this time, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was not the revered figure he is today. There was no federal holiday. There was no paragraph in your school textbooks. There was no grand statue in our nation's capital. In 1967, 60% of Americans still thought negatively of the March on Washington in 1963. Dr. King had been arrested multiple times for protesting. He was branded as a communist, and the FBI had him under constant surveillance. Hey, Sabrina, what was going on in Star Trek in 1967?
Well, it wasn't much better. 1967 Star Trek is not the Star Trek we know today. It was yet to become a cultural touchstone. It wasn't a juggernaut IP. It wasn't even a show that if you got a part on it, you would say, oh, my dream has come true. A couple of years before that, Gene Roddenberry had pitched the show to the studio heads as a wagon train to the stars. And that was something that they could understand, wagon train. And that was something that they could get behind. And for a while in the beginning, they did, sort of, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But 1966, Star Trek came out and won its time slot. But that meant a lot. There were only 3 broadcast channels in 1967, 66 and 67. Mm-hmm. And there were 80% of the United States watching those 3 broadcast channels. So whether you came in first in your time slot or third in your time slot, millions of people were going to be watching your show.
Mm-hmm.
But by December of 1966, Star Trek was really slipping in the ratings. but it still was safe because the report came out that said among colored TV viewers, which was one of the fastest demographics growing in the United States, they loved Star Trek because of its production values, its great colors, and its special effects. So the fact that NBC was owned by RCA and RCA made color TVs, the fact that Star Trek was losing some ratings was offset by the fact that it was selling a lot of color TVs. But by 1967, the show that Gene Roddenberry was producing was a quirky, expensive sci-fi show that lasted an hour. And it was up against these happy, inexpensive, really easy to make comedies like Bewitched and My Three Sons, Gomer Pyle, and even The Dating Game. And Star Trek was losing to these shows. Every week, Gene was coming up with original scripts, and his writer's room were coming up with these great scripts. They would go up to the studio heads, and they would come back with omissions, changes, watered down themes, and it was getting very frustrating. And outside of the studio, protests were mounting. The NAACP that would host that fundraising dinner that Nichelle would meet Dr. King at, they were coming back and saying, listen, we need to see more representation in front of that camera like Nichelle Nichols and behind the camera. And the result of that lobbying was some pretty nice policies and some nicely worded speeches, but they never really got any serious, numbers that came into those studios. So they were disappointed. And then finally, we have the space race itself. Star Trek premiered in the middle of it. But it was going to be 2 years before Neil Armstrong even landed on the moon. And here was Star Trek saying what could be possible, a witness to its possibility itself of when we won that race and went into the galaxy. But in 1967, the United States wasn't winning the space race. In fact, in January of that year, NASA suffered one of its largest disasters when the Apollo 1 mission failed on the launch pad, killing all 3 astronauts on board. But studio heads are men of numbers, and numbers in TVs are ratings. And what Star Trek needed to do was to break the top 50 show list. And that was something that they never could do. So in 1967, Star Trek was a show that had conflicts within, protests without, tragedy surrounding it, sitting in the position number 52 on the road to cancellation. So that's what was going on with Star Trek. Fran, you want to tell us what was going on with Nichelle Nichols?
I certainly will. Thank you, Sabrina. Miss Nichols had a history with Gene Roddenberry. He had a show called The Lieutenant, and she had guest starred on this show. Okay, so he wrote this role with her in mind. There were other women who came after her, but she was the first Black woman that was on national TV that wasn't in a subservient role. Eartha Kitt came on Batman. Diane Carroll was on Julia. She had the lead. And Gail Fisher was on Mannix. She played, and that was in, she played the secretary to his private eye. And that was in 1968. So, it was great to see her, Miss Nichols, 1966, the first one, not in a subservient role. The same people who made Gene Roddenberry get rid of Majel on the bridge wanted to get rid of Miss Nichols. So what he had to do was he reneged on the contract and told her she could stay on the show as a day player, and she did. And so she was on there a long time. Her day was long. She was there first thing in the morning. She was there last day in the evening because she was strategically placed in the frame behind the captain's chair. Whoever sat in the captain's chair, she was in the background. And we saw her. Sometimes she was a blur, sometimes she was sharp, but she was there. So she actually made more money as a as a day player than she would have a contract player. But she had some things going on, some real toxic crap that was going on with her, actually on the set. Security guard that didn't want to let her on the set. Somebody said that, Grace Lee Whitney was 10 times better than her and that she should have been fired instead of Grace Lee. But the straw that broke the camel's back was the fan mail. In 1967, fan mail was a big deal. And it wasn't just doing an email and sending it all off. There were steps you took. You know, you went to the post office, you got stamps, you wrote it, you mailed it, whatever. But you did some work with it. Come to find out, she had just as much. I started the email, but not after going through all that explanation.
Right.
She had just as much fan mail as Shatner and Nimoy did. The only thing is, they were told not to tell her. They were told not to give it to her. But they didn't say that she couldn't come and get it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. She went into Gene that Friday, told him she was quitting. She was going to Broadway. She had roles that she could do on Broadway, and she wasn't coming back to the show. So, you know how Gene is, persuasive. Please don't quit now. Please think about it. Over the weekend, just think about it and, and come back, just think about it. So, she left, and the next day was when she went to the NAAC fundraiser, where she was on the dais and everything. And I need for Tamia to expound, because this is the gist behind this whole thing. Expound on what happened at that dinner. Tamia?
Okay, sure. Okay, I'm expounding now. So Jean, it had been a Friday when she went in and gave her resignation, right? And that was the same day. Just remember that when Dr. King had made his Other America speech. And then the next day, we're at the fundraiser. She's at the fundraiser, the NAACP fundraiser. This is the same NAACP chapter that had been lobbying the studios for more Black representation in front of and behind the camera. And what this thing is, it was a fundraiser where, they invite different celebrities. People pay a lot of money to come and hobnob with these celebrities. And Nichelle was one of those celebrities who was invited, and she was up on the dais. These people would sit up on the dais, and then other people would come and pay. And they said, "Hey, Ms. Nichols, there's a fan down here who wants to meet you." And so she said, "Okay, let me go meet this fan." And this is a part of the story that a lot of people know, right? This part of the story is common knowledge, that she went down to meet the fan, and the fan turned out to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he was letting her know that Star Trek was the only show that he let his kids watch. And that was because of her and her importance in that show, and in her role as Lieutenant Uhura. And then she let him know that she was thinking about quitting, that she had, in fact, just handed in her resignation. And he said, no, no. And, when people tell it, most of the time it's just a 5-minute story and just a few sentences. Like they just had this 5-minute conversation and she suddenly changed her mind, right? But it was hours that they sat there talking together, and he was trying to convince her not just to go back to the show because they liked the show. He was trying to impart to her the significance of the role of Uhura. And after this hours-long conversation, she got it. She understood that Uhura was more than just some random role that some random actress got. Uhura represented all Black people possibilities in the future, right? We're showing an educated Black woman on the bridge of the ship, and we're showing Black people existing and thriving in the future. I mean, it had ramifications that were so huge. And, so he persuaded her to go back. And it's a testimony to his powers of persuasion, certainly, but it's really a testament to Ms. Nichols' breadth of understanding and her commitment to service of Black people. And by looking to serve Black people, she's serving the world. And she went back into that toxic, racist environment, into a role that really was diminishing for her, because we know in TOS season 1, Nichelle Nichols was everywhere with lots of speaking lines. And by season 3, not so much, and she went back to a show that she knew was, yeah, right. Was pretty sure it was going to be canceled, but she did it anyway because she understood that there was a greater purpose to this role. And it's so important that we understand that, because everything that came after Hinge came from this one moment with this dinner with her. And we titled this this discussion tonight "A Witness to Possibility." And that's taken from a James Baldwin quote, and it's very bittersweet. It says, "We are witnesses to a possibility which we will not live to see, but we have to bring it out." And, because Dr. King would not live to see the fruit of this conversation. He would not live to see Nichelle Nichols thrive in later years, because he would be assassinated almost a year to the day after this conversation on April 4th, 1968, just before the start of the Poor People's Campaign.
What is a change in society? A change is you cannot even imagine a world any other way.
For most of the world, Nichelle Nichols is Lieutenant Uhura, pop culture icon. But what they don't know is that she changed the space program forever.
The astronaut corps was really kind of the old boys club. It was all white Anglo-Saxon male.
Oh, I dreamed of becoming an astronaut, but NASA said that women weren't being considered for the job.
The argument was made that there were no qualified black people.
When is America going to put a woman in space? When is America going to put a black person in space?
We could have done it if they would just let us.
I resented that and decided I was going to do something about it.
And she's saying,
"Where are my people?"
That was the spark that caused NASA to say, how do we go about this?
I challenged everyone to answer the question, and NASA said, "How about Lieutenant Uhura?"
Ms. Nichols has gone from science fiction to science fact.
I will bring you so many qualified people. The world will never be the same again.
This is your NASA.
She went into it to be an actress. She ended up changing the world.
I think it's one of the most fantastic stories to be told to the American people.
The world got to see that our women are strong, yes, but they're also smart.
We owe a great debt of gratitude to Nichelle Nichols.
All I can do is think of Nichelle Nichols as a force of nature.
I said, if they let me in the door, I will open it so wide they will see the world.
So the next time you retell the story of our beloved Nichelle Nichols and her life-changing conversation with Dr. King, remember the sacrifice he asked her to make, the prescience of his thinking to see the importance of what Gene Roddenberry was really trying to do, and the result for America in entertainment and in our space program, where Miss Nichols personally recruited 8,000 individuals to NASA, like astronaut Guion Bluford, the first African-American in space, astronaut Sally Ride, the first American female in space, astronaut Mae Jemison, the first African-American to fly the space shuttle, and astronaut Ellison Onizuka, the first Asian American in space. Unfortunately, we lost on the Challenger mission in 1986. We are so glad Nichelle Nichols was a witness to all of this before her passing last year. But 56 years later, the words of from Dr. King's The Other America speech still resonate, and I quote, some find themselves perishing on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. Today, we ask you to donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition as they do the daily work of making LA a city where everyone has food, community, and support. You can donate at www.givebutter.com /Trek Talks. Donate, donate, donate. Live long and prosper.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday.
Glad to be doing this part of the segment. We are the Sci-Fi Sisters. I'm Tamia Harper, and I have Yvette Blackman-Tom, and we have Mr. David Livingston in the house. So we're so happy to be here as part of Trek Talks 2. Yvette, where are we at? We must have raised a lot of money. Yes.
We have raised a lot of money. I see on the board there that it says 31,810. But from what I see from everything else with the checks and everything else, it's 51,605. I mean, y'all are doing the thing out there. So let's start. Let's keep it going. Monday is National Service Day for Martin Luther King. Let's start out early. Let's get those checks going. Let's see some more zeros. Let's see some commas. Let's get it done. Donate to Trek. You could text to Trek 53555. You can use www.livebutter. Did I say that right? Butter?
No, Give Butter.
Give Butter. See, I'm trying to get butter right. GiveButter.net or .com. You know how it is. You guys have been giving all day. Use the scan code. You got the QR code. Text to 53555. Let's get it done. Go ahead, Tamia. Hit it.
Well, I am honored to be here with you, Mr. Livingston. You are a true legend in the Trek world and a true gem of a human being. So I don't know if you've been able to tell folks a little bit about your role with Hollywood Food Coalition.
In 2019, I did a photo exhibit, which I partnered with the Hollywood Food Coalition, and it was on the Unhoused in Los Angeles. And subsequent to that, John Billingsley asked if I wanted to join the board of directors for the coalition, and I have been on the board for the last 3 years. And I just want to say to the entire audience and everyone that has donated, I am so grateful from a personal basis for your generosity. It's a wonderful cause, a great charity. We help a lot of people. So again, thank you to everybody who's donated.
Thank you. I think it's a really fitting that we're doing this telethon on this weekend, a weekend of service, and how wonderful. There's so many ways that people can be of service. And I think that you exemplify that in the way that you are involved with the Hollywood Food Coalition. And look who's here.
Okay.
Hey, Sirach.
That's my usual introduction.
Woo, CP.
What's going on?
Hey.
Sci-Fi Sisters in the house.
Sci-Fi Sisters and Sirach Lofton. It's the combination that won't quit, baby. How you doing?
Amen.
And David
Amen.
Livingston. David Livingston.
And David Livingston.
Yeah.
Hi,
I mean,
Sirach.
the legend.
What's up, David? How are you?
Good, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Great.
I just saw that panel that you guys had with talking about Nichelle Nichols and you know how she came to meet Dr. King. I thought that was very interesting, especially some of the backstory there about what was going on at the time. I didn't know, you know, what Dr. King was doing and what the circumstances were that kind of led to that meeting. I thought that was very interesting. So thanks for bringing that to us.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank
Of
you.
course.
I'm glad you watched it, because I think about your history on the show. When I think about that moment in time with Dr. King, it's like in my head, no, David, stick around, man. Stick around and hang out with
you
us.
ain't gotta leave.
You are honorary brother today.
That's right.
Come on.
We just did a podcast with Mr. Livingston. Stick around.
Okay.
That's it.
But
Yeah,
like
we love
Sirac, I see in my head this direct correlation from Paul Robeson to Dr. King and Nichelle in that moment. And then I also see from Nichelle and her sense of activism, her sense of civic activism going directly, a direct line to Avery, and to Avery Brooks. And then I think about how wonderful it must have been because he's such a man with purpose, right? And what a figure to be around, to be you at such a young age, to be around him and steeped in that tradition of service and doing something much larger than yourself. Can you talk to that at all?
Well, from what I observed, Avery was inspired heavily by Paul Robeson. He spoke about him often. And as a result, I actually went on a journey of getting to know who he was and the legacy that he left. Unfortunately, it's not a common knowledge for those of us that were around during that time period. It's not one of the legacies that has transferred without going in depth or actually looking for it. It's not one of those things that's easily handed down as far as the amazing accomplishments Paul Robeson did in his life. But, one of the amazing things that Nichelle Nichols represents and that I got to witness firsthand was a level of class, a level of elegance, a level of grace, a sophistication that she carried herself with, and a respect for herself that ultimately demanded other people to respect her. So I think those are the qualities that she embodied that were really some of the underrepresented qualities of Black people in general. Always more of the negative stereotypes or what we see in the media. But for a woman of her status, of that kind of elegance, to be a representative of us, because there are many of us that kind of identify with that or want to strive for that kind of greatness. And I think that's what she exemplifies. I think that's what Avery Brooks exemplifies, a standard of excellence that, that Black people can gravitate towards and kind of use as an example for the kind of person they want to become.
You exemplify that yourself.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
I've just learned from them, and I try my best to learn from people, all people, not just great Black people, but just all people in all spectrums of the demographics. Everyone has something to offer. And there are different things that we can learn from each other, especially when it comes to how you conduct yourself with grace, when you are trying to be educated and give a point and make a point. And you also know that you're representing something like, the first thing that we represent when we grow up is our family name, our parents. The last thing you wanted to do was somebody to say, "I'm gonna tell your mom or your dad about what happened."
That's the wrong thing.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
So we represent that. You go out into the streets and you represent your last name, and it can follow you back home, and you were accountable for what you do. And the last thing you wanted was to have your parents hear something bad about, you. and people saying bad things about you. So that's the first environment that we're most familiar with, and then we start to expand and learn about ourselves and say, oh wait, I'm part of this group, and I identify like this, and I'm also part of this race, I'm part of this religion or this ethnicity, and then it expands outward from there. But ultimately it starts with just your home body and your mother, your father, your brother, sister. And as you expand out, you learn about yourself, and you have this awareness of consciousness, and you start to realize, okay, there's a lot more going on here. There's a whole history that's been handed down. There's a whole tradition that I have to uphold. And when you start to realize those things, then yeah, you at least I have tried to represent it in the best light as possible, and carry that torch forward for the next generation.
I think you're doing an amazing job of that. You're a person that, of course, so much of our mind eye, because we rewatch Deep Space Nine like continuously. There's this little boy on the screen, who we watched grow into a young man, but the present Sirach, the man Sirach, is a whole different thing, and he's somebody that we have a great respect for. I think that, your work on the Seventh Rule, you on the Seventh Rule podcast, you're always giving a point of view that's really necessary and valued and treasured. You want to tell us a little bit about how things are going on the Seventh Rule these days? Because you guys just wound up with, you just finished watching Deep Space Nine right around the 30th anniversary, right? And you guys are about to start TNG, right?
Yeah, well, we've just wrapped up Deep Space Nine, and that's been an ultimate treasure to sit there and watch from beginning to end the journey unfold, and for me to understand a lot more about the characters that I grew up around, but didn't know so much about the work that they put in, and the different level of appreciation when I see the work that everyone did, when I see the amount of effort that it takes for the writers to come up with stories that are as great as there were, for the directors to execute those stories, for the producers to make sure that all of the dots are, pointed and the T's are crossed. And I just feel like at this point, I have a different appreciation for it. I do realize that I'm going to stay in people's mind as that the kid from, Deep Space Nine, and I'm okay with that. Because,
with the cool clothes.
I'm okay with that. I'm all
you
right
and your
with that.
Cosby sweaters. They tried to put you in like the equivalent of the Cosby sweater.
I did have my wardrobe, but ultimately, I'm proud of the work that we did and the messages that we left behind and the stories that we told. And I'm just a small part of it. I'm proud of the work, because as I watched it now and look at it with an adult perspective and different set of eyes, and I can see my daughter and myself at that age, and I can see that the stories were impactful and still resonate to this day. And so the art of good storytelling, a lot of the books that I read growing up made huge impacts on me. And if it weren't for those various authors that wrote those great timeless pieces of work, my life would have been molded in a different way. It helped give me perspective on just what I wanted to be and how I wanted to perceive things. And the legacy of that work that stands the test of time. I'm sorry, make sure I'm able to be heard, but the legacy of the work that stands the test of time, I think, is really a testament to stories that resonate with people, that are true, and that encourage you to think. And if you accomplish that, then I think the rest is left for history to let it judge and observe in its own way.
So here's a question. Did you ever have the great fortune of being directed by the wonderful and fabulous Mr. Livingston? Oh, we can't hear you, Sirach.
Yeah, I've had the I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Livingston, and you know, that's part of the thing is there's no question that David has a tremendous amount of passion. Like, he loves the work that he does. He loves putting in that work. He enjoys being there, and that energy is infectious. And when you find somebody who's on the set and they care about the moments, and they care about the script, and they care about, you know, the product being quality, then that is contagious. And so then, you know, the rest of us begin to care more. The rest of us want to take more time to analyze scenes and think about perspective and think about what kind of backstory we can make up for a character or for a scenario that'll add depth and, you know, and make it rich. And that's what David does a great job of, is, you know, thinking about things and you know, and saying, well, why would you, and putting it together so it makes sense. And I respect the work that he's done over the years. I respect the time that I got a chance to work with him, the chances that I've worked with him. I got to meet his son, who's, you know, I'm sure as fine as man as he is. And, you know, it's been a real pleasure. And that's part of the greatness of the show, is that it's not just one person's genius. It's not just Gene Roddenberry's genius. It's not just Rick Berman's genius. It is a collaboration of genius. And that's why I respect what I see, and why I believe it's stand the test of time in such an eloquent way, and looks so beautiful even all of these years later.
Rob, thank you for your generosity. That is so wonderful of you to say. I'm basically a kid at heart, and on DS9, my favorite moments were working with you and Aaron. I got such a kick out of your energy and your innocence and your vitality. I fed off that. So I am grateful to not only you, but to all the other actors, because as a director, you live and die by the people you're working with, you're photographing. And we had just the most amazing cast on Deep Space Nine. Every actor was a gift to me when I was directing.
Yeah, you did a great job, David. And, you know, I had so much fun with you. Actually, you have a very youthful spirit. And that's one of the things that I also recognized at the time, was that even though you're older than me, there was a youthful spirit inside of you that was, you know, like a big kid, just with this great story that you want to tell visually. And so I felt the passion and the enthusiasm. I think you always brought that to the table. I've never seen you really just on a down kind of, you know, phoning it in type of way. You're always giving it 100%, 110%, David. So, you know, you left it all out on the field. And I think that people who watch can see that.
Thank you. It's a gift to be able to direct for the show. I always felt like a kid in a candy store.
I felt it.
You know, I just want to say one thing about Avery. You mentioned the journey from Paul Robeson to Avery. One of the most emotionally gratifying moments that I ever had in live theater was seeing Avery's one-man show on Paul Robeson. And I wish that, I don't know if it was, maybe you would know, Cirroc, was it ever filmed? Because it's an extraordinary performance that Avery gives playing Paul Robeson. Just extraordinary.
Yeah, it hasn't been filmed to my knowledge. I wish that it was, so that people could, you know, go on YouTube and look it up for themselves. But, you know, there's a lot of work that Avery did that is, I don't know, maybe just gone in the wind, or maybe somewhere in some universities they have the archives. But, you know, I tried to look up the work that he did as the director of the National Black Arts Festival in 95 and 94. I couldn't find photographs. I couldn't find any evidence of what that event looked like. I'm sure it's there somewhere, but it hasn't been uploaded on YouTube. And there's other stuff that he's done too. I mean, I watched the Paul Robeson he also did a Satchel Paige performance where he played Satchel Paige, and he was just telling the life story of Satchel Paige. And I thought, like the Paul Robeson, it was so incredible. I mean, it was like you sit down and you're taking away by his performance, where you sit down and you're watching him and you're saying, wow, I feel like I'm watching the man himself. And that's how deep he gets into these performances, and the range of emotions, the crying, the laughter. I don't know about you, David, but when I watched Paul Robeson, I was full out crying watching that performance. There were moments when he was crying on stage that I was crying, and I looked around and everybody was crying around me. We were all crying with him.
Avery's mesmerizing is the word I use.
Yeah. We've only got a few minutes left, so I wanted to say thank you so much. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important that we continue to tell our stories. And, one of the reasons why the Sci-Fi Sisters exists, and one of the reasons why we're doing what we try to do. We're thanking you for speaking to this history that a lot of us don't know. And now we can go forward out there and take this into the world and look for it and try to and bring it into our own lives, so we can put out be something better for ourselves.
And also, you said in that in the interview that I heard, or the panel, one of the things that Dr. King said was how easy it is to integrate a lunch counter, but how difficult it is to find equality in other spaces of the world. Right. And when you talk about the production side and studio executives and those kinds of places, it's harder to break into those things. And so there's still a lot of work left for us to do. And I believe that that's part of this, this journey, is passing the torch forward and saying, okay, guys, let's get into those other spaces. We did the lunch counters, we did the buses, we did airplanes. Yeah. But y'all got to go and do the corporations. Y'all have to do the
genuine equality. Yep.
Yeah.
Genuine. Yep.
Right.
Thanks so much, Sirac. Thanks for hanging around, David. Yvette, what you got for us? You got something to take us out.
Yeah. So real quick, the party, the party for two people at Amy's, the cocktail party for $500 is still available. And the Dan Curry experience at $300 is still available. So please, please, please donate. Scan the QR code, text TREK to 53555. I'm not going to say give butter because I don't think anybody understands what I'm saying. So
y'all got to jump on that Dan Curry, man. He's a hell of a guy, man. He's got a whole lot of information. Somebody out there should jump on that.
That's right. As Sirac said, jump on it at $300. Let's jump on that. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. We got some
Make
more.
sure you check out the 7th Pool too, guys.
That's it. Check.
He's a real tough captain with a long history of to the bridge spot. Your command is at an in spot. Kirk is okay.
Time to beam up, Scott. Beam the captain to the ship, Scott. It is time to beam him up, Scott.
Kirk's here to stay, yeah.
I didn't really know what else to do. I just stood there. I was like, well, I'll just stand here.
Welcome back, friends. We are so happy to have a panel full of creatives on the show tonight. I'm joined tonight by Dave Blass, Doug Drexler, and Dan Curry. Now, the late Larry Nemechek may be here, but I know that we've had a connection issue, so we'll wait for Larry to join us here in a moment. But I'm so glad to talk to three people who are Star Trek fans, who are Star Trek creators, and have all had a hand in some new Star Trek, as well as some previous iterations of Star Trek. Now, I want to start with that because Dan and Doug, you have worked on Star Trek iterations going back into the Berman era, Next Gen, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise, and now have found yourselves contributing to the new age of Star Trek. So I would love to know, just kind of from there are really two differences here. You have the technical difference of how you do your job has changed, as well as the visual differences and simply the look and feel of the shows evolving, changing over time. So I'm curious how both of you approach that job now, different from the way you did it during the Berman era.
Well, I mean, speaking for myself, I had gone off to do visual effects.
There we go. Boom.
I'd gone off to do visual effects for about, 11 years. And when I came back to art department, I brought a lot of visual effects with me, using it as a tool to design with. And that was like a major difference compared to, when we were on the much earlier shows. I think Enterprise, we were doing CG in the art department, but it was really rare. All the set designers were using Mayline rulers and pencils at that time. Now you can't find those at all anymore. It's all on the screen.
Now, by the way, since Larry has joined us, now I get to do what I really want to do, which is sit back and be a fan and watch this panel. So I'm going to say goodbye, and I will hand it back over to Larry to be the host for the remainder of the show. Take care,
Thank you,
gentlemen.
sir.
All right.
What'd you say your name again was, John?
I'm just keeping the seat warm for you, Larry. All
Okay.
right, cheers,
Okay.
bud.
We're good. We're
All
good.
right.
Speaking of pushing the envelope there, even Zoom after a pandemic is a little fritzy at times. No, hey everybody, I'm so glad to be here and join this for real with all these guys who I call friends and colleagues, but my gosh, what they did in the visual effects and the art worlds for the stages. So we may have some late joiners too, but for one thing, our title is basically called The Evolution of Visual Effects, which is a nice, tidy little concept to put in a compact video virtual panel, but we'll do our best. Has everybody introduced themselves? Have we been around the horn?
No.
We have Zoom names.
We have, haven't we?
Well, I had my notes here, not that I really needed them, but just to be crystal clear, I'm so glad that we've got 7-time Emmy winner and the provider of some awesome donation perks awards here for those who jump in. Let me hold up. Look, we've got more joining us. I think we've got the rest of our
We got Mike and Denise.
our troop coming in. Yes. We'll see you in just a second.
My heroes.
Well, everybody's heroes.
It's very exciting.
It's a big club.
It's a Mutual Admiration Society.
Well, I was just saying, Dan's not only got his Emmy Awards behind him, and he's got his knowledge here of the and a founder and a big part of the Visual Effects Society, but he's been good enough to donate a couple of big packages for donations. And there we've got Mr. Michael and Ms. Denise back with us too. We're just starting to go.
Hey, Dan.
Hi, Mike and Denise.
Hi, Larry.
Everybody get your hellos out of the way because this is a group that's known
Mike
each
and
other.
Amy.
Yes. And still continues to, which is awesome.
Family. We're talking family, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
Which everybody's been here for Hollywood Food Coalition and this day. I was going to say, it's not about a contest or anything, but this is the final hour of the telethon, the webathon, Trek Talks 2, and they saved the best for last, but at least it's been all actors and writers' rooms so far, and here we've got the folks who really make the enterprises go, I'm going to say. But just around the horn, we've introduced Dan here, and thank you again, Dan, for doing that. And then we've got, I'm so thrilled to be able to say this, aside from all their nominees and wins in graphic arts, in video supervision, Mike and Denise Okuda, who were just recently given the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Art Directors Guild. So congratulations. I don't think I've had a chance to say that live.
Thank you.
And we've got, and we've got Oscar. We've got a limited time. I'm already worried about fitting this in, but we're going to have a lot of fun here. But Mr. Doug Drexler here, the Oscar winner in makeup for Dick Tracy, several Emmy wins for Battlestar Galactica. It's all in the family. It's all in the family. Many nominations for Star Trek. And the kid on the block here, Mr. Dave Blass.
0 Emmy wins, 0 Oscars. I'm here for the free beer.
Hold on.
Yeah,
you got
still brilliant, Dave.
I didn't. John Champion's not the only one who can do research. 3 Emmy nominations, production designer for Justified and Constantine, and we're just starting to crank up the Star Trek for you.
He's amazing. And we love him. We love him. He's our hero. He really is.
And I should say, overseeing season 2 and season 3 production design, the art department writ large for Picard, the last 2 seasons of Picard. And all the people you're seeing on screen now, everybody on our panel has had a hand in that. So that's thanks to you, sir. So,
so here's a tip for all you young production designers out there. If you want to do a good job designing something, hire people who are smarter than you are. So when I'm designing Star Trek, I'm like, I'm going to go hire all the people who know more about Star Trek than I do, and they're going to help me do the best Star Trek possible. And that's what I did. So if I'm designing a weapon for a Klingon, I'm like, get Dan on the phone.
You should try that sometime. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Well, our topic and also no stranger to Star Trek 2, because I think it's public, but I have a picture of you in your Monster Maroon from circa 1986.
Classic.
So you've got your Trek cred in there.
When I saw that, I knew it was in good hands.
Well, this nominal topic we've got for our section here, and everybody, by the way, if you want to speak up for the behind the scenes of Star Trek, if you want to make sure you're represented here, all of our tech heads and our Canonistas and everybody that enjoys Trekophiles that I do for Roddenberry, this is your time to jump in and donate for the cause too. They're over their nominal hunt, but you've heard them talk about what's going on with the pledging, and Mr. Dan Curry's got some awesome packages there. Did I lose my the $300, the $400 level? Those are going to be good. With the bidding is still open for those level of pledges too. But so jump in on that and let the behind the scenes world of Star Trek show up in the great work that Trek Talks is doing today for the Hollywood Food Coalition. But our topic is this evolution, and we need more than 15, 20, 30 an hour for this. But just talking offline, Dane, you kind of had, I like what you shared with me offline about kind of that summary. And the basic takeaway in a short form is no matter what era we're working in and where the cutting edge is, working in visual effects and the overlap with all the other fields, including art, you're always pushing the envelope, and you've got to have good people doing it.
Well, the first thing I'd like to start by saying is the creation of visual effects is a team sport.
Mm-hmm.
There's no single hero of Star Trek visual effects, and it's what you see on the screen is a result of a diverse number of people who have a wide range of different skill sets, and we all work toward a common goal of putting cool images on the screen. And the evolution of visual effects is basically doing the best you can with the tools at hand. And as the tools get better, the visual effects got better. And we started doing things, as I call, from alchemy to algorithms, where in the beginning, those who were capable of seeing objects and materials and phenomenon independently of their original purpose and their real scale. When I would go to the hardware store, I would look at the plumbing section and not see pipes and sleeves to fix broken tubes. I would see spaceship parts. And then as we were getting more and more elaborate shows, and CG was becoming more and more successful in creating acceptable images, then we kind of slid into CG and helped promote it. And to do something absolutely shameless, if you're serious about the visual effects evolution, available on Amazon.com. Now,
Dan, hold it steady because
that was a blur. Yes.
Here we go.
There you go.
There you go.
That's a beautiful.
Available on Amazon. Yes. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll kiss $25. Goodbye.
Worth every nickel.
All of them. No, I mean, we were all offline. You were pointing out that we can study the history of visual effects. George Méliès, in-camera compositing, double exposure. I mean, from the Earth to the Moon, right? The founder. Linwood Dunn, who was among those that worked on the original series, that generation. Optical printing in the pre-digital era, and then the matte painters, Al Whitlock, and on Star Trek, Peter Ellenshaw, Matt Yurcich, that era. Then Doug Trumbull, Richard Eklund, Richard Murray, the whole thing of motion control, that whole concept the Star Wars era, and that was adaptable by TV time for Star Trek. And then the CGI revolution, Ron Thornton, John Gross, a lot of folks who wound up helping out when Star Trek TV graduated to that. But the point here being that Star Trek, and thankfully being 55 years, can be involved in all of that and can very proudly point to all those steps, including what's going on today.
Yeah, if you look at the original Star Trek, a lot of people today, younger people will look at it and say, hey, that looks awfully crude, that looks awfully simplistic. And what they're missing is that the original Star Trek used optical compositing and miniatures, absolutely bleeding edge stuff at the time. And it was a huge adventure getting these complicated, arcane things done on a weekly basis. And ever since then, Star Trek has stayed on that cutting edge. Dan helped usher in the era of motion control and CG renders, And Doug and Dave were key in bringing these amazing ships to Picard, which are only possible because of state-of-the-art stuff.
Indeed. I have to say that as much amazing stuff is being done today, there are still shots from the original series that are more real than real. Looking back over all those years, I mean, there's some weak stuff, shots like in the Doomsday Machine with the melted AMT kid and stuff like that. But there are some shots of just the Enterprise traveling through space that look so much like footage that you used to see, from World War II. There was a certain gritty graininess to it that felt like it was that you were really somewhere dangerous or scary.
Right. Real and lived in. Or lived
on. I think that you kind of lose a lot of that with the cleanliness of CG shots. So, I mean, either way, it's still the artist that's behind whatever tool it is, whether it be a physical model or, CG or whatever. I see a lot of CG that you could tell that whoever was doing it doesn't have any real world experience. Maybe they haven't drawn, or maybe they've never painted, or maybe even never really did photography. But there's so many different layers to this onion that are fascinating.
Well, one of the things that's talk about peeling the onion, one of the revolutions that allowed, say, Next Generation and the syndication revolution of the 80s that led for the next generation, the compositing, you wound up shooting in film and compositing on video to make it affordable and doable. And we were just happy to have it in the days. And then by the time at the end of Enterprise, we're shooting digitally, and that's gone by the way. But now then to go back and remaster Next Gen and to unpeel that, if it was Photoshop, would be a dehaze layer. But to deal away with that compositing, get back to the original film stock and show it off for the glory that was there all along. I mean, it's really interesting how that's come full circle. But again, we just had to be, the thing that allowed it to happen in the first place is part of the evolutionary step to make it fresh later on.
My very first meeting with Roddenberry and Bob Justman and Eddie Milkus, they said they wanted to do video compositing, and we talked about sooner or later that the technology is going to exist. So please be sure to preserve all the elements, keep records, and the entire post-production team did a spectacular job of that, and that's why it was possible for CBS to remaster the show so well, because 99.9% of the elements were still available. And so the remastered Next Generation reflected not our tastes, but the tastes of the people who did the original work, the Dan Currys, the Ron Moores, the Gary Hutzels, all these people.
And not only were the elements there, what always amazed me was how they had everything so cataloged that 20 years later you can go back in and walk in, and thankfully it hadn't been trashed, but they were there, and that made your job so much easier on the restoration, was that it had been so, dare I say, anally put back and cataloged and found that you could find almost 99.9% of everything was still there and findable.
To contrast it, in the Cretaceous period, when we were working on the original Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers, we had one room of at least 16 optical printer operators working 16 hours a day to do less work than we were able to do because of video compositing. And when we started Next Generation, we were working with 1-inch analog. And that was a big problem because every time you duplicate an element to incorporate it into something else, there would be a image quality loss. And when D5 digital format came along, that changed the game, and we could play with stuff in a very painterly way that was previously impossible.
What season was that? Was later Next Gen?
Yeah, it was during Next Gen. I forgot.
I mean, another revolution within the revolution, right? Well, I want to bring it up today. We're still obviously pushing the envelope, but that's one thing. There's always time and budget and the technical, but Star Trek, by just the sheer number of hours, is a big chapter in this book, is out there pushing the envelope, and like the innovations that everybody, you talk about the amazing teams over the years, it's not just what you're given, it's what you're pushing and what you're evolving and pioneering.
Well, and we also have this really fascinating era where people have worked with physical models and made the transition across and adapted, like going from when Star Trek eventually started using more CG and Battlestar Galactica took off. That is, it's been amazing to exist over that transition, such an amazing transition.
And Dave, go Denise, yeah.
I think this next season of Picard, season 3, and Dave can talk to this, is really quite extraordinary. It's very exciting for people to be able to, that are going to be able to see the events unfolding, and a lot of that is in visual effects, but a lot of that is also the tie-in between, the production design and being able to be more fluid. And I know that Doug did some amazing work on Picard, and of course Dave steered us all in the right direction, and it's all because we love Star Trek too. I mean, there's the skill, but we also have we love the soul of Star Trek.
Yeah,
has it always? Oh, go ahead.
No, it was great working because I think going into the new season, and what was fabulous was we went right from season 2, and we finished season 2 on a Friday and started season 3 on a Monday. There was absolutely no time in between. So we were just really rolling with it. And to have someone like Doug and everything there working in 3D models, and, we had John Eves as well. And John's a 2D guy, but John and Doug have worked together for years, and they were able to coordinate and really there's a shorthand. And then, Mike was working with us on the practical sets that we had to build, because we have all new spaceships for season 3 that just didn't even exist in anyone's mind. And all of a sudden we get these new scripts and it's like, oh, we got 5 new ships and this and this. And we're like, wow, okay, we got to really get busy. And it was a combination of the visual effects and the practical units all working together, and then the cross hatching, because everything has to match up. It's like, what's the view screen look like? Is it a view screen window, whatever? And then how to, what do we see and how does it work with the ship? So it was exciting.
And then the newest, generational change technology has been that AV wall. And now you've like real time, all post-composited actors and technicians can work with the reality that's created.
We looked at it and it's one of those things that everyone's like, oh, that's a great idea. I'm like, it's a great idea, but you need to get like 3-4 months lead time on designing it, because as opposed to a green screen where you show up and you're like, okay, there's green, we'll figure it out later. With the AR wall, you have to have figured it out already. So when the actors and everyone show up, everyone knows what's going to happen. Everyone knows what everything looks like because you're looking at it. And with Picard, we just didn't have that time frame, and so then it just went green. But it's still you have to know how things work, and as Kirk would say, you got to know why things work in a starship.
Exactly. Well,
one of the great things we had on Picard, because Dave mentioned the 2D graphics, is we had institutional memory. We had people who had done it before. We had people like Jeff Mandel, who had a huge background on so many Star Treks. We had Monica Fedrick. We had Alan Kobayashi. All these people that know what makes a Star Trek tick. They may not necessarily know what makes this one tick. They'll figure that out. But to have people who knew what was done before was part of the wonderful thing that Dave did, bringing people onto the show so they could hit the ground running.
Including a new Worf weapon specially designed by Mr. Curry once again. Right. Guys, I knew this. Oh, what?
One comment is that the important thing for our visual effects team was always to make sure that the effects served the story, that the story, even if the shot is on for 3 seconds, in that 3 seconds, the audience learned something new, and they didn't exist for their own purposes, but to enhance the story and clarify that where the actors' worlds are taking place in. So story is king.
I know. Guys, I knew, yes. Bravo. I knew this would happen. I knew that we would have so many luminaries here for Star Trek, such a great topic. And it's such of an interest for so many Trek fans out there. This is the part that, yeah, it's inspirational, aspirational stories, and it's cool to live in the future. But oh my gosh, this universe, and it's so fully realized and made real, and behind the scenes, it's cutting edge and pushing the envelope. We have to wrap it, but I just want to say thank you to everybody. Dave Bless, Doug Drexler, Dan Curry, Mike and Denise. It's your time out there, if you're enjoying our panel here, to jump in for Hollywood Food Coalition. Mr. Dan Curry has donated a couple of prize packages there for sure. If you're giving at the 300 and 400, I believe, level, that's still open for another bit, and so we're turning it back over. Thank you guys for joining and helping out with Trek Talks today and Hollywood Food Coalition. And I guess we're back to the control room. Trek well, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We are about to wrap up the second Trek Talks event. What a wonderful day. We can't thank you enough, everybody who stuck with us for 8 hours. What a wonderful set of conversations. We want to show you our video one more time, the Hollywood Food Coalition video. I want to say thank you again to the magnificent Anali Ray.
Thank you, John, for everything you do, and thank you, Star Trek community. Shall we do this one more time?
I think we're beating the horse. All right, let's.
Okay, we're trying to really get you to do this.
My fingers want to come together because my fingers are intensely they're coalition builders.
Look at, I've done it.
My fingers.
I've done it in just 3 months.
In just 3 short months, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the video one more time again. Mwah, 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 and thank you.
Welcome to the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Our longest standing program is our community dinner program, which is located right here in Hollywood, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The team prepares a 5-course restaurant-style meal from rescued food through our community exchange. At the dinner, we strive to create a welcoming and dignified experience that allows us to build trusting relationships with all of our guests.
To be able to plan a menu as a chef, to be able to provide nutritional meals as a chef for our guests. The idea of hospitality really does excite me.
On average, we serve about 200 to 250 free nutritious meals each night to our unhoused and low-income Angelinos with absolutely no barriers. Leveraging this trust, our community wellness program identifies barriers to meeting their additional health and housing needs. We collaborate with other local nonprofits to more effectively provide services such as housing navigation, physical, mental health care, and other essential services.
We partner with UCLA so that people who are not comfortable going to the hospital can come in and get regular medical care. We have the UCLA Vision Clinic, we have showers, we have haircuts. We try and do all the things that people might need to have access to and make it easy for them to have access in one location.
Our Community Exchange is one of our newest programs. It was launched in May of 2020 in response to circumstances brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. There were businesses who wanted to help by contributing their excess food that would otherwise go to waste. And there were also a growing number of nonprofits who struggled to access nutritious foods for their communities. Leveraging technology, we developed a concierge service that allows nonprofits to customize the quantity and type of food they want to receive.
We are able to bring in larger donors like farms, distributors, and grocery stores to greatly improve the quantity and quality of food that we are able to rescue and provide to our dinner program and provide to our neighboring community organizations that are feeding those in need.
To date, we have served over 130 small and medium-sized nonprofits who would have otherwise been unable to collect from traditional food banks.
Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have like a little hot plate, so they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salads. They absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff.
There's so many stories about why people fall out of housing or fall out of employment. But at the end of the day, everybody is a human being. At the end of the day, if no one has spoken to you nicely, if no one is treated like a human being, you get to come here, and everybody who comes here respects you as a human being, talks to you, engages with you, gets to know your name, and helps you connect again with being a person of value.
Well, Bill, here we are again. Going to have another great discussion to wrap up a phenomenal day. But before we do that, I think you have some information about some new numbers.
I do. Let's go to the tote board, Earl, if you don't mind. We've been doing Trek Talks 2 all day, and we are so excited right now. Obviously, you see some more donations coming in on the screen, but right now,
total all combined sources, we're looking at $54,305. That includes the extra donation sources that you see on the screen. But of course, there's still time to donate. You can go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks or scan that QR code you see on your screen, or you can text TREK to 53555 to get your donation in on the secure portal, Ken.
Amazing. Well, the fact that we're about to talk to this amazing individual is just beyond words for me. You know, I could say, oh boy, to reference Quantum Leap, but I won't. I could say it wrong and say he was on NCIS Nolans, but I won't. Now, simply put, he is Captain Jonathan Archer of the good old NX-01. Mr. Scott Bakula, truly, I can't tell you what an honor it is to have you here today for this extremely special occasion. Thank you for being here and welcome.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
It's just such a joy, Scott. You know, we talked to so many people, and last year after Trek Talks, we heard from a lot of people who said, you have to invite Scott Bakula next year. We've heard from people this year who were so excited when we announced you as a guest. But I want to know if in the year since Enterprise has gone off the air, are you truly aware of how popular Enterprise has become, especially in the advent of streaming?
I probably am not. So that's nice to hear, though.
We hear about Enterprise from people all of the time, and I think that the thing that they key in on most is Enterprise's hopeful quality of exploration. You know, Deep Space Nine had certainly its own tone going through the Dominion War, and Voyager was kind of Star Trek with a crew lost in space. But Enterprise kind of recaptured that sort of spirit of what Star Trek is all about, which is kind of what today is all about. But you know what? We hear from people all over the place, and in hindsight, what does that make you feel?
Well, I have to say that when we were in the midst of making the show, and when we were kind of not cut short, but when we got our fourth season done, we all talked about hoping that the show would be more appreciated as time went on, because I felt like we achieved something pretty wonderful in those 4 years, especially in my opinion, the last 2.5 years, which I talked about before. But yeah, that kind of building through the Xindi element, and with the 9/11 component fusing the writers' brains and minds and hearts, you know, we were always, I think, hopeful, all of us, that we'd done a lot of good work, and that we would hope that we would be appreciated as time marched on. But I'm thrilled. I love that spirit of the show, which is what we were going for from the get-go, and which is, I liken it to the original show, and there was that positive. I mean, my character had that going forward, and that kind of just the Wild West aspect of it all. But at the same time, let's do something for humanity. Let's put humanity out there in a good way. Let's try and work with other. You know, he didn't go out with a lot of chips on his shoulder about who he would or wouldn't, you know, do business with. Once he got past the Vulcan thing, I think it was pretty much free sailing. And I was really, really pleased with where we ended up on the show, and I'm really glad to hear that people are enjoying it.
It really is amazing, Scott. We have on our podcast, we sometimes do what we call deep dives into episodes from all across the shows. And whenever we do Enterprise specific episodes, the response that we get is amazing. I mean, we get good response for all of them, but Enterprise has really come into people's hearts, especially over the last, I'd say, 5 or 10 years, Bill, somewhere along those lines. It's really great to see. Now, of course, we know that Enterprise was unfortunately short-lived. It was the time of UPN and all that. Now, I've heard stories that some stations in Texas would air local high school football games instead of Enterprise on Friday night, which is just ridiculous. But do you think that if Enterprise had continued, if it was on a different network than UPN, do you think it would have gone longer than the 4 years, or do you think everything that was happening at the time kind of all contributed to that?
Well, there were a lot of things, outside factors, that contributed to the short, which again, I've always said, I'm never going to complain about anybody getting 4 years of work on a television show.
Right.
Sadly, we were being compared to the 7 years that the other shows had that were all syndicated shows. Had we been syndicated, we would have gone an easy 7, kind of easy breezy, and our numbers were beyond what anybody else had done when we started out. But the nature of network television, and it was just a different animal. There were lots of changes in the hierarchy of not only of Paramount but of the networks, and we were there at kind of at an unfortunate time. And yet, I still have to say, gratefully, we had 4 seasons. But I think it would have been nice to do more. We certainly had more stories to tell, and we had places to go, but it didn't work out. And you can't really point a finger at one person or another. There were so many elements to the beginning of UPN and the transition there in terms of Dean leaving, and just people at Paramount left also, and a lot of champions that were Star Trek folks kind of left during the course of the 4 years. It was a strange time and volatile time, but we slugged our way through it, and I'm so glad that we got the 4 years, because there was a moment when we were only going to have 3, and that would have been a real shame.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great testament to fandom, especially, and that's kind of what this day is all about. I mean, this is about the power of Star Trek fans, especially in using it in causes for good, and I think that's really what kind of is the impetus behind this whole telethon. I want to take a moment to ask you, because we know throughout your career you've been active with charitable causes. Are there any that you are actively working with now, or that you'd want to mention?
Well, I've done for years. I mean, we do lots of stuff with the arts, because we've had kids in the arts. So we're constantly doing things with ballet companies and with school theater programs. And so I always tell people, if you can help out in any of those, any artistic endeavors for young people, whether it's buy a trumpet for a band, that in your school or whatever, try and do. And that seems, those are kind of smaller deals, but the kind of grassroots parents, they're the people that keep those things going, because they want their kids to be exposed to those things. I worked with Broadway Cares for years, and I still do. That's kind of like a long running charity that I've been involved with. But I'm actually at a interesting kind of looking at this year as a year to try and maybe put more of a stamp on a particular group. I know we do lots of work with the LGBTQ community, and lots of support there. Animal rescue shelters. My wife especially is involved in that, and but this particular idea of providing food and care and necessities for people that are less fortunate is a wonderful and so it's such a worthwhile cause. And I love the fact that you're collecting food, unused food that would be going to waste, and repurposing that and getting that out there, because that always drives me crazy. Being on movie sets and TV sets, what happens to the food, and we do a pretty good job of getting it out there at the end of the day. And you're always like, where are you going right now? I said, why'd your car loaded up? Oh, I'm taking it down to, such and such. Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Should you be doing that? And oftentimes it would be a woman from the crew who is driving food over and dropping it off, and so I feel that our industry does a lot of good work, when we're working, and making sure that people get, but these kinds of causes that go on continuously and are in the trenches every day, all year long, year after year, that you're to be applauded. And boy do we need people like you and groups like this working hard.
I think that's one of the things I find so amazing when I think about it. We've been involved with the Hollywood Food Coalition with our good friend, and of course your good friend John Billingsley and David Livingston, for a couple of years now. I can't wrap my head around the fact that they have not missed a single night of providing a hot meal to those in need since 1987. That just blows my mind that it's been every single night without missing a single night. It's amazing. So I'm so proud to be part of it, and all the organizations that you spoke of. I'm a big animal lover, so I think it's great. When I first introduced you, Scott, I spoke of Quantum Leap very quickly. Of course, you had the opportunity at one point during the run of Enterprise to have a reunion of sorts with the late, great Dean Stockwell in the episode, season 1 episode, Detained.
Yes.
You guys had a great relationship on Quantum Leap from everything that I've seen and read in the show itself. What was it like to be able to work with him again?
It was great. I mean, I love that guy. He was such a unique person. Talk about somebody who believed in causes and he fought for the environment, which he kind of educated me on. I came from St. Louis, Missouri, and then I went to New York City. Then I came to LA, and I wasn't an environmentalist by any any stretch of the imagination. And he really, got me going and involved in things from, right from the get-go. And it was like, I need to get this together, and I need to get focused on the planet more and those kinds of things. And that's been a huge part of my life ever since. One of the great things I can say working with him was that he gave me that. And I've in turn, you pass that down to your kids. And so beyond just working with him, a legend and a genius and an amazing actor, such a giving person, such an unusual person, an artist outside of being a great actor, an activist. Just he was a hero, and to get another chance to work with him, we stayed in touch, and I followed. We'd bump into each other at conventions, and for Quantum Leap and Star Trek, and that was always such a joy. He would just drive the organizers crazy with the cigar smoke, and they'd become please, Mr. Stockwell, will you take the cigar outside? Oh yes, I will, absolutely will. Right back to it. And I then had also great. He came and did an episode of NCIS also, and that is. Then I saw him after that, but he had a big, very large impression on my life and how I handle myself as an actor on stage with other actors and crew people. And he had a great spirit about him. I always say this, but he would come in the back door after playing 18 holes at Griffith Park, and he's mad that we jerked him off the course after 16 holes, and the door would open and you'd hear from the back corners of the stage, the fun starts now. And we'd all been there since 7 in the morning or 6 in the morning. He's waltzing in at 4 o'clock, but he was loved by everyone. And I've had a really good fortune to work with some mentors and some older actors in the business, and he's certainly one of my top favorites, and he is missed.
Absolutely. I've been rewatching some of the original Quantum Leap series since the advent of the new series, and I got to tell you, man, it holds up. It is some fantastic television, and I'm getting addicted to it, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Oh, well, that's good. People are still finding that show. That's the beauty of streaming and all these outlets. You don't disappear like the old days. You can hang around, and it does hold up, and people are finding it. Young people are finding it, or all of a sudden somebody who was young when I was doing it, who's older and now has grandkids, they're introducing it to their grandkid, and there are so many things that were valuable and entertaining and also good for pretty much almost all ages. And you can't say that about too many shows anymore. And that wasn't the intention. It just was the tone and the nature of it and the timing of it. And that's why I think it holds up too.
Well, speaking of other shows becoming new again, obviously there's a new Quantum Leap. Patrick Stewart has come back to Star Trek in Star Trek Picard. Kate Mulgrew is back in Star Trek in Star Trek Prodigy. I'm going to throw it out there. If Alex Kurtzman calls you tomorrow and says, we want to do Archer as president of the Federation or whatever scheme they cook up, would you have an interest?
Listen, I've been doing this too long to ever say no, never, or no to anybody. I talk to everybody about stuff. So sure.
One of the things that's great about all this new Trek, Scott, is you are now what we would call one of the legacy shows, which is it's a badge of honor in my opinion. Yeah. So with all the we've seen some legacy characters coming back recently. We saw Quark and Kira from Deep Space Nine showed up in Lower Decks this season, voiced by Armin Shimmerman and Nanav Visitor. In addition to coming back to live television, have you ever done any animation work that would interest you in doing voice work as Captain Archer in an animated?
I've done a bunch of animated voiceover work and animation, so I enjoy it. It hasn't come across my desk, but I do appreciate being referred to as legacy as opposed to old Trek.
Trek is kind of,
that's very nice.
Trek is kind of evergreen. I mean, yes. I've been a fan since I was a kid in the 70s, and I still go back and watch the original series, and it still is relevant and salient as it was then. Same with Next Gen, same with Enterprise, same with all of the other shows. So I think legacy is really kind of the perfect description because it's kind of all one big tapestry.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And I think, the reason that it stays relevant, sadly, is that we have most of the same issues still exist on our planet.
Right. Yeah.
And we have not made the jump to figuring out that we're all in this together. And I don't think that's straight out of the Trek, playbook. And, we got to solve that on this planet first. And we're a long, long way from that, apparently, and judging by how we're living and living amongst each other. So so those stories they remain relevant and poignant. And however they're parsed out in all these different incarnations, they're valuable. And I've always loved Trek because you gloss it over with the space stuff, but and then you sneak all the hard stuff right through the middle of it, and it's a thing of beauty. It still is.
It really is. Now, if I remember right, before you took the job of Enterprise, you obviously had seen the original series.
Yes.
Had you seen much of Next Generation at all, or any of the others at that point?
No, because I never liked Patrick Stewart, so that's that's. No, it was LeVar that really was that was the problem. No, I had not. It came on at a time when I was working. I can't remember exactly when it came on, and I just kind of missed it.
Yeah.
And if that makes any sense at all, and kids were happening and all kinds of stuff, and there's a time when I just watched much less of everything. And I was doing a lot more theater back then, and that's nighttime, so I never, but it's, I've seen a lot of it since then, and I've gotten to know those people, and what a magnificent crew that was and is, and a joy to know all of them and their craziness. They are just all wackadoos, and I love them all. They're a blast.
That's great. We had the pleasure of talking to Anson Mount a little while ago, who is the newest captain, even though he's playing a captain older. So he's Captain Pike, of course, in Strange New Worlds. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked him, Scott, and that is, when you started into this journey, did you have any idea what it was going to be like dealing with what is most likely the most recognized television show on the face of the earth, because of its longevity, because of the message that it brings across? Did you know what it was going to be like to become Star Trek legend in your own right as Captain Archer, and what it means to people to love this show and to have the effect it does? I will say to you right now, I have never had the opportunity to speak before. Star Trek literally saved my life back in 2000. I was on the verge of suicide, and if it wasn't for the show, I would not be alive today. What is something like that to you as an actor who goes from job to job after time? What is it like being part of the Star Trek universe?
Well, first of all, I'm glad Star Trek was around.
Thank you.
So you seem like a wonderful man, and you have wonderful energy, and I'm glad you're talking with me right now.
Bill shaking his head.
I had a taste of it with Quantum Leap because it's about the sci-fi fan. That's really what it comes down to. And so I'd gotten an inkling of that. I did Lord of Illusion, so I got some more sci-fi and Clive Barker stuff, and I did a couple other. I did Invaders, and I did some other things.
Oh yeah.
So I did the reboot of the miniseries of that. So I had a sense of it in terms of the demanding nature of a sci-fi fan. And I've always found that to be just a driving force to be good and be better and be truthful. And because what I discovered was, and even though this was at the early stages of things lingering on in the Ethernet, that whatever you do is going to be around and going to be picked apart, and it's going to be treasured or not treasured. And so there's a responsibility, and I like that. I thought this is good, and I like this fan. You don't have to be afraid to ever dumb it down for the sci-fi fan. And I so appreciate that. I know writers appreciate it, and I think the fans appreciate it because they're being challenged. And you've got to live up to the challenge. So I think it's a wonderful marriage. It's why I've done so much sci-fi in my life, because I'm a sci-fi fan. I love sci-fi, but I like this. I like the relationship, and I've got fans, Quantum Leap fans from the first Quantum Leap convention back in '91 or whenever it was, that are still follow me around when I'm in the theater in London or wherever, and they show up. And now I've got Star Trek fans that are following me now. That's 20, we went off the air in 2005, but that's a lot of years now. And there's a responsibility, and there's it works. I think it works great for an actor and for the fan to have this kind of relationship.
Nice.
I was just thinking your next sci-fi project should probably be a revisitation of the Disney Sunday night movie I-Man. Which you did in 1986.
That's right. I left that out, but that was the first one.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I watched it. I remember watching that in '86 going, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. And then when you turned up on Enterprise, I'm like, hey, that's the guy from I-Man.
Well, clearly, you and I went on separate paths for about 2 decades.
Yeah, we did. What can I say? Well, I mean, I was a teenager then. There were some strange years, Scott. I got to tell you,
it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. But that's quite a jump from I-Man to Enterprise.
It is.
So you missed Quantum Leap then.
I saw it kind of because when I was doing the whole college thing at one point, and of course you have different priorities in college.
I got you. Yes.
Beer was among those.
Yes.
We've only got you for a few more minutes. I want to ask you, you're an actor. I mean, you work professionally. When you unwind and you want to binge something, what do you disconnect with? What do you like to put on?
Well, we watch a lot more than I think probably we ever used to, because of the opportunity to grab something, to not have to be there on Thursday night at 10 o'clock.
Right.
Be able to pick it up. But, we watch, we watch little bits of everything. I'm fascinated to see what's the date today? Oh, so Your Honor just is out. So I keep looking at that billboard.
Oh, Cranston?
Brian. Yeah. And it looks like, is he King Lear or what is happening here? And I'm kind of fascinated to see how they solve another season on that show, which was great. Of course, you're asking me, and I'm blanking on other shows, but we watch political stuff. We watch Bill Maher every Friday, when he's around, and but we've watched the murder, true life murder shows that we're all being hit with now, that we're going to have for years, but we've enjoyed those. We watched. I'm just thinking of stuff that's flying in my head. We watched Severance. That came
that was so good.
Right? Some unbelievable performances in that.
Yeah.
The Old Man. I mean, we're kind of.
We feel like we've watched it all during this whole COVID era.
Yeah, it seems like so old news to say, I love Ted Lasso, but I just love Ted Lasso, and then I never thought I would like Schitt's Creek, and then that came on. I was like, oh my God, this is so great. They were so, that was anyway. So I'm a television fan, and then we do the movie thing too.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Scott, because it's interesting that I hear no from a lot of actors. Have you watched Enterprise? Have you watched your own show? Because I've talked to a lot of people that don't like to watch what they've been on. So I'm glad to hear that you've watched it. That's fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I was involved in. I saw all the dailies, and so I was involved in that at the time, and I like to see. That show also is different than like a straight ahead drama, or there's so many special effects, and you're working with all these people every day. And in a way, I'm honored. I was honored to work with those people on our show, because I felt lucky to be in the middle of all these geniuses who were just, and then you'd see what they did with, we turned it in, and here it comes, and holy cow, that space fight was amazing.
Yeah.
But I was just rocking inside my little, ship along with everybody else, and feeling foolish. But and the makeup and the costumes and all of those things. We had so many extraordinary people working on the show. I don't know why our show didn't win 10 Emmys every year for just the technical side of it. It just what Bob Blackman did, every week was insane, and Michael, and anyway, and you'd see other people winning the makeup and everything. It's like, okay, that's nice, but we were like in another league, and I can remember competing with other shows, like when I was doing Quantum Leap, and we were competing with Star Trek shows that were on, and I thought, well, we're never going to win anything. Because how can you look at they've got that orchestra, they've got the, and I used to walk across the alley and sit in with the orchestra when they were recording stuff, and just be, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
And it still is a big deal. And it was meaningful to me to be a part of it.
I'm just glad you didn't say you only watched the episode with Billingsley in it, because you would have been done in like 10 minutes.
Less.
We love John. We had to give him.
Yeah, we can keep kicking him all the way out the door.
One more turn of the screw. Well,
That's right.
Scott, we hope you know that Enterprise is truly loved by this fandom. You are truly loved by this fandom, and we so genuinely appreciate your time tonight and your showing up for Trek Talks. We hope someday we can chat with you long form on the Trek Geeks podcast. But until then, it has been our honor and privilege to have you as a part of this telethon, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Talking with you guys again. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
And good luck with the rest of this fundraising event. And again, thank you for doing it.
Well, hopefully, maybe we'll even get you for Trek Talks 3 next year. We'll keep you in the loop.
I like it.
All right.
Take care of yourselves, guys.
Take care, Scott.
All right, let's take a quick look at the tote board, Earl, if you don't mind. All right, we're doing pretty well here. We've had some great donations coming in recently. We've got $100 from Beth Salvia and Barry Rice, $50 from Brandon, another $50 from Carl Fredrickson. Thank you guys so much for those donations. They all make such a huge impact. Of course, right now the screen says $35,179. We know that the dollar sources or the dollars from other sources are even a little higher than that. And so, Dan, it's been one heck of a day, we got to say, as we start to wind down this amazing telethon, and we're not done.
No, we're not done. We started this at we logged in at 12:30 Eastern time this afternoon. So how many hours is that? I don't do math, so I don't know. But we've been sitting here and we've been watching what's going on, and it really is incredible. We did it last year and we were like, what are we getting ourselves into? How is this going to turn out? And it was fantastic. Watching what's been going on today over the last several hours, as I'm sure John Champion, Bonnie Gordon, and John Billingsley will say, has been so humbling. And it's just something that I am so proud to be a part of. And I'm kind of speechless, even though I'm rambling.
Let me jump in and give you the true final total.
Please.
Here we go.
As you all know, we have had a number of gifts come in through other sources. Amy and Simon's munificent donation of $15,000, most notably. The grand total is one. This includes Rod Roddenberry's $50,000, which we set out to match today. We have done.
Match, yeah.
We have made $105,579.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable,
We're
everyone.
going to talk for another 10 minutes.
That's right. We want 110. Let's get 110. Come on, people.
Let's just assume that some people out there who are listening were going, "I'll wait until the very end."
Right.
Well, here it is.
We got a few more minutes. Yeah.
Not only do you have a few more minutes, though, you can keep donating after the telethon is done for what I think the next few days. Is that right? Or
you can donate till the end of time.
Oh yeah, for any time you want.
Yeah,
Again, we don't want to think that this is it. You can keep donating for as long as you like.
Not want to squelch your generous impulses. This will live on YouTube forever, as last year's has lived. And hopefully in subsequent years, you can just watch us age slowly.
I think it's pretty safe to say, John, that we are announcing that there will be a Trek Talks 3 next year. I think it's pretty safe to assume that that's going to happen. Yes.
Bigger and better than ever. And for those of you in chat saying I look like a Las Vegas showgirl, you're not so far off. I have another gig after this that I have to race to, so I had to change before. But thanks for the compliments.
So I've got a few announcements. One, those of you who entered our, for lack of a better word, little quasi competition to win some prizes. Everybody who donated, we can't thank you enough. All of our donors today, all of our guests, of course, all of our magnificent hosts. But we did unfortunately have to draw from amongst a number of contributors to get these prizes. So not everybody is going to walk away with, I wish I could say we have fabulous parting gifts. But here's
But you do. The love that you've given and helped the needy and has been a part of the Star Trek family.
The love
should be a gift enough.
Yeah.
That's your answer, John.
But from the 10 to 11 slot, the Dan Curry Prize Package number 1, Melissa Lintinger and Brian Fingerett.
Hey.
And Prize Package number 2, Jeff Happ from 11 to 12. And this, remember, this is 2 8x10s, a jingle or a poem, and some wonderful Star Trek wardrobe hats, I believe. 11 to 12, Marina Krawczyk and Michael Pasquale. Also the fabulous Dan Curry items, 8x10s, and a jingle or a poem, and a sweatshirt. Magic Castle, you were going to join Bonnie and I for a night at the Magic Castle. And
who is it?
It is Mars Devore. Mars Devore.
Wow.
Yay!
Nice.
Bravo.
Excellent.
Okay. 2 Dan Curry Zoom chats. Tina, I'm going to butcher this. VUORENMA.
Tina V.
Tina V. That's good.
Tina V.
Sounds good to me.
Nice.
Tina V. And Janet Harlow. And Amy and Simon's Gala in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Creation Convention, Colleen White and Tara Pollen.
Awesome.
You have your information. We will be in touch. We will arrange all the details. You can pick the poem. You can pick the jingle. I'd pick the jingle if I were you. But a couple of other things as we wrap up. If you're in LA and you want to volunteer to sign up and cook or serve or help us rescue food, every Sunday we also have a wonderful Sunday sack lunch distribution program. We didn't talk about that. People all over Los Angeles make amazing multi-element sack lunches, and we help to distribute them through the intercession of about 15 or 20 other cool groups all over the city. You can help us send those lunch bags out to help people in need. You can always go to trektalks.net. You can always go to the Trek Geeks. You can go to the Roddenberry podcast. You can go to hofoco.org. So many places to get so much information. And
I want to thank also the magnificent Earl Green.
Yes,
Oh,
Earl.
My God.
The wizard behind the curtain.
MVP.
How do we do this? We do it because this guy,
Mhm.
Earl Green, out of the kindness of his heart, donates his hours and his labor and his smarts and everything to make this go so seamlessly.
Seamless.
Thanks, Earl.
Yeah.
Amazing. But I also have to thank, and I had to write this down because there's so many wonderful people. I have to thank my co-host Bonnie Gordon, Bill Smith and Dan Davidson, the phenomenal Sci-Fi sisters, Yvette Blackman-Tom, Tamia Harper, Fran Taylor, Sabrina Wood. It's just like the Oscars. This is as close as I'm ever going to get. Jace
That's
Dobie,
true.
John Champion of Roddenberry podcast fame, Linda Piani-Gianni and Asher Landau, and Anali Ray, and Hofo Ko, Amy Britton, Simon Britton, the incredible David Livingston, who does so much to make this all happen.
This is when they start playing you off the orchestra.
He would not be
solo.
here. You got it. Everybody who is volunteering to make this happen,
Absolutely.
I can't thank you enough. From the Hollywood Food Coalition, wow, amazing.
And also a huge.
Yes.
I was going to say also huge thanks to our moderators, our amazing guests for donating so much of their time to come and share their stories with us today. And also, I just want to say personally, as someone who was a huge fan of Star Trek and is now part of the fandom, what an incredible family we have. The Star Trek family of the fans, the actors, the creative team behind all our shows coming together and raising money for a good cause. And this is just one example of many of the Star Trek community coming together and really pushing for a future that is deserving of the Federation. So just thank you, all of you, for being with us today. That's all I have to say.
I'd also like to throw in one additional one if I could. John, every single person that you just talked about, everyone on the screen right now has that thanks, but I want to thank you. Your passion
We should do
for
that
what
too.
we are doing for Hollywood Food Coalition is infectious. And we can see it in just every word that you say and the way that you talk about it, how much you love the Hollywood Food Coalition. So for us to be a part of this, to help do what we are doing and what we've done today is exactly what Star Trek is all about. And I could not be more proud to be part of this with you and your team. So thank you.
Absolutely. And your wife, Bonnie, who we got to see for a little bit. Which
Yes,
I was
live on
excited about.
screen.
Yes, my wife Benita Friederici has done so much for this organization, and I she worked tirelessly for many years to help us figure out how to rescue more food and share it with more people. And she still to this day is heart and soul. I mean, I could name everybody on our board, everybody on our organization. It's an amazing team of people. Rod Roddenberry and Amy and Simon Britton. I mean, you know, wow, just we're over the moon about your generosity, and Brandon Braga.
Yes.
I don't know if we've had any more donations come in the last few minutes. If we have,
We have. And in fact, yeah, as we're wrapping up here, there's easily a half dozen other donations that have come in. You're doing it right, folks. You are absolutely doing it right. Even as this wraps up, the mission of Hollywood Food Coalition will go on. And every single dollar, I think somebody said it earlier today, or it was in one of the videos, that, $20 provides something like 6 hot meals.
6 hot meals.
Yeah.
$100 is basically 32 meals. You've bought somebody lunch for a month for 100 clams. I mean, dinner for a month. Yeah.
And it's just outstanding that you can do that. So everybody who gives even just a few bucks, a little bit, and they feel like they're not making a dent, no, you really are. You truly are. So thank you for doing that. Every dollar counts, and just the attention that we pay here counts. So please, if you enjoyed the show, share that as well. Make sure you keep that out there in circulation, because as they've all roped us into doing, we are doing this again next year. But let's keep it going. Let's keep the momentum going for the next 12 months.
Amazing news next year too, because although there are limits to what I can say, we are beginning this year to search for our own home. And our ultimate goal is to be able to provide a restaurant style meal where people can come in, sit at a table, have a menu, have servers. We're excited about this next chapter of our evolution. We're also looking forward to be able to expand the facility to the point where we can have a daytime presence, and we can have more and more of our partner organizations come join us on the same campus, so as to provide ultimately a form of a one-stop shopping center for people in need. So all of the various social service needs can be answered in one location. We're embarking on that adventure this year, and you've also helped to support that with your generosity today. Closing thoughts. I think you've heard enough from me. I'm not.
I continually marvel at the spirit and the generosity of this fandom. You know, when we started this last year, we had no idea what to expect. We said, you know, if we do a little bit, you know, we'll be happy. And then fandom just blew us away. And ever since we started making announcements for Trek Talks 2, the interest has been there 100%. People have wanted to see this telethon. People have wanted to know how they can donate. And then showing up and then watching today all day long. This fandom is what this telethon is about. As much as it is about helping people in need in the Hollywood Food Coalition, the spirit of Trektivism that we've been talking about all day is this fandom. It's what started this telethon. It's what propels this kind of work. And we could sit up here, you know, for 9 hours and do it and not have anybody watch. But it's the fact that this fandom does show up for us continually that makes all the difference in the world.
Absolutely.
Looks like the latest tally that just came in is $105,824. So just absolutely amazing. Like I said, speechless. It's just amazing, and to be able to be part of this fandom that Bill was just talking about makes me even more proud, because we know what the fandom's like, but be part of it also, to be able to do this for the good of humanity, which is what we all need. I mean, it's amazing that we seem to be going backwards in some ways over the course of the last decade instead of moving forward. I hope that something like this allows people to realize that we can move forward and be better. And this is just the first step.
Continue to do good and to help others and to be a society that lifts each other up instead of putting each other down, because that's what Star Trek is all about. Collaboration and, you know, exploration and just helping each other in need. And thank you guys so much. I'm trying not to get emotional, so I'm just going to stop talking. Yeah.
And I said I
vote to that.
Anymore, so
Then I guess how we can wrap it up is we will see you all next year for Trek Talks 3.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Live long and prosper. Thank you.
This is what we do on Denobula.
Live logs and proper.
Live logs and proper.